Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter vanished to become the Founder's ultimate weapon. Here is short summary. Vanishing days before his 16th birthday, Harry returns unrecognizable, reborn in ancient fire, armed with forgotten magic, and forged by the Founders themselves. He isn't just back, he's their ultimate weapon against Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Dark magic, which could only mean one thing: Death Eaters. Harry was shocked. Privet Drive was supposed to be a safe place. He had been told so countless times, and had returned to it without complaint because of that proposed safety. If the Death Eaters were able to get in, then either they broke through the wards, or they weren't strong enough to keep them out. He could only hope that some kind of alarm was sent through to the Order. He may have faced Voldemort more times than any other, but he had little doubt that a group of fully trained dark wizards out for his blood would get anything but. Harry scanned his room, looking for something useful to defend himself with. His wand was locked in his trunk below the stairs, so he had to rely on more Muggle means. He hoped that the few glances at Dudley's action films would give him a few ideas he could use against a wizard. His desk chair caught his eye. It would have to do. Picking up the rickety wooden object by two of its legs, he situated himself on the side of the door, with his back to the wall and the chair poised above his head, waiting for the muttered spells that would unlock his temporary prison. He didn't have long to wait. The murmured Alohomora was strong enough to slam the door open on its hinges. A block-robed figure took his first step into the room, wand raised before him. Movement in the hall beyond betrayed others. Harry held his breath, slightly surprised that they didn't see him. The Death Eater didn't see it coming. Harry crashed the chair over his head. The wood shattered as the figure crumbled without a sound. Harry smirked as he kicked the second figure in the groin. The man doubled over and Harry took advantage of his position to knee him hard in the face. The momentum caused the man to shoot backwards and hit his head on the door jamb with a painful crack. Harry flinched. He knew how hard the frames of the house were. A third figure was already stalking into the room and managed to get a hand on Harry's arm. The boy whirled in the man's grasp, throwing a punch towards the masked face. He had never been more happy that he was bored enough through the days to watch Dudley's half-hearted boxing practices in the yard from his window. His fist connected with a crunch and the man grunted, dropping Harry's arm. Harry went to punch him again, but the Death Eater managed to block his fist with an arm. "Potter, stop this nonsense," the man hissed. Harry paused in his third swing, fist poised by his ear. "Snape." Harry eyed the cracked mask with surprise. Well, a honeyed voice came from the door. "Little Potter can't even fight with a proper wand." Harry froze. He knew that voice. He would know it anywhere. He heard it in his nightmares every time he watched Sirius fall through the veil. "Bellatrix," Harry hissed, turning to face the woman that had killed his godfather. She was maskless, unlike the others, and the sight of her face did little to temper his anger. "Give up on using magic at all, little Potter. I'm not surprised. You can't even cast a proper Unforgivable. I would have given up on it too. How pathetic." Harry bristled and glared at the woman. "Ah well," she continued, leaning against the side of the door. "Makes my job easier, I suspect." She eyed her companions on the floor. "Though you put up an admirable effort, I must admit. Of course, they weren't much of a challenge." Snape shifted next to him, and Harry glanced at him quickly. He couldn't see the man's face, but he suspected that he didn't much like being grouped with the two goons that Harry had downed on the floor. Harry didn't take his eyes off Bellatrix. He trusted Snape, mostly, but Bellatrix less strange he wouldn't trust to carry a tea tray. She leaned against the shelf near the door with a casual dignity that transformed itself into vain snobbery as she watched her wand twirling between her fingers. Harry slowly slid his hand behind his back as her attention was distracted. "Well," she said brightly, turning her gaze to Snape, "Lucius is not a patient man, little Potter, so why don't we head on downstairs to meet your guests?" "You are no guests of mine," Harry said coldly. "And here I thought Gryffindors were supposed to be hospitable." It's not my house, I've no obligation to play host to a group of imbeciles. You should be more polite, little Potter. She half snarled. She still wasn't looking at him. Harry smirked, curling his fingers around one of the small stones in his back pocket. He had gathered them in order to toss at the not-so-well-hidden Order members that occasionally snuck around the back garden. He didn't let the conversation continue. Harry chucked the stone at the desk light sitting on the top of the shelf beside the door. His aim was good and the glass lamp shattered in a burst of light, raining glass over the woman's head. Bellatrix shrieked, clutching a hand to the side of her face. Harry wasted little time, already pulling his broom out of the wardrobe. He had it level and was mounted in seconds. He laid low over the handle and shot towards the window. The quick speed of the firebolt didn't fail him, whipping up a flurry of loose paper and dust in his wake. Inches away from the closed window, Harry ducked his head tight to his chest and hurled through. Glass shattered around him, slicing into his hands and arms, but he was out of the house. The angry lights of curses shot past him and Bellatrix's angry voice followed him out into the yard. A stupefy sounded from below him. He didn't have a chance to dodge it. The red light of the curse struck him from beneath, tearing through the spells surrounding his broom and jerking him sharply in the air. Harry felt the effects of the curse spread, and his hands quickly went limp, losing his grip on the broom. He screamed as he felt himself fall, but he wasn't sure if it was aloud or just in his head. He saw alternating flashes of sky and earth, and then the world went black. Enervate. Harry blinked, trying to make the room around him stop spinning as he regained consciousness. His leg throbbed, likely broken, and the length of his arms stung. He quickly realized that his arms were held behind him, clutched in two large hands. He glanced over his shoulder, absently noticing the blood soaking his shirt on his shoulders, and the few spots of reflecting glass. A robed, beefy figure of a man had a hold of his wrists, easily restraining him. It had to be Crabbe Sr., or perhaps Goyle. No wonder his hands were numb. Harry looked around him. He was in the Dursleys' living room, surrounded by black-robed Death Eaters. Harry estimated that there were about a dozen. They all wore their masks, hiding their faces, but he already knew who he would see behind each skull-etched mask. He had encountered this group too many times not to know them. The Dursleys were bound and seated on the couch, trembling. And under a silencing spell, if Vernon's hollering, purpled face was anything to go by. Harry gave the man points for his gall at still trying to holler the Death Eaters off of his property. Harry was rather surprised that they were still alive, and strangely relieved. Two Death Eaters were off to the side nursing their heads. Harry smirked slightly, knowing that they were the two he managed to beat off earlier. He found Snape leaning against the cupboard door in the hall, his cracked mask dangling from his hand. His arms were crossed and he was scowling, as usual. A trace of blood was left on his chin, and his nose looked slightly more crooked than usual. Harry couldn't help but feel a certain satisfaction that he had managed to break the Git's nose, spy or not. You are a continuous thorn in my side, Potter. A voice drawled from his left, pulling him out of his observations. Harry turned his head to look at the Death Eater. The man's voice was as familiar as his sister-in-law's. And as his son's. Hello, Lucius. How's life in the manor after losing your house elf to a 12-year-old? Harry asked cheekily. Lucius hissed menacingly, stalking forward to stand in front of the kneeling boy. He motioned to Crabbe, or Goyle, and Harry was hauled to his feet. He suppressed the grimace at the pain the motion caused in his shoulders. Lucius removed his mask and leaned in close to his face. Harry stood his ground, meeting the silver eyes steadily. He had faced worse things than Lucius Malfoy. My lord wishes to give you a chance. He drawled. A rare gift, Potter. I suggest you make the best of it. I don't give a damn what your snake-faced master has to say, and I certainly don't want any tainted gifts from him. Harry said. Lucius pursed his lips. He wishes to offer you an invitation to join him. He will give you everything you could ever. He's already taken away everything that I've ever wanted. Harry interrupted viciously. This is your last chance, boy. Harry eyed him for a moment, then pulled back his head and spit in his face. No. Lucius's eyes narrowed as he pulled a cloth from his pocket and wiped off the spittle. The man pulled his arm back, and Harry leaned away, knowing what was coming. The hands around his wrists tightened and pulled upward, forcing him forward towards Lucius. The blow connected with the side of his face, and he felt the man's ring cut into his cheek. Harry's head reeled from the force and he tasted blood. His cheek and jaw ached and tingled, and he thought he felt a trickle of blood slide down the side of his neck. He willed the pounding in his head to go away and face the Death Eater again. Lucius was standing his full height and looking down his nose at him. Harry met his eyes evenly and then spit out the blood pooling in his mouth. It landed on Malfoy's shoes. Apparently that was a bit too much for the arrogant man and he pulled his wand. Harry looked down the length of pale wood into silver eyes, momentarily curious about the wand's core. Crucio. The man hissed. Harry doubled over as the pain ripped through his body. He clenched his teeth, determined not to give them all the satisfaction of hearing him scream, knowing that they would eventually get him too. Harry didn't know how long it lasted. He didn't know at what point Crabbe, or Goyle, let go of his arms to allow him to crash to the floor. He didn't hear the assembled chuckles as he body convulsed under the unforgivable, and he didn't know when Lucius lifted the curse. He didn't scream. Harry let his body lay limp as he gasped for air. The right side of his face was pressed into the rough carpet, and by the sharp sting in his cheek there was glass embedded there from the window. The sting was similar, yet different from the pain on his other cheek, the one from Lucius' blow. "I'm mildly impressed," Lucius drawled from somewhere above him. "Few can last through that long without a sound." Harry pulled himself to his knees, grimacing at the ache in his arms and shoulders. He studied the imprint of blood on the carpet before him, trying to soothe the pounding in his head and the trembles running down his spine. "Of course, no one can last through a second round," Lucius said. Crucio. Harry wasn't prepared for the curse. He collapsed to the floor, curling into a fetal position. The pain lanced up and down his spine, and seemed to explode over and over inside his head. He tasted blood, but didn't realize that he was biting through his lip. His body twisted and convulsed, trying to lessen the pain. It didn't help, and the pain didn't stop. Harry screamed. It seemed like ages before the curse was lifted again. Harry gasped and felt a sharp pain in his side. He placed a trembling hand against his ribs, which he strongly suspected were broken. The Cruciatus curse caused extreme pain without physical evidence, or physical release. The pain is directly linked to the mind, making the mind believe that the pain is real when there is in fact nothing that is truly causing it. Which is exactly why it was classified as an unforgivable. But a strong enough caster can cause physical damage if the spell is left for too long or if the target is subjected to it enough. Apparently, Lucius Malfoy was a rather strong wizard. Harry again made his way painfully to his knees, keeping one arm cradled around his chest. He couldn't stop the tremors in his body, no doubt a lovely side effect of too much exposure. "Fascinating, really," Lucius said, "the effects of the Cruciatus. A rather weak one, I'd say." Harry gasped. "I know a muggle born who can make a stronger one." "What?" Lucius said in a dangerous tone. Harry had managed to somehow stand on his feet, with a lot of help from the wall. He steadied himself with one trembling hand and met the man's cold eyes. "I know a muggle born who can cast a stronger Crucio than you," he said simply. "Pray tell, who?" "Tom Riddle." The name had the desired effect. Lucius' face turned an interesting shade of scarlet while the Death Eaters around the room shifted on their feet. Harry risked a glance towards Snape, whose face was carefully blank. The man snarled at him, but he couldn't tell whether it was for show or if the man disapproved of the way Harry was handling himself. Harry looked over to the Dursleys. Their faces were a mixture of terror and something he couldn't quite identify. Lucius gestured sharply with his hand in the direction of Harry's gaze. To his horror, two Death Eaters immediately sent killing curses towards the last of his blood relatives. Harry staggered away from the wall and stumbled to his knees, unable to support himself. Petunia screamed unheard as Vernon and Dudley collapsed under the power of the spells. "Do not insult me, boy," Lucius hissed. Harry met his aunt's eyes and saw her fear, pain and surprisingly, understanding. He suddenly realized that his mom had told Petunia more about the wizarding world than he thought, and that she knew exactly what was going on, and why. "Aunt Petunia," he mouthed. "Avada Kedavra," Lucius hissed. Harry didn't take his eyes off his aunt as the curse crashed into her chest. She didn't try to speak or scream. She didn't even flinch. Harry bowed his head, keeping one shaking hand on his ribs. Horror and a deep sorrow filled him. Tom killed my parents, he whispered, barely audible. He saw Lucius' feet shift a bit closer, and he continued in the same soft voice. Tom took away everything that I have ever wanted. He tried to kill me before I was even able to walk. He haunted my years at school, and my dreams at night. Harry's voice began to gain volume. He tried to possess my mind. He tried to destroy my faith in myself. He tried to kill my friends. His minions killed my godfather, and now you've killed the last bit of family that I have left. He ended in a roar. Harry stood, his eyes flashing dangerously around the room, and landed on Lucius. What a pity, the man drawled. Harry staggered towards him, putting his face directly in front of the Bones. Lucius didn't move. Yes, Harry hissed, pity for you. Lucius was obviously caught completely off guard as he swung. Harry's fist shattered his nose and whipped the man's head back sharply in a very undignified manner. Malfoy staggered, clutching at his face while blood ran down onto the floor. Harry stalked after the Bones, intent on hitting the man again. Harry didn't even hear the curse being cast before it hit his side. The spell tore through his skin, leaving a deep gash along his abdomen. Harry staggered sharply, clutching at his side. He could feel the warmth of his blood as it seeped through his fingers. His pause gave Lucius enough time to collect himself and raise his wand. Crucio! Harry screamed as his knees hit the floor. The pain was intense as the spell lanced through a body already weakened. Harry knew nothing else. Lucius lifted the curse, but Harry barely registered the fact. He kneeled on the floor gasping for breath. His eyesight was blurred, and he couldn't quite get his mind to focus. He was in pain, but he was unable to pinpoint any location on his body that it stemmed from. He blinked furiously, and the room slowly stopped its tilting, and Harry was able to focus his eyes on what was before him. Lucius looked extremely smug. His relative still sat slouched on the couch. Harry felt anger and sorrow course through him and he latched onto the feeling, feeding it with the half-hazy memories of his life. He didn't notice the steady glow of green lights around him. He ignored the flicker of surprise in Lucius's eyes. Suddenly a surge of power ripped through him and Harry threw his head back, his scream piercing in its intensity. The magical blast knocked everyone in the room back, shattering the windows of the entire house. Harry screamed again, his magic manifesting itself in green-laced lightning that crackled and shot out in wide arcs. His scream didn't stop. Instead it pulsed with his magic and the next wave of power surged outward in a dome of dark flames that consumed everything in its path. Harry couldn't see. He couldn't hear anything. He only felt the emotions that beat in time with his heart. He was unaware of the chaos and destruction that surrounded him, or the power that he had gathered. He was only aware of the horror, anger and the sorrow that he felt. And then he wasn't aware at all. Harry collapsed, his screams lingering in the air around Privet Drive. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office on a peaceful afternoon when the alarm for the wards around Privet Drive sounded. He sat stunned for a moment, staring at the whirring silver instrument on his desk, hardly able to comprehend that the wards were breached. A moment later the alarm changed from a ring to steady screech, and was suddenly silenced. The wards weren't just breached, they were gone. Albus was a flurry of action, alerting the Order of the Phoenix and disappearing through the flow to number 12 Grimmauld Place. He swept out of the fireplace and was met with the arriving, concerned faces of the Order. The wards around Privet Drive have been destroyed. The Order apparated onto the street of Privet Drive. What they saw stunned them. The Dursleys' house was gone but for a ghostly representation of the house's frame. Flames flickered amongst the ashes and remains. Many in the Order covered their noses as the scent of burned flesh drifted towards them. What happened? Whispered through the air. Albus slowly moved forward, a shocked expression on his face. I wouldn't get too close, Headmaster. A voice spoke from the side of the yard. Potter's magic is still lingering. Albus whirled around to face the speaker and came face to face with a rather worse for wear potions master. The man was seated against a lone tree, his black robes covered with soot and a substance that looked suspiciously like blood. He looked a right mess. Albus knelt beside him, quickly inspecting him for serious injuries. Severus, what happened? Snape sniffed. The Dark Lord sent Lucius and his crew to retrieve your golden boy. He began. Potter was caught and Lucius decided to have his fun. He killed the Muggles, and Potter lost control. Snape looked Albus straight in the eye, completely. Gasps were heard from the gathered order. To lose complete control of one's magic was a devastating occurrence, especially to anyone and anything in the vicinity. No wonder the house was destroyed. Where is Harry? Severus. Albus insisted. Gone. Gone where? I don't know. Snape snapped. I was running for my life at the time. Next time I'll be sure to hang around with the aftershocks to see what happens to your boy Wonder. Of course you'd have to ask my ghost for the information, since I'd be dead just like those 14 Death Eaters who were idiotic enough to stay within range of that brat's magic. Snape looked incredulously at the people around him. What the hell took you so bloody long? The wards were disabled nearly an hour ago. The alarm sounded only moments ago. Albus said softly. Snape glared at him. Are you hurt, my boy? The headmaster asked. Not seriously. Severus, a voice cut in. Snape looked up to glare at the speaker. Remus Lupin, however, either didn't notice or didn't care. How come you weren't informed of this attack on Harry sooner? Snape scowled. Because the Dark Lord is suspicious of me, that's why, and since I didn't return after this little fiasco, no doubt my cover is completely blown. Then again, no one else returned to him either. Did you have a way to get Harry out? Lupin asked. Snape glared coldly at the werewolf. He could hear the accusation, and see it in the man's yellow eyes. Yes, he said shortly. I had a portkey, which would have dumped the boy in Albus' office if the impertinent brat hadn't broken my nose before I could get a hold of him. There wasn't another chance to get close to him after he tried to escape out the window on that bloody broom of his. Lucius stunned him before he got out of the backyard. Lupin looked a bit skeptical, but wisely didn't say anything. Snape shifted for the first time since he had propped his tired body against the tree. He hadn't managed to escape the house unscathed. One of that blasted boy's bursts of power had caught him in the shoulder, searing through layers of fabric and down to the bone. He was only glad that the magic had cauterized the edges of the wound, otherwise he rather suspected that he would have bled to death in minutes. He scowled at the thought of his nose. That blasted boy had actually broken it. He grudgingly accepted that Potter could hold his own, in a Muggle fist fight at least. How many accompanied Malfoy? Albus asked, attracting the spy's attention. 16, including myself and Lucius. You said that there were 14 dead in the house. Moody's voice broke in. Yes, Lucius apparated away. Snape let that bit of information sink in for a moment. He looked over at the ruins of the house. Potter's magic still crackled amongst the charred timbers, giving the area an eerie green cast. Snape grimaced. The afternoon was not a pleasant one for him. Potter's body is not in the house, he said. Albus looked at him in surprise. Most wizards who have completely lost control of their magic had died from the severe strain on their body. Anything within the reach of the released magic was usually destroyed, including the wizard. If Harry's body wasn't in the house, then he had somehow managed to survive where few others ever have. Yet another feat of the boy who lived. Then where is he? Albus whispered to himself, surveying what was left of Private Drive. No one answered him. Harry woke to the bright light and sterile smell of the infirmary, something that he had extensive experience with. He groaned and curled over on his side, pulling the blankets up over his head. Now that the light wasn't giving him such a headache, he could concentrate on what happened to land him there in the first place. Foggy memories of his summer at the Dursleys flitted past his consciousness, from Vernon's annual start of summer lecture to Petunia's constant praise of Dudley's boxing achievements. Never mind that Dudley nearly failed his classes and spent more time beating up kids than he did opponents in a ring. The attack suddenly found its way through his hazy mind and he sat upright, eyes wide, as the memory played itself out in his head. The sudden motion apparently didn't agree with him as his head began to spin. He groaned and let himself fall back to the bed, throwing an arm over his eyes. The Dursleys were dead. Harry had little love for them, but they were his family, and they had died because of that. Because of him. A tear escaped and slid past his temple. Too many have died because they were close to him. His parents, Cedric, Sirius, and now the Dursleys. Harry slammed his fist into the bed, forcing his melancholy thoughts away. He was not going to wallow in self-pity, not when he had a self-proclaimed Dark Lord to take it all out on. He sat up again, this time slower, allowing his head to get used to the new position. From what he could tell, it was sometime in the early afternoon, but late enough for the sun to shine directly through the windows. The infirmary was empty, and there were no noises coming from Pomfrey's office. Harry looked around for his wand and glasses, at which point he realized that neither were present, and he could see fine. Double-checking his face for his glasses to no avail, Harry concluded that someone must have corrected his vision. He briefly wondered why they didn't do so years ago. Now he only had to locate his wand and slip out before the Mediwitch tied him to the bed for the next 3 days. He barely touched his feet to the floor when she came bustling in. Only, this wasn't Madame Pomfrey. Oh no, you don't, young man. The little bee-owned-haired witch said, you aren't going anywhere until I'm through with you. Harry let her push him back onto the bed and putter around him before speaking. Where is Madame Pomfrey? This caused the petite witch to stop her muttering about irresponsible boys and look at him. Who, dear? Madame Pomfrey, the Mediwitch. Oh, sorry honey, she's not here right now. Oh, Harry was really confused. He didn't remember ever being in the hospital wing without Pomfrey. Where is she? Is she all right? I'm sure she's fine, dear. All right. Harry watched the woman mutter spells over him for a moment. She was one of the smallest people he had ever seen. If it wasn't for her older facial features, he would have sworn she was a student. The woman was just petite. If you don't mind me asking, who are you? Harry asked. The woman stopped her spellwork, which caused the myriad lights hovering over Harry to dissipate. I'm Helga Hufflepuff. Harry just stared. He had heard of people claiming to be descendants of the founders. Tom Riddle jumped to mind rather quickly, but saying you are the founder wasn't something he had encountered before. His shock caused him to be sarcastic. Oh sure, he said, waving his hand nonchalantly, and I'm Godric Gryffindor. No, you're not, a new voice joined in, but you are his heir. Harry turned skeptical eyes towards the doorway and nearly jumped out of his skin. A middle-aged, black-haired wizard stood in the doorway, his face nearly blank except for the bemused look in his eyes. Harry had never seen him before, but he would know that face anywhere, even without the flowing beard that he remembered. This man looked like a replica, albeit a young one, of the statue in the Chamber of Secrets. He looked just like Salazar Slytherin. Harry tore his eyes away from the man and eyed the little witch next to his bed. Now that he looked at her, she did look remarkably similar to the little old witch depicted in Hermione's Hogwarts, a history, which he finally got around to reading this past summer. He was just too tired to try to argue how absolutely barmy this whole deal was. He looked back to Slytherin, who was smirking at him. Harry was strongly reminded of Snape. So, how did I get here? We brought you here, Helga said. Harry looked at her. Why? Because you are an heir, she said as if that explained everything. Right. Harry was completely lost. Why would the founders cart him around through time? And what exactly was he an heir of? Harry eyed Slytherin, who had yet to move or speak again. An heir of what? Gryffindor, Helga said. Lovely, Harry said, and plopped back onto the bed. This was just too much and he was exhausted. He threw an arm over his eyes again and commenced to mumbling about the unjustness of his life. Actually, you are also a possible recipient of Slytherin's inheritance as well. Helga's voice interrupted his tirade. Harry momentarily lifted his arm and eyed the little witch. Oh, that's just absolutely wonderful. I'm going to go to sleep now, okay? Of course, dear. Helga immediately entered her medical role, which comforted Harry greatly, as it was something familiar to him, even if it wasn't Pomfrey. You depleted your magical stores immensely. You'll feel tired for a few days yet. The witch said, tucking the blankets around him. We'll answer your questions when you're ready to get up and about. Sleep well. And Harry did. There was nothing that the Order could do. Nobody knew where Harry was. There were searches, but they found nothing. News of the attack on the boy who lived spread like wildfire. Many believed him to be dead, others, that he was captured by the Dark Lord and was dead anyways. The Weasley family took it hard. Remus Lupin even harder, as he had become the boy's surrogate godfather. The wizarding world sat with a collective breath, all wondered what Voldemort would do now that their savior was gone. So it was that the welcoming feast at Hogwarts 2 months later was a more subdued fare than usual, especially from the Gryffindor table. Even the Slytherins seemed quiet, though a number of the other students attributed it to their plotting, or gloating. It wasn't long, however, before the school had something new to talk about. A loud and violent bang startled everyone in the hall, making no few students and professors jump in their seats. Everyone quickly found the source. Indeed, it was hard to ignore the cloud of blue smoke issuing from the large fireplace behind the head table. A crash and a string of curses accompanied a stumbling figure who was unsuccessfully trying to bat the blue dust out of his robes. The sight was rather comical considering half of the staff was now standing with their wands trained on a man who was sneezing, and hadn't even looked up yet. "Who are you?" The headmaster spoke up. His voice was politely curious, but there was an unmistakable hint of warning. The stranger paused in the motion of shaking out his robes and looked up. Many students close enough to see clearly gasped. As it were, some of the professors did as well. The right side of the man's face was lined with a variety of scars, no doubt from some incident that caused no little amount of pain. "Hello," he said cheerfully, returning to batting at his robes, ignoring the question, or not hearing it. The headmaster was silent, only the few nearest him could see the shock and confusion on his face. The stranger had apparently given up on his robes, which were still very blue in spots, and had pulled his long hair out of its tie to shake it out as well. This revealed the man's arms as his sleeves slid to his elbows. A second round of gasps was heard. The man's arms were horribly scarred. Both arms had a thick ragged line from his palms, down along his inner forearm and tapering off near his elbows. The stranger, however, didn't seem to notice the attention he was getting. "Darian," the headmaster whispered. The young man looked at the headmaster again, taking the time to study the elder's face. "Hello, Bill. My name is not Bill," the headmaster stated rather indignantly. "Oh." The stranger looked at the headmaster as if trying to figure something out. His face suddenly brightened in recognition. "Oh, sorry, Abe," he began, again turning his attention to his robes. "Mixed you up with your brother. Is Albus around?" A number of the students looked at the strange boy like he was some sort of idiot. "How could you not recognize Albus Dumbledore?" The young man again looked questioningly at Albus. "Who decided to make you headmaster?" This, interestingly, caused the normally stoic headmaster to stutter. "I'm not the head. Abe isn't. I'm not." "Oh." The stranger interrupted. "Well, that's good. Albus in his office then." The boy waved in the general direction of the headmaster's office. "It's that way, right?" The headmaster spluttered a bit as the young man walked easily towards one of the side doors, his blue splotched robes billowing out behind him. "Well, come on then, old man," the stranger said. "I want to see if old Stony recognizes me at all." Albus stood still for a moment, staring at the door the boy had disappeared through. Suddenly an odd look crossed his face before he bolted through the door. "Darian! Wait! Darian! Don't you dare hex him! Darian!" The headmaster's voice echoed back through the halls. No one knew quite what to think, as everyone sat stunned, staring at the door the headmaster had just run through. No one had ever seen the headmaster run before. No one had ever heard him yell either. The stranger quickly traversed the halls to the headmaster's office, Albus not far behind him. He rounded a corner and spotted the stone statue of a griffin that guarded the entrance. He smirked rather evilly. "What are you smirking about?" the headmaster asked, coming up beside him. "Just remembering the last time I came up this way is all." The young man didn't take his eyes from the statue, and wondering if old Stony here has managed to regrow his backbone. "Well, if you hadn't broken it in the first place, there wouldn't be a problem," Albus retorted. The young man turned to him. "He deserved it." "He did. Or did you do it to get back at Godric for something?" "Godric didn't have anything to do with it. That blasted statue shot fireballs at my head." With this said, the stranger stalked down the corridor towards the griffin. "I didn't know he could shoot fire." Albus mumbled. Darian stalked up to the stone statue and stared the griffin in the eyes. Albus sidled up to them and watched the interplay curiously, memories from his youth rising up quite unexpectedly. Darian tilted his head to the side, studying the statue. What's the password? The youth asked. Fizzing Whizbees. Albus said softly. The statue jumped to the side, revealing the spiraling staircase beyond. Darian smirked and made his way up the stairs, the headmaster following along behind him. How disappointing. The stranger mumbled as he entered the office. I had hoped for a bit more of a fight from the old griffin. Darian sprawled himself in one of the chairs before the desk, throwing his leg over the armrest. What did you do to make him so mellow, Bill? Albus shot a look at the young man as he settled himself behind his desk. Perhaps it is old age, Darian. Darian hummed his agreement, as his eyes wandered around the office, settling on the old phoenix. Fox stared at the youth, ruffling his feathers and preening under the attention. Lo, Fox. Darian chuckled. The phoenix crooned and ruffled his feathers importantly. Darian. The headmaster began, what are you doing here? This isn't your time. Was something wrong with the calculations? Rowena has never made a mistake before. Golly, Bill, I haven't heard you ramble since that time you and Abe were turned into girls. Yes, and you didn't have anything to do with that, did you? Albus said stiffly. Darian placed a hand over his chest. Me. I'm hurt, Bill. He grinned. I do wish you would stop calling me that. My name is Albus, as you very well know, Darian. Yes, but Bill is so much more appropriate, don't you think? HMPH. So, how is Abe? Fine, fine. He's running off somewhere in America, I do believe. Darian laughed. Chasing some new rumor, I'm sure. Yes, something about Bigfoot. Darian laughed again, and leaned back in his chair, casting his eyes over the portraits of the old headmasters. The two sat comfortably for a few moments before Albus' curiosity finally got to be too much. Darian, why are you here? The youth smiled, and turned his attention back to the headmaster. I'm here, because my training is complete. Yes, but, Darian, this is not your time. Yes, it is. Albus looked shocked and sat back, folding his fingers under his chin in thought. Darian watched him with a small smile on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if the old man would be able to figure it all out. I am not familiar with the elder family line, nor do I recall any by that name attending Hogwarts in the last century. Albus began. You never attended Hogwarts, did you? Darian's smile grew larger. I was sorted into Gryffindor. Really? You were never given a house from the founders. Yes, I know. They never could agree on one house for me, so they never put me in one. The Sorting Hat, I believe, just put me in a house because it had to. That still does not explain why I never knew of you beforehand. Albus said. That is because Darian Elder is not my true name. Albus again looked shocked. But, none of the other heirs changed their names. No, they didn't. I believe I was the only one to go by a false name. Why? Darian sighed. A few reasons, mostly because there were too many heirs who would know who I was if I used my true name, you included. The founders decided that it would be better if nobody knew my identity. That way no one would be aware of the abilities that I possess. It gives me a distinct advantage. An advantage over what? Darian, the heirs are not meant to be against each other. Yet you fight against Voldemort. Darian sighed again. The heirs are not meant to try to take over the world, either. Tom is using his inheritance wrongly, and Salazar knew this. That is why no one knows my true identity. That is why you think that you don't know who I am. Salazar sent you to take care of Tom. Yes, though I would be here anyways. What do you mean? The youth cocked his head at the headmaster. Are you missing any students? Albus started, and leaned forward, his eyes looking intently into the young man before him. Darian smiled slightly, and waited for him to make the connection. He knew the exact moment that Albus figured it all out. His eyes widened, and the ever-present twinkle doubled in intensity. Darian's smile grew. Harry. Right in one, Bill. Albus' eyes twinkled madly. You've changed, Harry. Yes. Was it the power backlash? That's what altered my appearance, though I'm really not all that different. Harry said. You'd be surprised how much a different hairstyle and the lack of glasses will change your looks. As for the rest, well, let's just say that 5 years with the founders would change anyone. Indeed it would. Albus smiled knowingly. Now, Harry, how would you like to continue? Harry sat back and thought about his options. There are a few things we could do, some are more practical than others. He began. I could return as a student, either by the name Harry Potter, or Darien Elder. I am certified to teach a few subjects, but as the school year has already begun, I'm assuming that you have filled all positions by now. I think it may be wise to keep Harry Potter gone for a while. The wizarding world either believes him to be dead or off in hiding. Reports say that Voldemort is a bit frantic searching for you. If he's too busy looking for me, then he is less likely to attack other targets. Harry mused. Very well, Harry Potter will remain hidden then. Wonderful, Darien, Albus exclaimed. Now, what to do with you? Harry eyed the headmaster a bit warily, thinking that the old man was a bit too eager for his own peace of mind. Albus had been manipulative in his youth with the founders. Harry had been on the receiving end of that manipulation a number of times. He was sure that the old man had only perfected his craft in the past century. That blasted twinkle was a bad sign, especially when the recipient has no idea what the headmaster is plotting, and right now, Harry would be buggered if he knew what Dumbledore was cooking up for him. It was definitely a bad sign. Who is your defense professor this year, Bill? Harry opted for a temporary distraction. Alistair has agreed to teach. Moody. The real one, I hope. Yes, of course. Albus smiled. Darien, have you thought about taking an apprenticeship? Harry groaned inwardly. So much for the distraction idea. Become an apprentice. No, actually, I've never really thought about it. I didn't think it was a common thing anymore. They are a bit rare. Yes, but I think it may be a good option for you. You would stand out too much among the students, you're beyond their levels. True. Harry said. Did you have a particular master in mind, then? It would have to be someone in the order. Well, that certainly narrows down our options. It doesn't have to be at Hogwarts, so long as I have access to the school. About how many masters are in the order? 5, I believe. Harry eyed the full-blown twinkle directed at him. The blasted old man had someone in mind already, and he was just trailing the youth along. Harry scowled. All right, Bill, who is it? Since you're already competent in defense, Albus began, and Harry had a sinking feeling of dread that he knew where this was going, and you are used to dealing with Salazar. Harry's stomach dropped. Oh no. No, Bill, I am not apprenticing under Snape. When he finds out who I am, he'll hang both of us up from the goalposts and dissect us for ingredients, slowly. No bloody way. Harry sat in his chair in the headmaster's office in a mood that could only be described as sulky. He could already feel the knife cutting into his abdomen. He grimaced. Parts of the boy who lived are going to be all over the black market. Harry mumbled. What was that, Darien? Albus asked sweetly. You have a death wish, old man. He growled. In case you've forgotten, me and Snape don't get along too well. No, Severus and Harry Potter didn't get along. You are Darien Elder. You'll get along splendidly, I'm sure. You're getting a little senile at your age, old man. I'm not old, Darien. Harry snorted. Mad. Absolutely barmy. Albus laughed and conjured a flowery tea set just as the door opened and the potions master himself entered. You wanted to see me, headmaster. Ah, Severus, do sit down. Tea. No, thank you. Harry watched the dark man sit primly in the chair next to him. It contrasted greatly with his own sprawl. He briefly toyed with the idea of acting the part of a rebellious youth. No doubt Snape would adamantly refuse to associate himself with an unruly, mutinous boy. Harry smirked inwardly. Better to hide his marauder's side for a while, he decided. Pranking Snape could be as entertaining as getting back at Salazar. Your Slytherins are settled, I trust. Albus said. They're quiet. Harry smirked outright. No student was going to go to bed so early, especially on the first night back. What do you need, headmaster? I have classes in the morning. Snape said. Classes that I'm sure you are well prepared for, Severus. Snape didn't say anything. He only narrowed his eyes at the older wizard. I would like to introduce you to someone. Albus began. Snape's eyes flickered over to Harry. This is Darien Elder. He is seeking an apprenticeship in potions. Show time, Harry thought. Harry sat up and extended his hand. It's nice to meet you, Professor. Snape eyed him, and for a moment Harry thought that the man wouldn't accept his hand. Just as he was about to withdraw it, Snape shook with a firm grip. Mr. Elder, he began, what makes you think that I am searching for an apprentice? I never said you were. Harry said. Snape's dark eyes never left his and Harry had to force himself not to fidget. Why should I take you on? Because no matter how much we try to wiggle out of it, Albus will still manage to get his way, so it's easier to just accept that he's a meddlesome old goat and go along with his plans. Harry smirked, and shot a wink towards the headmaster. Indeed. Snape's lip twitched slightly, and Harry's smirk grew. Darien, I'm not old. Harry laughed. Notice, he didn't deny that he's a meddlesome goat. Harry followed his new master down into the bowels of the castle. He was feeling strangely calm, which was no doubt due to the fact that his situation hadn't quite sunk in yet. He was apprenticed to Snape, of all people. Moody would have been better. More dangerous granted, but at least his pride would remain intact. Barmy old man, he mumbled. What was that, Mr. Elder? Snape turned to look at his young charge. Nothing, sir. The headmaster has set aside chambers connected to my own for your use in the next 2 years. Due to my teaching duties, a part of your apprenticeship will include gaining the certificates you need to become a professor. Snape stopped outside a portrait of Salazar Slytherin. Harry eyed the founder, trying to hide his amusement, and knew he wasn't succeeding very well. Salazar was sitting primly in a high-backed chair with a large serpent wrapped around his shoulders. He looked the part of a snobby, pure-blooded, arrogant lord. Harry just itched to throw a hex or two at him. Salazar, Snape said, my new apprentice, Darien Elder. He is to be allowed entrance. Salazar eyed the youth. The only sign of their acquaintance was the amusement in his green eyes. Very well, Severus. The portrait winked slightly at Darien and swung open. Harry smirked at the founder and stalked through the portrait hole. Harry was led into a spacious living space with a neutral color scheme, which surprised him a bit, what with Snape's usual dour disposition. Bookshelves lined the walls, and a large sturdy desk was situated along the wall opposite the fireplace. Snape pointed out the door to his new rooms, and Harry took a quick look from the doorway. It was simply a large bedroom, with a desk, and a wall of empty shelving. A second door looked to lead into a bathroom. My room is there, Snape said and pointed to another door. You will not enter it. My lab is through the passage there, and beyond that are my office, and the potions classroom. I will show you those tomorrow. Harry nodded and pulled out his shrunken trunk from a pocket in his robes. He set it on the floor near his bed and waved his hand over it, enlarging it. You can do wandless magic, Snape said. Harry looked at him and saw the well-concealed surprise. Not technically. Snape eyed him, and gestured to the chairs near the fire in the living area. Harry sat and waited for his master to ask the questions he knew were coming. 20 minutes passed, before Snape's curiosity got the better of him. Harry knew. He had watched the clock over the mantel. Explain. Harry took a deep breath and launched into one of his stories. About 5 years ago I had to get a new wand. There was an accident. I was holding 2 wands, one in each hand, and they reacted against each other and exploded. Harry pulled his sleeves up, baring his forearms and the scars there. Needless to say, the explosion was violent. Both wands completely shattered. He ran a finger down the right side of his face, over the group of thin scars there. The convenient scars that hid his boy-who-lived mark so well. I was lucky I didn't lose an eye. As it were, it took 3 healers over 12 hours to pull all the splinters out. They never found the 2 cores. I haven't needed to use a wand since. What were the 2 cores? Snape said after a moment. Feathers. One from a phoenix, and one from a thunderbird. They are cousins, but their magics are so different that they are nearly opposites. That's the only reason we can figure as to why the wands reacted so violently with each other. Harry paused and thought a bit. The casings were both pale ebony if I remember correctly. That would explain why the splinters scarred. Yes. If the wood wasn't from a magical tree, then we probably would have been able to heal them. Snape rose and poured himself a glass of what Harry guessed was scotch. Something to drink? He asked. Tea, if you have it. They settled back into their chairs, and Harry cupped the steaming tea in his hands. Do you have any other questions for me, sir? Snape eyed him. Harry couldn't help but think that he had done that an awful lot. He wondered what was so interesting about himself. Give me a brief summary of your skills and knowledge. I'll have you complete a more thorough analysis later. Harry nodded. He had expected this. I concentrated on defense through my schooling, and it is by far my best subject. Harry began. Transfiguration, charms, creatures and herbology are also well covered. I was taught by a potions master, though he tended to worry more about my ability to defend myself against them rather than how to make them. I have a basis in arithmancy, runes, astrology and healing. He paused to take a sip of his tea. I know hand-to-hand combat, fencing, and stealth. I am an occlumens, and know the basics of legilimency. I have completed my animagus training as well. A good start. Snape said, you'll be tested on them so that I can determine your levels later. I expected as much. How would you rate your potions making skills? Adequate at best. Harry said. As I said, my teacher was more concerned about me being able to defend myself from them in the chances of an attack. I carry a large selection of potions on my belt, and I know how to create any I carry, though I struggle with any others. I've been told that I have no natural talent for the subject. Snape nodded and they sat for a while in silence. What is your experience with the dark arts? I know how, and have used them. Harry said, I was taught that you cannot defend yourself from what you do not understand, nor is the world black and white. Snape again nodded, apparently satisfied with his response. Do you have any restrictions or rules that I need to be aware of? Harry asked. Only that you treat me with the proper respect. Use one of my titles whenever we are in public. You may call me Severus when we are alone. Of course, sir. I will provide you with my crest for your robes tomorrow. Once I get a full analysis of your skills, we will make up a syllabus for you. Do you have any questions that need to be addressed now? No, nothing that can't wait. Very well, Snape said, standing. You will be introduced to the school at breakfast. Good night. Good night, sir. Harry made his way into his room and eyed his trunk, trying to decide if he wanted to unpack it or not. Deciding to forego the chore of emptying his 7-compartment trunk, he opened it only to pull out pajamas and clothing for the next day. He changed quickly and crawled into bed. He was asleep in moments. Jumping 1,000 years through a modified flow system took a surprising amount of energy. Severus, whatever did you do to make Darian look so agitated this early in the morning? Albus asked, watching Harry seethe at the end of the Slytherin table. Me, Albus, Severus hissed. That brat has no concept of etiquette, and I told him so. If the boy wants to sulk, then let him. Come now, Severus, surely he isn't that bad. Snape scowled darkly. Albus turned back to Darian. The look on the boy's face brought back a collection of interesting memories. He briefly toyed with the idea of warning Severus about the repercussions of getting Darian riled up. The boy had a habit of reaping payment if he felt slighted. Albus, how do you know Mr. Elder? Minerva interrupted his thoughts. We went to school together. Albus, that's not possible. Snape said, the boy can't be any more than 17. He's 21 actually. And it is indeed possible where the founders are concerned. He is one of the heirs. Minerva said. She looked over the student tables, letting her eyes settle on Darian, who was still sulking. An heir of the founders. Snape eyed the headmaster. So that's why it took you a moment to recognize him. Yes, Albus sighed, it has been a long time since I returned from the founders, and I didn't expect to see him here. He surprised me quite efficiently. He chuckled. I think he did that on purpose, actually. So he knew you when you were a youth? Minerva asked. Yes. I was 14 when I was taken back to the founders. Darian showed up a year after me. We spent 3 years there together. Really? Minerva looked thoughtfully at the young man. I might have to have a chat with him later. Albus eyed his deputy headmistress warily. Whose house was he in? He didn't have one. Albus said. Minerva snapped her head around to look at the headmaster. The founders could never agree which house he belonged to, so he was never placed in one. He slept in Gryffindor, but spent most of his time among the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. He also spent a large amount of time with Salazar. Well, that would explain his lack of etiquette. Then, Severus. Minerva said. Yes, Snape said, sleeping among Gryffindors would challenge the propriety of anyone. Minerva. Severus. Albus chided. Snape snapped his mouth closed with an audible click, though only Minerva had the grace to look a little embarrassed. Actually, Darien and Salazar got along quite well. Albus said. In public at any rate. What do you mean, Albus? The headmaster eyed Severus, noting the curiosity in his eyes, but also the set jaw that clearly stated his intentions of remaining silent. He turned to answer Minerva's question. The two put up a completely civil front to any audience, but there were numerous speculations regarding their arguments when they were away from the public eye. I don't doubt that the two didn't like each other, but they seemed to at least bear a certain level of respect. Albus paused and watched the young man. I rather suspect that they enjoyed the challenge that their confrontations provided. There were a few occasions where Salazar caught Darien at some prank or another, though from what I know, Darien only pranks those whom he feels have wronged him in some way. He seems like an interesting boy. Minerva said. Yes, he is quite the young man. Albus turned to his still silent professor, his eyes twinkling. You may want to be watchful, Severus. If Darien is affronted, he will seek retribution for the offense. Salazar caught him only a few times, and I know that Darien pulled many pranks on Slytherin, though you would have been hard-pressed to prove that it was him. Thank you, Headmaster, for that delightful warning. Snape sneered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have classes to attend to, and an apprentice to manage. Albus watched Snape stalk out of the great hall with a small smile. This is going to be entertaining, isn't it? Minerva said. Absolutely fascinating, yes. Albus watched Darien seethe silently at the end of the Slytherin table. At least he knew where Darien's marauder side came from now. The boy was the son of the best, after all. Albus chuckled. Salazar was the only one to ever catch Darien at one of his pranks, and even the sly founder didn't catch half of the things Darien did. Severus wouldn't know what hit him. Harry ran his fingers over the patch on his robes. It was an odd feeling. He hadn't borne the mark of a house in many years. Snape's emblem was very fitting, he thought. It was a raven with a wand and a sword clutched in either talon. Below was the universal symbol of alchemy. Apparently the Snape line was well known for their potion skills. He smoothed down his brown robes. He was thankful that Snape wasn't going to force him to wear black. He wasn't fond of black. He didn't fancy resembling an overgrown bat like Snape. Besides, the earthly brown tone that he tended to wear was his own family's color, the Potter family, and even though he was unable to bear his own house emblem, he could at least wear his own colors. Harry shifted and let his eyes travel over the students in the Great Hall. His old friends from Gryffindor were all seated together. Harry felt for them. They were not aware that he was alive and well. He knew that they were taking his disappearance hard, but there was little he could do to change that. It was too dangerous to let his identity be known to too many people. He was slightly relieved that the Marauders map was destroyed at the Dursleys, though he dearly missed his photo album and invisibility cloak. His gaze shifted up to the staff, and he scowled shortly at Snape as the man glided out of the hall. Albus may have made them agree to the apprenticeship, but neither of them wanted it. And Harry still didn't like the greasy git. He poked at his food irritably, and let his brain kick out embarrassing situations that he could put Snape into without the man knowing that it was Darien who was behind them. Harry briefly entertained the idea of putting Albus through a few as well. It was the old man's idea anyways. A small cough interrupted his scheming, and he looked up into the silver eyes of Malfoy, flanked by his two sidekicks. Harry stared at him, his fork still posed above his plate. Draco Malfoy, the boy said, putting out his hand, welcome to Slytherin. I'm not a part of Slytherin House. Then why are you sitting here? One of the goons said. Because I like the view. Harry said, still staring down the owned. Regardless, Malfoy said, welcome to Hogwarts, then. Harry decided to play nice for the moment and took the offered hand. Morning. Harry watched the emotions flicker in Malfoy's eyes before the boy seemed to make a decision and sat down across from him. Harry returned to his breakfast, and scheming. "You're Snape's new apprentice, then?" Malfoy said. Harry grunted. The whole bloody school knew that he was an apprentice. The headmaster had just announced it. Why the need to repeat the obvious? Harry had no idea. A stupid statement certainly didn't deserve a cohesive response. "Where are you from, Elder?" Malfoy continued. "I'm not familiar with your family line." "You wouldn't be." "Oh, why not? It's a bit obscure." "Interesting. Where are you from?" "England." "Any particular city?" "No." "Look, Elder." "No." Harry said, meeting the B.'s eyes again. "You look. Obviously you can't take a hint and leave me alone. I'm not going to tell you, so just give it up." "Or what?" Malfoy said coldly. Ah, Harry thought. There was that Malfoy ice he was familiar with. Harry smirked slightly. "Well, now, that's a secret." Malfoy stared at him, and Harry met his look evenly. The pretty, noble boy couldn't compete with the glares that he was used to from Salazar. Malfoy couldn't even match his head of house stare for stare, though Harry admitted that he had a good start. Harry muttered a word under his breath, and smirked openly as Malfoy's hair began to change color. "Nice to meet you, Malfoy," Harry said as he stood. "I'll see you around." Harry made his way quickly out of the Great Hall, glancing back as he neared the doors to see Malfoy's head of B.'s locks now a roaring Gryffindor red. He chuckled at the small commotion at the Slytherin table and slipped out of the hall. Harry waited for most of the students to pass before he headed towards the dungeons. As he approached the stairwell, a figure stepped in front of him. Harry raised his head and met the mismatched eyes of Alistair, Mad-Eye Moody. His magical eye was fixed directly on him, which caused a bit of nervousness to rise. Harry met the stare, regardless, and waited to see what the old Auror wanted. "Mr. Elder. Sir. Your master," he sneered, "has given me leave to use you for a demonstration in my class this morning." Harry was surprised, and not a little skeptical. He knew that Moody and Snape got along about as well as a couple of territorial hippogriffs. Which was not at all. "Sure. Just let me change into something a bit more comfortable, sir." Moody's eyes didn't leave him. "What you are wearing will do, apprentice." Moody stalked down the corridor towards the defense classroom. Harry briefly wondered how the man managed to stalk with a wooden leg. "Come, apprentice." Harry followed the old Auror with not a little bit of apprehension. Moody was the type to spring something nasty on you just to test you. "Good thing I have practice," Harry mumbled, thinking of all the things Salazar put him through. When Harry had confronted the founder about it, Slytherin had said that it was for training. Harry may have believed the training bit, but he knew that Salazar got some twisted delight from putting him through hell. Harry eyed the Auror ahead of him. Moody would probably use the same excuses. Harry followed him into the chamber and was met with the 6th year Newt defense class. "Great," he said, eyeing the students. The Gryffindors were eyeing him right back, with a certain level of mistrust that hurt him more than he thought would. Seeing such mistrust in the eyes of his friends was a blow that he wasn't quite prepared for. "Just one more thing to get back at Albus for," he mumbled. He turned towards the Slytherin side, and met Malfoy's furious glare. The boy's hair was still red. Harry smirked at him. "Apprentice Elder has graciously agreed to aid me this morning." Moody's gruff voice brought the attention of the class to the front. Harry watched the grizzled warrior from the back. He knew it wouldn't get him out of anything, but he was hoping that the distance would give him some kind of warning for an attack. "Since none of your previous teachers held any level of competence," Harry saw the Gryffindors bristle at this, "I will be testing you all to see if you'll be worth my time." Moody surveyed the class, but Harry saw that his magical eye never left him. "Great," he thought, mistrust by association with Snape. "We will start with practical dueling." The Auror continued, "You will face off 2 at a time, and we'll see what you're capable of, though I don't expect much." Harry let his eyes wander over the students. All 4 houses were present. Harry was rather proud to note that Gryffindor House outdid the others by half, and many of them had been a part of the defense club from 5th year. Moody may be a bit surprised with his results. Thomas and Zabini. You first. The two students faced off in the cleared space at the front. Moody stood along the front wall, his magical eye still fixed on Darian. Harry sized up the two students. Dean looked confident, and held his wand steady. He was one of the DA members, and had the habit for short, powerful attacks, if Harry remembered correctly. Zabini, however, he barely knew, but he looked strong, and didn't seem nervous. The two bowed and faced off, their wands up and ready. Thomas cast the first curse. Immobilius. The orange light was quick, and Zabini barely dodged it in time, but the Slytherin sent a spell back faster than Harry would have given him credit for. Thomas was forced to erect a shield, but the spell tore through it. Luckily, both spells dissipated, and the two boys faced each other again. The two were well matched. Harry eyed Moody, his respect for the man rising. The old Auror managed to pair two students with similar power levels, without knowing them beforehand. Then again, it could have had something to do with that bloody fake eye of his. Expelliarmus. Zabini yelled. Thomas dodged the spell and sent a jelly legs curse back. The duel continued for a few minutes, the two boys trading a variety of hexes. Harry was beginning to get bored. He needn't have worried. Zabini managed to get in an impediment jinx, and Thomas suddenly found himself slowed to a snail's pace. The young Slytherin quickly disarmed him and ended the duel. If you two are the standard for your classmates, then you are all years behind. Moody said from the front. He waved his wand and ended the curse on Thomas. Take your seats. Harry perched himself on the top of one of the empty desks at the back and watched as Moody went through the entirety of the class. Most of the duels continued in the same vein as the first, some quicker and flashier, while others were more conservative and took longer to finish. He was proud to say that the majority of the DA members won, including all those who had gone to the ministry with him. Ron had thrown Pansy Parkinson clear across the room with a disarming hex, and Hermione won hers against a Ravenclaw boy in under a minute. Harry looked up at the old Auror. That blasted magical eye hadn't moved from him during the entire class, and now the normal one was staring down at him as well. The slightly feral look in the old Auror's eyes did nothing good for Harry's nerves. The man was up to something, and he had a feeling that it wouldn't be all that pleasant. He was right. Malfoy. Moody called. You are the last. You can take your pick. Me, or apprentice elder. Harry glanced over at the boy. He had no doubts who Malfoy would choose. Harry met Draco's silver eyes, noting the anger in them with some amusement. If he had known that charming the boy's hair red got him this kind of reaction, he'd have done it years ago. I choose the apprentice. Draco sneered. Surprise, surprise. Harry mumbled. He walked up to the front of the class and took his position across from Draco. He eyed the other boy, pointedly smirking at the still very red hair. Malfoy bristled. Where's your wand, elder? Draco sneered. Or are you planning to fight like a muggle? Perhaps I am. Harry smirked. It would even things out a bit for you. You would only make my job easier. I'll tell you what, Malfoy, I'll cast one spell for every 3 of yours. Harry inspected his fingernails, feigning boredom. Are you mad? Draco asked incredulously. No, I'm just trying to level the playing field. Harry said and met the boy's eyes. Besides, you're hardly a challenge for me. Harry cheered himself inwardly. His taunting had gained him the desired result. Draco Malfoy was mad. Harry knew the boy wouldn't take such insults easily. Now the duel may just get interesting, he thought. Fine. Have it your way, elder. Malfoy said, raising his wand. We'll see if you can keep your word. I always do. Harry smirked. He could beat Malfoy to a pulp without using a drop of magic, but Draco didn't need to know that, yet. Expelliarmus. Draco yelled. Harry simply bent his upper body out of the way of the curse, letting it explode against the wall behind him. That's one, Draco. He shook his head. Malfoy was a bit stupid to cast that spell first, as it's easily dodged. Stupefy. Again, Harry twisted his shoulders and let the curse pass by. 2. Draco was seething now. Harry had barely moved, and the proud Slytherin wasn't taking this blatant disregard well at all. Picovere. Draco roared. Harry's eyes widened at the spell, and quickly dodged out of the way of the blackish-colored light. The spell connected to the floor and wall with a thick splash and angry hiss. He eyed the tar-covered floor a few feet away. Smoke was already rising from the edges of the burning tar. Well, Malfoy, he said, turning to the still furious boy, you're either very brave, or very stupid to cast a borderline dark arts spell in the middle of Hogwarts. Draco's eyes shifted slightly. Harry glanced at the immobile Moody. The man's expression was scrutinizing, but he didn't seem to mind the spell's use. Harry shrugged and flexed his fingers. 3. He whispered, pointing 2 fingers at Malfoy's shoes. Necto. Harry smirked as Draco's shoelaces tied themselves together. The suddenness of the spell caused his feet to snap together sharply, unbalancing the boy and sending him crashing to the floor. The class, at least the Gryffindor side, laughed at Malfoy's struggles. Harry simply stood waiting for him to get to his feet. Draco finally managed to sever his shoelaces, apparently unable to end the charm, and got to his feet. If looks good kill, Harry thought, seeing the boy's glare. Apparently he could give Snape a run for his money in the evil looks contest. Reducto. Malfoy yelled. Harry ducked and sidestepped the curse, and felt pieces of stone rain down on him from the wall behind him. His opponent didn't spare him much time before sending the next curse his way. Stupefy. Harry spun, letting his robes billow, and the red light tore through the cloth, connecting with the wall. He eyed the burn mark left behind. Malfoy was putting a lot of power into his spells. Cobritus Recupero. Harry's eyes widened for the second time as a black snake shot out of Malfoy's wand towards him. He raised his arms in front of his face, letting the snake impact his forearms. He felt the sharp pain of the bite, and winced. The serpent coiled itself around his arms tightly, its fangs still embedded. Harry knelt, holding his arms out and keeping the writhing, hissing snake away from his face and throat. He allowed his tongue to relax, and let out a low keening hiss. It was a soothing sound, and he dearly hoped that it would be enough to subdue the enraged snake. He didn't want to reveal that he was a Parseltongue, but such a simple sound shouldn't implicate him. It was enough, to Harry's relief. The snake slowly calmed down, and released its tight hold on his arms. Harry made the same sound again, letting the serpent hear the calming sound. The snake raised its head, swiveling its eyes around before making its way up Harry's arm and settling around his chest. He let it find the warmth it sought, suppressing the odd feeling he got from scales against his skin. He took a glance around the room, seeing the shocked faces of the class staring back at him. Draco's wand was clasped loosely at his side. Harry cocked his head at him for a moment before making a quick motion with his hand. Expelliarmus, he said calmly, and caught the boy's wand, much to Malfoy's astonishment. Harry turned to Moody and raised an eyebrow. The man's eyes, both of them, didn't leave him, and Harry felt the suspicion practically rolling off the aura in waves. When Moody still hadn't spoken, Harry threw the wand back to Malfoy, noticing absently that the boy barely caught it, before turning and heading for the door. Apprentice, Moody growled after him. Harry turned and looked at him expectantly. Where are you going? To the infirmary, Harry said, raising his bitten forearm. The bite was already red and puffy. I need a detoxin to help with the poison's effects. I'd rather not be stricken with the fever I'd get otherwise. And the snake? Moody sneered. Is currently quite content where it is. Harry met the man's hard gaze, knowing exactly what he was thinking. His suspicions were correct. And you know this how? Because it hasn't bitten me again. The old aura apparently didn't have a response for this, so Harry turned and left the classroom. He made his way to the hospital wing, one hand tightly clasped around his arm, trying to slow the circulation and stem off the worst of the poison. The snake's venom wasn't deadly, but it was still poisonous and would cause no small amount of discomfort. If he could deal with the poison's effects, he would avoid the hospital wing altogether. He really wasn't fond of the place. He suspected his dislike was from spending far too much time in it. He entered the infirmary and found Madame Pomfrey in her office. What happened to you? She asked, guiding him to one of the beds. He didn't even try to resist. He knew it wasn't any use. I got bit by a snake, he said, showing off his forearm. If you could just give me a detoxin, I'll get out of your way. Where on earth did you find a poisonous snake, Mr. Elder? The woman demanded, as she searched through a cabinet. The defense classroom. She paused in her search and looked at him with raised brows. He shrugged and she returned to the cabinet. She no doubt got all kinds of stories about how the students ended up with their injuries. He didn't need to elaborate, she could probably guess well enough. Harry accepted the offered potion and downed the contents in one gulp. I won't be able to close the wounds, Pomfrey said, wrapping his arm in gauze. The venom needs to work itself out of your body, and the way it went in is the best way for it to go out. Makes sense. Now stay right there, young man. You aren't to move until I make sure you're not going to get worse. I'll be fine, madam. All I needed was the detoxin. Nonsense. You're staying right here where I can keep an eye on you. I'll not have my patients wandering around the school making things worse. Harry sighed. There was no arguing with the woman. Very well, he said. I'll stay here until I'm no longer in any critical condition. That was a safe promise. He wasn't in critical condition at all, so he could leave as soon as the hovering hen went away. The Mediwitch eyed him suspiciously, and Harry put on his most innocent face. Very well. I'll be in my office, I have paperwork to finish. Call me if you feel any discomfort, any at all. Yes, ma'am. Harry watched the woman return to her office with amusement. Time to go, he whispered, swinging off the bed. He tiptoed his way towards the door, keeping one eye on the office, hoping that the Mediwitch hadn't put some kind of monitoring charm on him. Apparently luck wasn't on his side. Mr. Elder was heard up and down the corridor as Harry bolted out the door. Harry wandered down the corridors, still grimacing at the taste of the detoxin. He sent a scowl back towards the direction of the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had bustled around him like some kind of vulture, which greatly annoyed him. He was used to Helga tutoring him in healing, not treating him like some wayward student. If he had his own supply of potions he wouldn't have even gone to the infirmary. That was going to have to be rectified, soon. He sighed and headed off towards the dungeons. Snape wasn't going to be pleased. Harry knew darn well that Moody had no such permission to haul him off to the defense class. He briefly considered avoiding the volatile potions master, but decided that evasion would only make the situation worse. From one evil to another. He muttered, what a morning. Harry reached the potions classroom and glanced inside. It looked like a second or third year class of Ravenclaws. Most of the cauldrons were smoking a light pink color, except one, which was puffing a sickly green shade. Snape was looming over the kid like some kind of dark predator, sneering and spitting out a list of his failures. Harry grimaced and decided that it would be safer to wait outside. He settled himself inside a small alcove across from the classroom, and stroked the snake still wrapped around his chest and arm. How Malfoy got a hold of a serpent summoning charm, he had no idea, though he had a few suspicions. What really bothered him was where he got a diamond head cobra. The rarity and value of the snake was well known to Harry. Salazar wasn't just a parselmouth, he was well versed in serpent lore, and made sure that Harry learned it. Harry was also very familiar with the snake itself. He already bore the scar of a diamond's bite. Salazar had a few within his den, and introduced them to Harry in a rather aggressive manner, by throwing one at him. The serpent had not been happy, and made sure that its displeasure was known. His thoughts were interrupted as the potions class exited rapidly. Harry smiled, amused at how quickly the students disappeared from the hallway. He stood as the last of them turned the corridor, and approached the classroom. He could hear Snape muttering darkly as he cast cleaning spells. This is going to be fun, Harry thought sarcastically. He stood silently in the doorway, waiting for the man to notice him, or rather acknowledge that he was there, as Harry was pretty sure that Snape had noticed him, probably as soon as he entered the dungeons. Enter, apprentice, he snapped. Harry obeyed, and leaned against one of the desks. Snape stiffly seated himself behind his desk. Harry waited for the man to set the tone of the conversation. Care to tell me where you went off to this morning? Harry was a bit surprised. He had expected the man to be a bit more malicious. The defense classroom. Snape raised an eyebrow. Last time I checked, you were apprenticed under me, not Professor Moody. Yes, sir, which is why I followed his instructions, as he had gained your permission to use me for a demonstration in his class. Indeed. Harry hummed agreement. What sort of demonstration? Dueling. Harry said. He paired everyone in the class to test them. I dueled the odd one out. Snape nodded, apparently thinking. Harry was still trying to get over his shock at Snape's quick acceptance of his morning disappearance. Harry shifted slightly as the snake uncoiled and slithered its head out of the collar of his shirt. He lifted its tickling tongue away from his neck and let it settle itself on his shoulder. A diamond head, Snake said softly, eyeing the serpent. Recognition passed in his eyes as he studied it, which piqued Harry's curiosity. He pulled the serpent out of his shirt, and it coiled around his arm, tasting the air around it. A green diamond head cobra, Harry said softly, running a finger along the edge of the green diamond on the serpent's head. It's near its change, the green color is becoming yellowish. Its venom will become more dangerous as it ages. You know about serpents. Salazar taught me serpent lore, yes. Harry said. He also taught me what snake charming skills I have, which I am again thankful for. This little bugger was not happy after Malfoy summoned it. It's Draco's then, Snape said. He didn't seem surprised. Harry studied him. Snape apparently knew where Draco had got the cobra, and wasn't the least bit surprised that he had used it against someone. Yes, Harry said. I was a bit surprised that he had access to one. Do you know where he got it? He didn't conjure it. He actually used an advanced summoning charm. Snape shook his head, though Harry knew that the potion's master had an answer. The man recognized the snake not as a diamond head, but as something that he had seen before. No doubt he was present when the Malfoy heir received his rather interesting gift. Harry dearly wanted to know who gave the boy such a rare snake. He had it narrowed down to a few suspects, but he needed more to go on. Perhaps he'd have to have a little chat with the Slytherin prince. Were you bitten? Snape asked. Yes, but I already got a detoxin from Pomfrey. Snape started. A simple detoxin isn't enough for that bite. It is for me, Harry said, watching the man with interest. He actually seemed concerned, sort of. The detoxin will take the edge off the poison so I won't take to a fever. It simply helps my body's own defenses fight it. I don't actually need it. I could get by without one, though uncomfortably. Harry could see the question in the man's eyes. Harry sighed, wondering how many times they would go through this routine, show off a scar and tell the story behind it just to appease overly curious potions masters. Harry laid the snake in his lap and tugged the collar of his shirt to the side, bearing the scar of his first bite from a diamond head, his immunity mark. One of Salazar's own diamond heads was a white. Harry began. He made sure that I got a good dose of its venom. Diamond head cobras are magical snakes, and their markings change color as they age. This coloration indicates the type of venom and its potency that it carries. A diamond head becomes a white after hundreds of years. Its bite grants immunity to snake venom, rather than causing harm or death, like most of the other colorations. Harry let his shirt fall, and grimaced. Of course it still knocked me out for nearly a week. He grumbled. Salazar was pleased. Harry pet the serpent absently, entirely too interested in Snape's apparent amusement at his past discomfort by the founder. Figures, he thought dryly. Snape isn't the head of Slytherin House for nothing. He fit his post very well, almost too well. Snape and Salazar were eerily similar. And here I thought I had finally gotten away from him. Harry mumbled. If Harry thought that Snape wasn't going to punish his apprentice for following after Moody, he soon found himself to be wrong, dreadfully wrong. Come, apprentice, Snape said and led him through his office and private lab into an open chamber. Harry glanced around, quickly noticing the racks of weapons along the far wall. Harry was a bit surprised. Apparently the man did do more than stoop over cauldrons for all hours of the day. Snape crossed to the racks, throwing his heavy robe over a chair and pulling two medium-sized swords from their places. You stated last night that you knew how to fence. Do you stand by your word? Snape said. Yes, Harry said and shed his robe. He uncoiled the snake from his arm and laid it within the confines of his robe on the floor. He had a pretty good idea what was about to occur. Godric had often faced him with blades, as a punishment. Harry would take the beating he always got without a word. While each encounter was an exhausting experience, it helped him to improve his skills, so he didn't mind them so much. Snape narrowed his eyes at him for a moment before tossing one of the swords in his direction. Harry stepped to the side and caught it in his right hand, letting the sword's weight carry it in a loose arc. Snape stepped forwards and Harry faced him. 2 duels in one day, Harry thought, and all before lunch. The professor didn't give him any warning, not that Harry was really expecting one. The man lunged, and Harry deflected the downward slash of the sword off to the side. He took a swipe with his own. He was predictably blocked and forced to counter another attack. If Harry didn't know better, which really was debatable, he would have sworn that Snape was trying to take off his head. He sidestepped away from another slash of the man's sword. Snape was surprisingly quick on his feet. "Parry, Elder," Snape snarled, slashing at him with his sword. Harry parried the attack, stepping back out of the sword's reach. "I am not good enough." Snape lunged and Harry barely deflected the attack away from his middle. The potion's master didn't give him time to retaliate. Harry struggled a bit with the heavy sword, raising the length of steel in defense of the flurry of attacks directed at him. Their swords clashed hard, sending a sharp wave of vibrations up his arm. Harry grunted. Snape stepped away from him, letting his sword rest easily in his hand. Harry lowered the point of his own, though he didn't relax. If he had learned anything with the Founders, it was to never lower your guard around a Slytherin. "You had claimed to know sword fighting, Elder," Snape said. "I do. Not very well." Harry lifted his lip in a silent snarl, but held in the acidic comment that came to mind. "Prove your worth, apprentice." "Fine," Harry said and promptly switched the sword into his left hand and pulled a long knife from his hip sheath into his right. He held the knife backwards, letting the slightly curved blade align with his forearm. He had learned to handle a sword with both hands, but he was better with the longer blade to his left. He honestly wasn't sure why, but he didn't complain. It also tended to throw his opponents off, as Harry was generally right-handed. Snape raised an eyebrow at him but didn't comment on the extra weapon. The man didn't say that he couldn't use it. He had set no rules, and Harry rarely bothered to follow common courtesies. After all, no one did in the middle of a real fight. "Whenever you're ready, apprentice," Snape sneered, motioning slightly for him to attack. Harry let the man bait him, and he stepped forwards, swinging his sword before him, testing. Snape easily avoided the blade, returning the swing. Harry leaned back, feeling the tip of the blade cut the air before his nose. As soon as the sword passed him, he lunged, stabbing towards the man's chest. Snape reversed the path of his sword with remarkable speed and cut off the boy's attack. Harry swung his sword in a diagonal arc, and while Snape blocked it he stepped in close and brought his right arm in across his chest. His knife cut through the fabric of the man's vest before Snape stepped back. Harry let a small smile grow, as Snape scowled darkly and retaliated. Harry blocked the attack with his knife, pushing the sword away from him. He then spun, letting the momentum carry his attack and Snape barely ducked before being beheaded. Harry stepped to the side and brought his sword up for another attack. But he had forgotten to watch Snape's feet. The man's boot connected forcefully to his side, sending him to the ground. Before he could move to rise, Snape's sword was pointed at his neck. Harry stilled. "Who taught you?" Snape asked. Harry swallowed and felt the sharp edge of the blade against his throat. "Godric." "Well, that explains it," Snape mumbled. "He was an excellent swordsmaster." "Indeed." Harry eyed the length of metal still pressed against his neck. "Yes," he said, "though I am not." "That's painfully obvious, apprentice." "Yay, well," Harry shrugged slightly, "I've other talents." "Such as?" Harry tilted his head to the side, away from Snape's sword. He smirked slightly and swiped his leg under the potion's master. Snape lost his footing and struggled to stay standing. His stumbling gave Harry the time to rise. He dropped the sword and pulled another knife from his belt. He didn't give his teacher time to prepare before he lunged. He knocked the sword to the side and stepped right under the man's defenses. Snape swung his blade around, but Harry blocked it and twisted the man's arm around to the back, and the sword clattered to the floor. Stepping around behind him and pulling Snape's arm up, Harry pushed his second knife across the man's throat. "Knives," he said in his ear. "Even against a sword, I can wield knives and win." Harry kept a careful eye on the man's free arm. He wouldn't put it past him to try something nasty. If the Gryffindor founder would pull another blade to stab him with, then Snape was sure to, although Harry rather thought that it would be a potion or something. He was right. Snape's hand crept towards his belt. Harry pushed his knife harder against his throat. I wouldn't do that, Professor. Snape froze. Do you yield? Harry asked. When the man didn't acknowledge him, Harry pulled his arm up, putting additional pressure on his shoulder. Snape naturally tried to bend to accommodate, but that only caused Harry's knife to press into his neck harder. Do you yield? Snape nodded. Harry waited for a moment before releasing him and stepping back a few paces. Snape slowly rotated his shoulder, as he picked up the two swords and returned them to their places. Did Godric teach you the knives as well? No, Harry said, sheathing his blades. Rowena did. Snape snapped his head around to stare at him. Harry didn't acknowledge it as he pulled his robe back on. He let the snake make its way back into his shirt to curl around his chest. Rowena taught you how to fight with knives? Snape said incredulously. Did you think that she couldn't wield a weapon? Harry asked, finally turning to the man. If he was honest with himself, he had been caught completely off guard as well when the Ravenclaw founder began to teach him, although he really shouldn't have been. The woman was as brilliant as all the legends say, but she didn't spend all her time within a library. She had quite a harsh streak as well. When you got on her bad side, she got even, and when she did, she was ruthless. After the first time Harry was on the receiving end of her revenge, he did everything in his power to avoid it a second time. Luckily, he had succeeded. Barely. Harry eyed the still staring man. Apparently, Snape had been shocked quite a bit by that little bit of information. I had expected one of the others to teach such a subject. He said, softly. Salazar knew how to play with knives as well, Harry volunteered, and I did face him numerous times, but Rowena was the one to instruct me. Salazar just tested me. Snape nodded as he slipped his robe back over his shoulders. Very well. Lunch is in a few minutes, you may go. Snape said, but return here afterwards. Yes, sir. Harry said and made his way out of the dungeons. Harry had returned to the potions class as instructed, only to find that he was to be locked in Snape's private lab to clean cauldrons. Apparently, his master didn't believe he had been punished enough. As if it was his fault that Moody decided to be a suspicious bastard. He guessed that it was close to dinner. At least his stomach told him it was, when there was a commotion from the direction of the classroom. Harry dropped the half-clean cauldron and passed through Snape's office. He stopped dead in the doorway and eyed the scene before him with horror, absolute horror. The class was in chaos. Half the fourth-year students were pressed against the walls, while the others were either frozen in their seats from fear, or hiding under their tables. Snape was standing off to one side, staring in shock. Harry knew how he felt. In the center of the classroom stood a magnificent beast. At least it would have been if it was seen from a distance, not in the middle of a children's class. As it was, he understood why the students were frightened. It was a griffin. A small one, still quite young, but a griffin nonetheless. Even one so young could be a dangerous threat if provoked or cornered. That would explain why the class was scrambling to get clear of it, though it didn't even come up to Harry's knees. The interesting thing about it was its coloration. Where normally griffins were a golden or brown color, this one was a dark, dusky gray, with gold eyes. Harry knew this creature. He groaned and banged his head against the doorframe. Repeatedly. Apparently that got Snape's attention. Elder. Harry didn't bother to raise his head, but turned it enough to see the now fuming potions master. Do you know anything about this? He said, waving dramatically at the class around him. Would you believe me if I said no? He asked hopefully. Snape seethed and glared at him. I guess not. Harry raised his head and eyed the griffin. Cineris, what are you doing here? The griffin turned to look at him. Harry tried to look stern, but he wasn't sure if he was pulling it off. The sight of a child griffin in the middle of a semi-destroyed potions class was just too funny for him to be serious. How did you get here? He asked. Harry stared at the creature as an image of it walking through the halls entered his mind. You walked. Just like that. The griffin nodded. Harry heaved a sigh and turned back to the doorframe to continue trying to get the whole situation out of his head. Regretfully, the banging only seemed to give him a headache. Mr. Elder, Snape said, would you care to explain? Not really, Harry mumbled. Do it anyway. The man snapped. Cineris is my familiar, Professor. Harry said, pulling away from the doorframe again. He is an ash griffin, rather rare, but there he is. Cineris held his head up proudly, and all but strutted across the classroom towards Harry. He's also a spoiled little brat who doesn't know how to follow directions, or refuses to. He said. The griffin huffed indignantly and stuck its beaked nose even higher into the air. Harry was sure that if he could, the griffin would have stuck its tongue out at him. Harry glanced around the classroom at the students, most of whom no longer looked terrified, thankfully, but none of them had moved yet. Some of the girls were eyeing the little griffin with adoring eyes. Harry snorted in amusement. Of course Cineris was cute. He was the equivalent to a human toddler, in every way. Regretfully, that included the tendency to get into any kind of trouble it could with little effort. Sin, you're in trouble, just so you know. The griffin looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Don't try that with me. I specifically asked you not to disrupt the classes. You shouldn't even be inside the school. What happened to exploring the grounds? Sin sent him an image of the burly half-giant, Hagrid, eyeing the little griffin with glee. It was a rather disturbing picture. Ah, I don't think I blame you, Harry said, wide-eyed. Sin perked up and looked delighted. But you're still in trouble. Harry turned from the griffin, who was at least looking, or acting, properly chastised, and met Snape's eyes. I apologize, sir. I had asked him to remain outside the castle until I could introduce him to the school, but apparently Hagrid scared him off a little and he decided to come find me. Snape didn't say anything. He simply seethed and glared from where he stood. Harry shifted a bit, and averted his eyes. He was in trouble. I'll just take him back outside. Harry said. Come on, Sin. The little griffin walked over to him and crawled up his side, his sharp claws clinging to Harry's thick robes, until he was settled over his shoulders. Harry was thankful that Sin's claws didn't catch the serpent still curled up in his shirt. Luckily, the snake had most of its coils knotted in front of his stomach. Harry walked out of the classroom, avoiding Snape's death glare and escaped the dungeons as quickly as he could. As he reached the main level, the last bell rang through the school, announcing the end of classes. Deciding that it would be a good idea to avoid Snape for a while, Harry opted to skip dinner, as all the professors were required to attend. He made his way out the main doors just as the stampede of students came down the stairs. Harry sighed in relief and walked lazily towards the lake. Sin clung to his robes, but was stretched up, his wings outstretched in excitement. Harry chuckled. I suppose we could at least utilize our time out here well, huh, Sin? The griffin sent him an image of one of their flying lessons. Harry laughed again. All right, we'll work on your flying. Harry stopped in the middle of the grounds where there was a large space around them. The griffin was still too young to be able to fly, but Sin had managed to hover around a bit during their lessons, which the little bugger had insisted on having. Harry kneeled, and Sin jumped to the ground, flapping his wings excitedly. Looking to make sure they were alone, Harry hissed at the snake as he pulled it out of his shirt. You are a speaker, man-child, the snake said. Yes, I am Harry. The serpent flicked its tongue out at him, tasting him. Harry watched it, waiting for the verdict. I am called Sare. I will stay with you. You do not want to return to Draco. Who? Harry chuckled. The white-haired little twerp that summoned you. I will stay with you, Shay. I am honored, Sare, Harry said, surprised at the name the snake called him. All of Salazar's serpents had called him Shay as well. Salazar denied knowing the name's meaning, nor where the snakes came up with it, but Harry had just assumed that the founder didn't want to tell him. Apparently, Shay was his name in Parseltongue. At least that was his best guess, as none of the serpents he talked to would tell him why they called him that either. Come on over here, Sin. Let me introduce you to Sare. Harry called his griffin. Sare, this is my familiar, Cineris. Harry held the serpent before the griffin. The two eyed each other warily, the snake flickering her tongue out while Sin extended his neck, sniffing. Harry smiled. I will accept him, Sarah said after a moment, pulling herself up into a regal pose. Sin. The griffin nodded and sat back on his haunches. Good, Harry said, delighted. Try to get along, you two. Harry sat Sarah on the ground, and stood up. Sarah, I'm going to transform to give Sin a flying lesson. Do you want to wait here, or would you like to hunt and meet us later? I will stay and watch. Harry nodded. All right. Sin, you ready? At the griffin's eager nod, Harry transformed into his combined animagus form. The bonus of being one of the heirs is that each are gifted with 2 animal forms. Additionally, they are taught how to combine their 2 forms to create a third, and even to combine one, or both of their animal forms with their human form. Harry had loved it, especially once he learned of his forms. He was a dark brown falcon, and a small leopard-like animal called a margay that was about as tall as his knees. He combined the 2 by adding his falcon wings and talons onto his cat form, thus creating a rather unique creature that resembled a griffin to some extent. It had thrilled Sin to no end. Harry watched Sin jump around him, eliciting an annoyed hiss from Sarah when he got too close to her. Harry stepped away from the serpent, giving himself room to stretch his wings. He sent a growl towards the hyper griffin. Sin settled down somewhat and posed himself across from him. Harry extended his wings, watching as Sin copied his movements. In his combined form, Harry was about half again as tall as the griffin cub. They had similar builds, as both margays and ash griffins were slender, compared to the golden griffins, or lions who had a stockier body build. Harry nodded and Sin jumped into the air, pumping his wings. He struggled to stay airborne, but only managed to hover around 6 feet up before dropping to the ground. Harry chuckled to himself and leapt into the air over his griffin. Sin growled at him as he flew in a lazy circle. Harry swept low, batting the griffin on the head with his long tail, before dodging up into the sky as Sin tried to pounce on him. Harry growled softly and flew low over the ground. The young griffin jumped into the air again, flapping his wings frantically in order to go after Harry. It was how they went through every lesson. Harry would fly low over the ground while Sin would try to tag him. Of course, in order to reach Harry, the griffin would have to get high enough in the air for a long enough time in order to reach him. The game frustrated the griffin cub more often than not, but they both got a lot of fun out of it too. Plus, Sin had improved immensely since they had started, especially since he shouldn't be able to fly for another year or so. They continued their game until Sin started to tire out and was no longer able to remain in the air at all. Harry circled once more before transforming back to his human form, though he let his wings remain. It was by far his favorite form. Godric said it made him look like some kind of dark angel with his dark brown wings. Harry was just happy he didn't have white wings. Looking like an angel poster child would have done nothing for his unwanted boy who lived image. He swept low, skimming the grass with his hand, and scooped up Sin as he passed over him. The cub clung to his arms and Harry turned sharply up into the sky, increasing his speed as he rose. Sin longed to fly, as was his nature, but until the griffin cub was big enough, he wouldn't be able to, so Harry gave him the next best thing. Since both of Harry's animal forms were small, he was unable to carry Sin unless in his human form. Luckily, his magic allowed his falcon's wings to grow large enough in order to carry his body, easily stretching 7 to 8 feet on either side of him. It was better than flying on a broom. Being able to carry oneself without the aid of a broomstick or other instrument was a thrilling experience, and Harry loved every minute of it. Reaching a height that made the castle seem small, Harry turned and dove back towards the ground. Sin gave a yelp and dug his claws into his arms. Harry grinned, watching the ground rush up to meet them. At the last minute he twisted and turned back up into the sky. He felt his feet skim the ground and let out a yell. Soaring over the field at top speed, Harry let himself go, and reveled in the feeling of freedom that flying always gave him. After a few more loops and small dives, Harry landed, folding his wings loosely at his side. He set the griffin down, and Sin plopped bonelessly to the ground. Have fun, Sin, Harry chuckled. The cub gave a weary huff, which caused Harry to laugh again. I'll take that as a yes, then. Harry lifted the cub and placed him on his shoulder. Sin draped his slender body across his shoulders behind his neck, purring loudly in his ear. Harry scratched the griffin behind the ears as he looked around him, wondering where Sayre was. That's when he noticed about half of the school's population out on the ground staring at him. He stared right back, blinking rather stupidly. Hello, he said. Good evening, Darian, the headmaster said, walking over to join him. Hello, Albus. Sorry for interrupting dinner. Albus chuckled. Not to worry, I'm sure they didn't mind. Harry surveyed the crowd. The students and professors all wore varying degrees of surprise, shock or open astonishment. Harry grimaced. I'm sure. Harry looked around the yard, searching for the serpent. He found her a few yards away, making her way over to him. He stepped over to her and let her slither up his arm and back into his shirt. Hello, Cineris, the headmaster cooed, petting the griffin on its head. Harry eyed him with concern. It shouldn't be natural for the man to actually coo. Sin snapped his beak irritably, though Albus didn't seem to notice the creature's annoyance. Severus seemed a little agitated at dinner. I don't suppose you know why. Harry raised an eyebrow. Like you don't know what goes on in the school, Albus. You know very well why Snape is stalking around like a veritable thundercloud. I suppose I do. Albus chuckled. Would like to join me for tea? Sure. The longer I avoid the dungeons, the more likely I'll be able to keep my head attached to my shoulders. Harry followed the headmaster through the crowd and into the school. He glanced back at the still staring students. It was starting to get on his nerves. He couldn't figure out why they wouldn't stop. It's your wings, Darian. Albus chuckled. Huh. Your wings. Oh. Harry stretched his wings out a bit. He had forgotten that he didn't transform them away. No wonder everyone was staring at him. He paused and closed his eyes, changing back to his fully human form, minus additional appendages. He smiled at the headmaster. Lead the way, Bill. By the time Harry got away from the headmaster, he was about 3 cups of tea and 5 sandwiches heavier. He smirked and tossed a bag of candies in the air from one hand to the other. And Albus was 1 bag of lemo drops lighter. He wondered how long it would take the old man to notice the missing candies. Harry sat at the end of the Ravenclaw table the next morning, half awake, and nursing a cup of strong tea, trying to get the other half of his brain working. He wasn't all that fond of mornings, really. He looked up as the owl post came. One rather ratted brown owl skidded across the table in front of him, sending bacon and eggs flying. Sayre reared her head and hissed menacingly from his neck. Stupid feather-brained fowl. Learn how to land, or I'll be sure you don't fly. Harry eyed the serpent, warily. She had a mean streak worse than he had seen in any other serpent besides Salazar's infant basilisk. Harry ran 2 fingers down her head, calming her, and she settled down back into his robes. Harry eyed the owl, who was trying to right itself from the middle of a dish of potatoes. He grimaced and plucked the clumsy bird from the table. Is this yours? He addressed the young boy across from him. The boy nodded, eyeing the owl. Sorry about that, he's a bit loony really. Harry chuckled. No problem. Just let me borrow your paper when you're done, and all's forgiven. You can have it now, I don't usually read it. Harry collected the rolled paper from the owl before handing the bird over to the boy. Thanks, he mumbled, already skimming the front page. There was a brief article on the bottom of the second page saying that the boy who lived was still missing, and that the resources used in searching for him had, again, been cut in half. Well, glad to know that I'm worth the effort. He mumbled dryly. To his surprise and relief, there were no reports of Death Eater activity, or even odd deaths. There wasn't even an article about his rather unique entrance into the middle of the feast, though he had no doubts that the students wrote home to their parents about it. Voldemort was bound to hear of it soon, and the Dark Lord would have no problems recognizing him. Darian was rather easy to identify, especially with his collection of scars and wandless ability. Harry honestly wondered if good old Voldemort would be able to put 2 and 2 together and get 4. Really, if anyone bothered to look at him, Darian did look remarkably similar to their lost golden boy. He personally thought that his eyes gave him away. They were the same unnatural shade of green as always. Perhaps his lack of glasses and long hair threw people off. A commotion at the other end of the table broke Harry out of his thoughts. He glanced down towards the noise, noticing that a number of students had leapt away from the table with a yell. Others were perched precariously on their benches, their feet tucked up under them, and glancing fearfully under the table. "What is going on?" he mumbled, watching as the wave of disorder progressed towards him. He heard a rumbling growl from below the table and he felt his stomach sink to the general vicinity of his feet. He bent over, and peered under the table in time to see a streak of dark fur leap at him. His heart joined his stomach. The ball of fur collided with his chest, and Harry was propelled backwards. He scrambled wildly for purchase and let out a startled yell as he fell to the floor. He lay staring up at the ceiling in a daze, wondering why his chest felt constricted. Are you okay, mate?" Harry blinked and focused on the concerned face of one of the younger Ravenclaw boys. Harry nodded and lifted his head to look at the weight on his chest. He groaned and let his head fall back to floor. "Sin." The griffin gave an excited yelp and pranced around on his stomach. "Brainless hairball," Sare hissed menacingly. Sin shot a low hiss at the snake, which Sare returned quite happily. Harry blinked for a moment. He didn't know the griffin could make a hissing noise. He put a hand around the serpent's neck, restricting her from biting the griffin cub. "Sin, get off." Harry waved his hand at the cub. "What do you want, anyways?" Harry watched with amusement and some trepidation as Sin jumped up onto the table and started to pick through the dishes of food. "Hey!" He scrambled to his feet to stop the wayward griffin. Sensing his intentions, Sin leapt into the air, flapping his wings furiously to avoid Harry's wild grab, knocking over dishes and plates in the process. "Sin, stop that, you're making a mess." "Good morning, Darian." Harry turned from his position on top of the bench, and looked at the headmaster. "Morning, Bill. What can I do for you?" Albus glared at him over his spectacles, an image that Harry wasn't sure he had ever seen before. Harry blinked. Headmaster." Albus smiled. So that was the problem." Harry smirked. Albus still didn't like being called Bill. "May I steal you away for a bit, Darian?" "Yay, sure thing." Harry darted a hand out and nabbed the griffin from where he was perched on top of the table. Sin twisted his body around to wrap his claws and talons around his arm. "You can struggle all you want, Sin, but you're coming with me." Harry motioned for Albus to lead the way before whispering in the griffin's ear with a smirk. "Besides, this way you can terrorize Fawkes for a while." Sin stopped struggling and let out a low cackling growl. It was an eerie sound to say the least. Harry followed the headmaster to his office silently, making sure to give an adequate glare to the statue guarding the entrance. He didn't trust the stone beast to revert back to its old aggravating ways. For some reason the statue never really liked him much. He still held to fact that it was the statue's fault, and that he hadn't started it. He had himself all but convinced, too. Darian?" the headmaster asked, sitting behind his desk. "No thanks, Albus," Harry smirked. "I don't need a calming potion this early in the morning." The man looked mildly affronted and Harry's smirk widened. He wondered how many people figured that their benign old headmaster laced his tea with potions. He would bet that Snape was one of them. "How are you getting along, Darian?" "Fine." Harry sprawled himself across an armchair, and let Sin do his own thing. "It's a little odd being here without the founders, but I'm getting used to it, slowly." "You have only been back for a couple days." Harry nodded. "I'm fine." Good. Harry glanced at the man. It was hard seeing his once friend over a century older than he remembered. In his own view, Harry had last seen Albus, the younger version, 2 years ago. For Albus, though, it had been nearly 150 years since they've been together. But for all of Albus's changes over the years, he was still Albus, which meant that he was still the manipulative little sneak that Harry had learned to love as a brother. They had made quite a team, once Harry was able to get the boy out of his rule-following stench. He liked to think that he had been a good influence on the future headmaster. It must have been the marauder blood in him. Harry shook away his thoughts and decided to get to the point. "So what's being done about Voldemort?" "The Order is working in the shadows of the Ministry to restrict the movement of Tom's forces. Cornelius is restricting the range of the Auror Division, though he has updated the defenses around the Ministry building." "You mean Fudge is being a self-centered bigot and taking half the Auror Division for his personal guard?" claiming that he's important and vulnerable as the minister or some such rubbish, and the order is trying to pick up the resulting slack, and finding themselves sorely lacking. Albus looked momentarily taken aback, but recovered quickly and nodded slightly. I thought as much. Harry let his head fall back and stared up at the vaulted ceiling. When are you going to get rid of the incompetent fool anyways? Cornelius may be somewhat lacking in the area of preparing for such a situation as we are currently in, but he is still an able politician. Cornelius Fudge, oh minister extraordinaire, is an idiot. He deadpanned. And you know it. How much good is he really doing in office besides being someone whom you know you can maneuver to your ideas? If Cornelius is removed, the ministry would be in a weakened state, and Tom would be too tempted to take advantage of it. We cannot afford the lapse in regulation to instate a new minister. Yes, I see your point, Harry said, sitting up and meeting the man's eyes. But the benefits from putting someone in office that will work with us, rather than simply not against us, would outweigh the possible consequences. Providing we can influence the selection. Harry sat back to think about it. Fudge was at best a self-serving politician who would cooperate, so long as he got something good out of the deal and retained his public image. Replacing him with someone who was sympathetic to the order, or even better, a member of the order, would make collaborations between the two factions much easier. Plus, the order would no longer be restricted by the ministry. However, Albus had a point in saying that the order may not be able to influence the candidates who would run for the position if Fudge was gone. There was always a chance that someone could be elected who supported Voldemort. A rather large chance, regrettably. All right, he said, flinging a leg over the arm of the chair again, I concur. The risks are too great right now to throw Fudge out on his ass, but we should keep close tabs on him still. It's already being done. Arthur had a few of his loyal workers switch departments, and are watching the minister. We also have one of the order members within his personal guard. Harry nodded. It would have to do for the time being. Any chance that you know where Voldemort is hiding out? He asked. No. Expected, I suppose. Did Salazar tell you how to defeat him? Albus asked. Harry blinked and looked at him. No. He only told me that my task as an heir was to get rid of Voldemort. He conveniently left out the part of how. Do you have any ideas? Some. Most of them are obscure, and I'm not sure about any of them. He ran a hand through his hair, pulling it out of its neat tie. It would help if I knew all the rituals that he put himself through. I highly doubt a simple killing curse will be effective. It didn't work last time. You never know. The killing curse was rebounded off of you, so it's possible that it lost its full power by the time it hit him. That's true. I didn't think of that. Harry looked at him. Though I think I would rather not test it and find that it rebounds back on me. That would not be pleasant. Indeed, it wouldn't. Harry smiled grimly. Not knowing how to defeat Voldemort was his biggest problem. The fact that the Dark Lord had the resources to make his life very difficult, if not non-existent, didn't help matters any. As simple as Salazar's task for him had been, sometimes it seemed awfully near impossible. A loud crash and angry squawk startled them both from their thoughts. Harry stood and whirled sharply, his hand outstretched ready to cast spells. The sight that greeted him made him freeze for a moment in shock. Fawkes' brass bird stand lay across the floor, no doubt the source of the clatter. The phoenix was hovering in the air, eyes blazing as he snapped his beak at the little griffin cub, who was also currently hovering in midair, though less steadily. Harry groaned. Sin. He stalked over to the two magical creatures, keeping a wary eye on the phoenix. Fawkes was usually a mild-mannered bird, but for some reason the two creatures really didn't get along. Apparently a century of aging on Fawkes' end did nothing to dampen the easily roused hostility. Harry was sure that most of the trouble stemmed from the problematical griffin. Sin was, simply put, trouble with a capital T. The creature was worse than a human 2-year-old. Harry ducked as the two circled each other over his head. Fawkes was glaring menacingly at the young griffin, while Sin chirped back at the bird, clearly enjoying the confrontation. He would, Harry thought. Honestly, Harry exclaimed, can't you two just get along? He jumped up and grabbed the cub's tail, yanking him out of the air. Sin let out a strangled yelp before Harry clamped a hand over his beak. You antagonistic little twerp. Don't you know that Fox could fry you to a cinder? The phoenix circled Harry's head once before landing on Albus' shoulder, who was sitting comfortably in his chair. Thanks for your help, Harry said dryly. Ah, I'm much too old to get into the middle of such heated squabbles. Harry stared at the headmaster, mildly shocked and a little concerned. He narrowed his eyes suddenly. Sure, you admit it when it's convenient for you, huh, old man? Harry smirked. Albus just twinkled. Harry opted to avoid the dungeons and his master and so retreated to the relative safety of the library under the pretense of spell research. Of course he did make a detour to his rooms to lock his troublesome familiar up. He just hoped that he would have a room left by the end of the day. Sin tended to get bored easily. He was idly flipping through a book titled, Geneo Magic, Charms and Rituals in Relation to Blood Heritage. Most of it was about the differences between pureblood and Muggle-born wizards and their respective magical powers. It was obvious that the author was from an old pureblood family and the book was filled with more opinions than factual knowledge. Harry rather thought that it would make a perfect Death Eater in Training handbook, and thought that it needed a change in the title. Something along the lines of Voldemort's Guide to Death Eater Indoctrination and Pureblooded Convictions sounded about right. He was seriously considering sending a fixed copy to Voldemort with a note telling him how he didn't qualify. It would be a perfect hello. Tom would know that Darien had sent it, too. The only problem was that he didn't know where Tom was hiding out. It was really disappointing. Excuse me. A voice pulled him out of his daydreams. He looked up to see Hermione standing over him. You're Darien Elder, right? Yay. Harry shifted slightly. He wasn't sure if he was ready to confront his old friends. He hadn't seen them in over 5 years, and had only known them for the 5 before that. If he was honest with himself, he didn't feel all that close to them, especially since he was so much older. Do you mind if I sit here? Hermione asked, already pulling out a chair. Harry shrugged. I was wondering, the girl started, leaning eagerly over the table, how did you cast those spells yesterday without a wand? I mean, I've seen Headmaster Dumbledore perform some wandless magic, but I didn't know that anyone else could do it. It's supposed to be really difficult. I've read all about it and it's a skill that takes years of practice, and then only those who are powerful enough, and have enough concentration can even hope to accomplish it. Wow. Harry stared at her wide-eyed. You actually managed to say all of that in one breath. Honestly, she expected him to be able to think after that tirade. He was impressed. The girl had one hell of a set of lungs. And she could blush well, too. I'm sorry, it's just, well, Hey, don't worry about it. Harry waved her off. I was just a little daunted as all. He watched her with a small smile. She was as he remembered her. Her curiosity could surpass any cat's, and her drive to attain answers was what made her so intelligent. Most Ravenclaws didn't have the courage to go after answers that were hard to get, or that could prove to be better left unknown. Hermione, however, had the guts to go after the answers, even if she may not like them. It was this quality that bumped her into Gryffindor. Technically I don't do wandless magic, he said after a minute. What do you mean? Harry cocked his head to the side and held up one of his arms so she could see the scar running down its length. She grimaced slightly and he didn't blame her. It wasn't a pretty sight. The scar was jagged and thick, and ran the whole length of his inner forearm, even spreading out to cover his palm. Anyone would be able to tell that it was a painful wound. He was more than willing to attest to that as well. About 5 years ago I needed a new wand. He began. During the testing I ended up holding 2, one in each hand, and they reacted violently to each other. The implosion caused these scars on my arms and the ones on my face. It took hours for the healers to extract all the splinters of wood, but they never found the 2 cores. I haven't needed a wand since. Harry dropped his hand. Actually, I can't even use a wand. Why not? I seem to short-circuit wands if I try to cast spells with them. I suppose it's a handy thing if I ever get a hold of my opponent's wand in a fight. Harry watched her think that over. He could practically see the gears running, but he couldn't fathom what she might be thinking up. I suppose it would be like trying to cast a spell while holding 2 wands at once. She said thoughtfully, or casting a spell through 2 wands, one and then another. That makes sense. I've never really thought on the mechanics before. You should. Understanding the theory behind magic can enhance your spell casting abilities. Harry laughed. Yes, I know. I never said I didn't know magical theory. I just don't care to experiment casting with multiple wands. I've already had enough experience with that particular area. Yes, I suppose so. She grimaced. They sat in silence for a moment before she jumped up suddenly. Oh no, I'm going to be late for charms. I'll see you later, Darian. Later, Hermione, he said, and she dashed out of the library with hardly a glance back to him. He chuckled. She was definitely just as he remembered her to be. Sometime after lunch, Harry finally made his way back down into the bowels of the castle. He veered away from the potions classroom, which was spouting noises that sounded suspiciously like an angry Snape and a spluttering student, and took the long way to his rooms. As he was about to give the password, the portrait of Salazar spoke up. It has been a long time, heir. For you maybe, Harry easily responded in their mutual language. Still the same impertinent brat, I see, Salazar sneered. Only around you, Salazar. You and yours get special treatment. I'm delighted. Glad to hear it, SS. Harry said, inspecting the corridor quickly. I've a question for you, Sal. Merlin forbid. Stop being so uppity. It's annoying. Harry smirked at the man's silent growl. Do you know where your wayward descendant is hiding out? Why should I bother to inform you? Stop it. Harry hissed violently. I can't kill the man unless I can find him. You're the one who set me this task, and the least you can do is help me with it. He's no longer the promising boy you remember. Tom Riddle died along with his father. He's Voldemort, and he needs to be gotten rid of before he does more damage than can be repaired. Harry glared at the portrait, too frustrated to celebrate his victory in shocking the Stoic founder, even if it wasn't the real thing. I do not know his location, the man said after collecting himself. It had probably been centuries since someone had the guts to talk back so forcefully to the founder. Harry briefly wondered if he was the only one who ever did. You don't know, or you have an idea and are just too bloody stubborn to tell me. Find the arm that holds the sword, and you will find the place he rests his head. Damn you and your riddles, Salazar, Harry growled. Can't you ever give a straight answer? Perhaps next time, heir, when there are not ears to hear. What? Apprentice Elder. A voice called from down the hall. Harry started and turned to see Snape all but gliding down the hall. If the man was an animagus, he had to be a bat. It was far too suiting for it not to be. Yes, sir. Snape came up to him and eyed him for a moment before giving the password and entering the room. Harry shot a glare at the founder and followed. Where did you run off to this time, apprentice? Snape said as he browsed through one of his bookshelves. I just went to the library. Indeed. Harry hummed his agreement, but didn't bother to give the man the explanation he was looking for. If Snape wanted to know why he was in the library, he would just have to come out and ask. A few minutes passed before Snape apparently found what he was looking for and turned back to Harry, who was still standing near the door. Snape seemed to study him a moment before speaking. Harry could clearly see the man's curiosity in his eyes. What potions do you carry? He asked in a neutral tone. A variety of concoctions that I doubt would be sanctioned by the school board. Harry said. Snape's eyes hardened and Harry decided to forego the impending argument and answer the question fully. A variety of poison antidotes, some healing drafts in varying strengths, a couple calming potions, a few blood restoratives, and a truth serum or two. He listed off, and for good measure he pulled his robes aside to show off his belt. He wasn't kidding when he said he carried potions. His belt was lined with them all the way around, all contained in small glass vials often used by assassins. Whatever works, Harry thought. Why do you carry only antidotes and not poisons? Snape asked. I do carry a few poisons, but mostly antitoxins. I wear my poisons elsewhere. Harry said as he flipped out two of his knives. Like these two. They are coated with Mixie's Morticerum. Snape's eyes widened, so I see little point in carrying vials of the poison when I have it on my blades. You coat your knives with Mixie's. Among other things. Harry returned his blades to their sheaths. Snape narrowed his eyes. Like what? Somniferum. Aconidium potion. Xerifia's serum of death. Harry ticked them off on his fingers: Creation Toxin, Mixie's Morticerum, and a few varieties of snake venom that depend on what serpent I can get my hands on at the time. Snape blinked. And you can brew all that you carry? Yes. You said that your potion skills were mediocre. They are, Harry said, not sure where the man was going with his line of questions. A mediocre potions maker could not brew Mixies, let alone any of the other poisons you listed off. You can if you have Salazar Slytherin hovering over you and threatening to test them on you. Harry said with a huff. As I said before, I can brew all I carry, but that doesn't mean I can brew much else. Indeed. Snape stared at him for a few more minutes, and Harry met the look evenly. He didn't know what was going through the potions master's head, but apparently Snape was a bit surprised and no doubt a little skeptical about Darian's potion-making skills. Harry would admit that the poisons he used to coat his daggers were difficult to brew, but Salazar had walked him through the procedures for each so many times that he could very nearly brew them in his sleep. Although, ask him to concoct some sort of cleaning potion, or concealing draft and Harry wouldn't have a clue where to even begin. I must take a trip to Diagon tomorrow. Snape broke the silence. If you have need of anything, you are allowed to accompany me. Thanks. I leave at 8 sharp, with or without you. Of course. Harry smirked slightly. Snape nodded and turned on his heel, robes billowing about him as he stalked into his lab, and through to his next class. Some things never change. Harry smiled. He shook his head and went to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he wished that he hadn't. He stared at the view dumbfounded as he slid to the floor in defeat. There really was no hope for him. No hope at all. Sin. Harry cried in exasperation. Harry grumbled darkly as he waved his hands over the various objects in his room, attempting to repair the damage. By Merlin. Snape's voice came from the door. What happened? Harry growled and shot a furious glare towards his restrained familiar. Cineris here decided to test out the strength of his claws on the various surfaces around the room. Of course, he conveniently forgot that the only substance his claws can't tear is diamond. He decided to test his claws. Yes. Harry hissed, nearly reverting to Parseltongue, and still glaring. He's lucky I can't declaw him. So you tied him up and hung him from the ceiling. Harry snarled and turned back to his shredded room. Would you rather I let him loose in your chambers, Professor? He will be dissected for ingredients if he so much as scratches any of my belongings. Snape said softly, but not without promise. Harry glanced at the man. Snape was still staring at the chained griffin, who was currently bound, gagged and hanging upside down from the middle of the room. Harry had taken great pleasure in wrapping the creature in enchanted rope. Diamond-lined enchanted rope. He had never been so happy that he was good at transfiguration. I think he understands, Professor. Harry turned his gaze to the cub. Don't you, Cineris? The griffin's beak was tied shut, but he still managed an affirmative noise. Harry nodded and returned to waving his hand over his bureau. The thick wooden doors had been shredded like they were thin cloth. Harry returned to his mutterings, going on about how he thought griffins were supposed to be smart and all. Didn't you learn your lesson last year when you tore through Godric's door? Iron reinforcements, wards and all. Harry said loudly enough for the creature to hear him clearly. I've told you time and again that your claws can tear through anything you set your mind to. Why do you insist on testing them when you already know the result? He sent another glare towards his familiar. Harry finished his repairs on the bureau and moved on to the bookshelves. Bloody good thing I'm lazy and didn't unpack my books. He mumbled as he began his repairs. Dinner, Mr. Elder. Snape said from the door. Harry spun around. He had forgotten that the man was there. Snape seemed to be watching his progress with some interest. He figured it was due to his ease of casting spells. Of course, sir. I'll be along in a moment. Snape nodded and with another look around the room spun on his heel and left the rooms. Harry looked over at his familiar. I should leave you here, you know. The griffin sent him an image of the meal provided in the Great Hall. Harry could easily sense the cub's desire to attend. Will you behave? The griffin nodded. Harry narrowed his eyes at the creature, assessing whether the young cub could possibly go a couple hours without getting into trouble. He supposed that anything was possible. Eventually. Very well. Harry waved his hand and the chains disappeared. Sin flapped his wings wildly as he fell to the floor. He managed to right himself and landed awkwardly on his feet. Come on, Sin. It was with a very subdued griffin perched atop his shoulder that Harry finally entered the Great Hall. He sat himself down at the end of the Slytherin table. Sin arranged himself atop the table, and Harry tried to ignore the creature's rather messy eating habits. It was a practice that he had forced upon himself, else he lose everything he tried to eat. Griffin cubs weren't the most polite of eaters. Snakes, on the other hand, prided themselves on their neatness, and Sare was no exception. However, the cobra was much more talkative than most serpents. More opinionated and insulting, too. Harry listened, highly amused, as Sare berated the griffin's despicable manners and every other flaw that the snake could come up with. It was an interesting sight, seeing the griffin send annoyed looks towards the coiled serpent in Harry's robes throughout the meal. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to laugh or cry more. On one hand, the two were extremely funny, especially since they seemed to understand each other without any problem. Their antics were a guaranteed source of entertainment for Harry, who could also understand their forms of communication. On the other hand, however, Sin just couldn't get along with anything. Every creature that had thus far encountered the cub had either tried to attack, kill or maim the creature within 10 minutes. Fawkes was a prime example. The phoenix couldn't stand the obnoxious cub any more than any of Salazar's serpents. He didn't know what to do with the cub. He just hoped that Sin would grow out of it somewhat. He dearly hoped so. Harry made his way idly out of the Great Hall some time later with Sin trotting along behind him. Sare had finally become fed up with the cub and would have struck at him if Harry hadn't restrained her. She was now curled tightly around his chest, nearly cutting off his breathing and muttering darkly. He assumed it was the snake's way of showing her displeasure. As if he could miss it. Most of the students were still collected in the hall, enjoying their desserts. As he walked, he pulled one of Albus Lemmo drops from his pocket and popped the candy in his mouth. He was only a few meters from the door when his way was blocked by an orange robe. A bright orange robe. Harry's eyes traveled up the swirling blue lines that patterned the fabric, and grimaced. You really need to learn how to dress, Bill. He said, still staring at the headmaster's robes. That is just cruel. Cruel and unusual. He pointed to the man's bright clothing. Where in the world did you pick those up anyways? Really, the man didn't dress like that when he was with the founders. Must be something to do with age. Harry wasn't looking forward to getting old if he was going to go running around in clothes like that. The man chuckled, and Harry felt his face scrunch up into an odd look. Only Albus would find his somewhat insulting comments worthy of amusement. He probably took them as a compliment rather than an insult. Barmy. Absolutely mad. He mumbled, moving the hard candy from one cheek to another. I've had a number of compliments on my choice of wardrobe, Darian. Albus said. I'm sure. Now, would you mind returning my Lemmo drops? Albus held out a hand. Harry eyed the upturned palm warily. What makes you think I have any? Perhaps because you're eating one. Harry put a finger up to his chin and cocked his head to the side. What'll you give me for them? Albus spluttered at this, and Harry took a second to glance around the hall. Apparently the two of them were much more interesting than dessert. They effectively had the attention of the entire hall. Harry smirked slightly. A perfect opportunity, and who was he to pass it by? Darian. The headmaster said sternly. Yes. Did you want something, Bill? Harry turned an innocent look back to the man. My Lemmo drops, if you will. Harry sniffed. You know, you're no fun. He pulled the bag of candies from his robe and tossed them to the man. Didn't even give me time to properly dope them. He mumbled. Indeed. Ah, Mr. Elder. Harry turned to see McGonagall come up next to him. May I ask you something? Yay, sure. Why do you call the headmaster, Bill? She asked. Harry smirked. What? You don't know. He turned back to Albus. You never showed them. Don't bother going into it, Darian, it's hardly important. Well, I don't know about that. Harry turned back to the Transfiguration professor, who was now joined by Snape and a few others of the staff. Professor McGonagall here would be duly interested, I'm sure. Darian insists on giving people nicknames, I'm afraid. Albus said, popping a Lemmo drop in his mouth. Harry turned away from him to hide his grin. Oh, it's nothing as simple as that. Harry said, I really can't believe your colleagues don't know Bill. What are you going on about, Mr. Elder? Snape asked. Oh, just an old memory, is all. Albus said. Hey, it's an integral part of you and your past. Harry said, waving a finger at him. It's hardly as insignificant as you're making it out to be. Darien. Ah, come on, Bill. Show them. He interrupted. I will not. Albus began but stopped as a surprised look came over him. Darien, he said questioningly. Yes, Bill. What did you do to my lemo? Drops. Harry smirked widely. Nothing harmful. Albus's eyes widened before narrowing dangerously. Harry grinned at him. I just soaked them in a little potion is all. What potion, apprentice? Moody growled, turning his eyes menacingly to Harry. Anima's Revealo. Darien. Albus started but was again silenced as his body began to change. Harry rubbed his hands together in glee, unable to contain his wide grin. It was always good to get one over on Albus Dumbledore. He didn't get the chance to too often. Especially in front of such a willing audience. The staff and students watched in a mix of awe and apprehension as their esteemed headmaster changed into his animagus form. It didn't take long for the transformation to complete itself, and the whole hall was in shock at the revelation. Harry gestured dramatically over the animal before him. Hogwarts, meet Bill, he said in a mock announcer's voice. Or rather, Bill Y. Goat. He grinned. Indeed, the animal now standing in the great hall was a goat, a brown and white splotched, common farm goat complete with beard and half-moon glasses perched on its nose. It gave an annoyed bleat. Oh, come off it, Bill. Harry said happily. You should have known that I would reveal you at some point. The goat gave an indignant huff and sat back on its haunches. Harry watched, amused, as Sin crawled towards the goat with interest, sniffing at the animal. Albus snapped its teeth at the griffin cub and Sin gave a squawk and jumped back behind Harry's legs. But I thought that he was a lion animagus. Minerva finally found her voice. He is. Harry said. He turned to see her confused look. All heirs have two forms. This is just one of Albus' forms. His second is, indeed, a lion. He looked thoughtfully at his old friend. I am a bit surprised that he never told you, though. I see, she said faintly, still staring at the goat. How long will it last? Harry shrugged. Sometime between 10 and 20 minutes, I would guess. I'm not sure how much of the potion the candies would soak up. It's strangely fitting, Snape said from his side. Harry hummed his agreement. Albus sniffed and sent a glare towards the two of them. Well, Harry said, it's time for me to go. Ah, Mr. Elder, Minerva stopped him. Would you like a cup of tea? Harry grinned, knowing that the woman probably wanted to hear stories about Albus' teenage years with the founders. Tea, indeed, Snape said. Would you like to join us, Severus? She asked. In the staff lounge, perhaps. Professor Sprout offered. Sounds good to me, Harry said and offered his arm to Minerva. Shall we, my dear lady? He said airily. Thank you, sir, she said, slipping her arm through his. I think a nice after-dinner snack is certainly on the menu. Tea with crumpets for dessert, then. Harry said and offered his other arm to the short herbology teacher. She giggled as she put her arm through his. Harry grinned as he led the two professors out of the great hall. Most of the staff followed with a few last looks at the sulking goat. Harry glanced over his shoulder to see Sin still eyeing Albus with open curiosity. Keep an eye on him, will you, Sin? He said. The griffin chirped excitedly and circled the goat like some kind of miniature predator. Harry chuckled and walked out of the hall, leaving the students staring after them all blankly, and eyeing the annoyed goat with interest. It was a start, Harry thought, to a great payback. Harry hauled himself out of bed earlier than he normally would on a Saturday. Snape was taking a trip to Diagon, and was willing to bring his apprentice along. Harry didn't really need to go to Wizarding London, but he had something he wanted to see in the Muggle world. He dressed in his usual slacks, t-shirt and boots, but instead of his wizarding robes, he pulled on a brown Muggle, long coat. No sense in standing out any more than he normally did. People stared at him because of his scars as it were. Come on, Sin, He poked the sleeping griffin in the side. Time to get up. Harry snapped his hand back out of the way of the creature's annoyed swipe. Up. He gave a yank on his tail. Sin let out a startled yelp and spun wildly on his bed. Hey, Harry said, indignantly, you're going to rip the sheets. Sin crouched low on the bed, watching Harry through narrowed eyes. The griffin pounced and Harry grinned as he stepped out of the creature's path. Sin crashed to the floor and slid across the stones into the wall. He chuckled as the cub untangled himself. Come on, you two, Harry said, leaving the room. Time to go. Harry made his way through the deserted halls of the castle with his two familiars trailing along behind him. The school was quiet, as it usually was on Saturday mornings. The students were taking advantage of the weekend to sleep in, and the teachers were likely doing the same. Except for Snape at any rate. Harry honestly wondered if the man ever slept. He was puttering around in his potions lab through most of the night. Doing what? He had no idea, but he had been making enough noise to wake the dead, Harry included. Harry swept into the entrance hall and found Snape leaning against a wall in a shadowy corner. Ignoring the hidden potions master for the moment, Harry opened the main doors, and led his two animal companions out onto the grounds. You had best behave, Cineris. He warned the griffin. Stay outside, and don't disrupt the classes, please. The griffin nodded and bounded off across the lawn, his wings stretched out. Harry turned to Sarah, and ran a finger over her head. She knew that he couldn't speak with her in the presence of anyone else, so she didn't expect a verbal farewell. Yourself, she crooned under his ministrations. You be gone long. Harry let out a low hissing sound that could easily translate into a negative response without arousing suspicion. Anyone can make such sounds. It's just that no one knew what they were saying to the serpents. Besides, if anyone started asking questions, he could easily cover up any sound he made as tried and true ways to calm a snake, as most snake charmers would learn. For now, Sarah hissed and slithered down the stairs, quickly disappearing into the grass. Harry remained where he was for a moment before addressing his silent watcher. Are you ready, Professor? Snape emerged from his shadowed corner and closed the school's doors behind him. I assume you are capable of apparating, he said as he walked down the path towards Hogsmeade. Of course. Good. The two passed through the school's gates and a moment later apparated away. Harry browsed the windows they passed as well as he could, considering the sweeping pace that Snape had set. The man really needed to learn how to walk casually. Actually, Harry thought, he could deal with learning how to be a little casual in any department. It was like the man was bred in high society and never learned how to let go once in a while. He probably was. No wonder he was such a stuck-up, cynical git. Snape wasted no time in walking through the apothecary's door and scowling at the shelves inside. Harry snorted softly. Definitely high-bred. He was pickier than a kid with candy. A few minutes later Snape swept out of the store without purchasing a thing. Glancing at the man's killer glare, Harry suspected that the store's wares didn't quite make the man's standards. Harry hesitated slightly as they crossed the border between Diagon and Nocturne Alley, but shrugged and followed his professor. No doubt Nocturne wasn't quite the dark and evil place that the good folk of the wizarding world made it out to be. Snape again stalked into an apothecary, scowl firmly in place. Harry followed with a little more neutral expression. After all, he didn't much care about the quality of goods sold in these stores. He got his supplies elsewhere, namely from the Forbidden Forest. Salazar had taught him how to gather his own ingredients. Harry was rather surprised that Snape didn't seem to follow that same practice, but who was he to question the man's methods? Harry left Snape browsing through Nocturne's apothecary and bartering ruthlessly with the owner. He chuckled. The poor man didn't have a chance against the potions master, he was sure. He passed quickly through the alleys and stepped through the leaky cauldron into Muggle London without incident. He walked idly down the street, glancing periodically into a few windows. After a few blocks he slipped into a shadowed alley. He scanned the narrow space for any signs of life. Not finding any, he stepped into a dark doorway to hide himself from view. Harry closed his eyes, concentrated, and slid. Sliding was one of the gifts of the heirs. It was a bit different from apparition. Apparating caused the wizard to jump from one location to another, as if the space in between wasn't there. It was nearly instantaneous. Sliding, on the other hand, was as its name described. Instead of jumping, the wizard slid along the intervening space between points. It took longer, as the wizard was required to travel the physical distance with his consciousness, however, it was much quicker than flying by broom, or taking a muggle car. It was also how the current headmaster seemed to be able to be anywhere and everywhere at once. Sliding wasn't detectable nor restrained by the ministry's wards as apparition was. So sliding was able to bypass anti-apparition fields, including those around Hogwarts. It was a rather handy gift. Harry slid himself from London over to Surrey. After checking the area for wards or any onlookers, he rematerialized in the park at the end of the cul-de-sac on Privet Drive. He glanced around quickly to reassure himself that no one saw him shimmer out of thin air. Feeling more confident, he headed down the road towards number 4. He had a pretty good idea what to expect the house's condition to be in. He was, however, curious about the full extent and radius of the damage, and if anything managed to survive. The founders had told him that he arrived to their time in a severe state of shock and near magical breakdown. They didn't know what had happened to him to cause it, though they did have a relatively good theory, a theory that Harry fully believed in after he heard it. The severity of his condition could have been caused by one of two things. 1. A great amount of magic had been thrown into his body, whether from spells, rituals, or him gathering it in, which caused his magical core to overload and shut down. The second option was the opposite. He had pushed all his magical energy out of his body, thus emptying his core and, again, causing its subsequent shutdown. Harry had later reviewed his memories of the attack on the Dursleys in a pensieve and come to the conclusion that it was a mix of both circumstances. Due to the anger, grief, and hatred that he was feeling at the time, he had lost control of his magic, causing it to lash out, but as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his natural control snapped back into place, thus pulling the raw magic back into his body. The dual sensations had therefore caused his magical core to destabilize and short-circuit. It was a bit like a power surge through electrical wiring systems during a storm, sort of. At any rate, it had taken all 4 of the founders to bring his magic back to a stable level, and he was completely out for days while he healed. He rounded the corner and took in the sight of number 4, or rather, where it used to be. There wasn't anything left of the house. The lot was empty and bulldozed over, with a rackety sign out front claiming the property's sale. All that was left was the tool shed nestled up against the back fencing. Harry crossed the street and stared at where the house used to stand. He had lived in that plain old house for a number of years, though he never really felt like it was home. It was still strange to see that it and the Dursleys were gone. It had been a constant in his life, and he no longer had it. Harry sighed and turned away from the empty yard. That part of his life was long over, and he finally had the last bit of closure that he needed to completely let go of it. He made his way back down the street, leaving Privet Drive behind him. Harry parted from Snape's company shortly after entering the school. Snape swept back down into the bowels of the dungeons while he went the opposite direction, intent on having a chat with the resident headmaster. He checked the Great Hall, which housed a few dozen late risers, before continuing towards the man's office. He skirted around a surly Mrs. Norris, restraining the temptation to kick the annoying fur ball in passing. He reached the statue guarding the headmaster's office without further incident. Fizzing Whitby's. He gave the password. The statue shuddered and shifted a bit to the side before returning to its stationary position, still blocking the entrance. Harry glared, giving the password again. The statue didn't move. Thinking that the old man had changed his password, Harry began listing off sweets of both the wizarding and muggle variety. Chocolate frogs, lemo drops, every flavor beans, sugar quills, blood pops, canary creams, he listed in a bored voice, Mars bars, Snickers, sugar plums. 15 minutes easily passed before his lists became exhausted and his temper wire thin. Harry eyed the griffin statue coldly, his arms crossed before him. You, thick-headed, stone-brained, useless peon. Let me pass. The statue didn't move. Harry seethed. Bloody overgrown, he stopped, and smirked. All right then, Stony. You asked for it. Harry stretched his hand out in front of him and pointed an open palm at the troublesome statue. Reducio. A blue-green light enveloped his target and Harry couldn't keep the wide smirk off his face. When the light faded, the statue was gone. Well, not really gone. Harry eyed the miniaturized griffin sitting on the bottom stair. The stone creature didn't even reach halfway up his shins. You should have let me in, Stony. The little griffin opened its mouth as if to growl, and crouched into a defensive position. Harry watched it with amusement. Impressive, Harry said, stepping over it. You might be able to startle a cat or two if you can manage to move quietly enough. Mrs. Norris is stalking the charms corridor, last I saw. He called over his shoulder as he ascended the staircase. Good luck. Harry sprinted up the second half of the stairs and knocked on the door as he walked through it. Albus always knew who was at the door, and tended to invite them in before they had a chance to knock, so Harry saw no reason to pause. Good morning, Darian, Albus said from a chair in the corner by the window. How was your trip to Diagon? Morning, Albus. Harry seated himself across from the man, a half-finished game of chess between them. You'll have to ask Snape how Diagon was. I didn't spend much time there. Oh, Harry hummed as he studied the board and wondered where the man's partner was. If not Diagon, then where did you go? Albus moved a white pawn forward. Surrey. And for what reason did you have to go all the way to Surrey? Harry barely paused before he shifted a bishop to the other side of the board. I wanted to check out the new property for sale on Privet Drive. I'm thinking I'll need a place to live here soon enough. Privet Drive. It's a bit of a mundane neighborhood if I remember correctly. Not quite your typical wizarding environ. Quote. It was quite plain. Harry agreed as Albus made his next move. I believe that a young Mr. Black left you a place in London, if you would prefer a larger city for residence. Harry studied the board intently and moved a pawn forward before the man's words registered. Really? Sirius left me Grimmauld Place. Indeed he did. I would have thought he'd leave it to Professor Lupin or the Order, really. Albus made his move, which Harry couldn't see a purpose for. I do believe Remus is currently living there. Does the Order still use it? Yes. Harry nodded and slid a black castle over to terrorize the man's knight. Did he leave me anything else? Yes, I believe there is a heavily locked and warded trunk in Grimmauld library with your name on it. I do not know what it contains. I wonder what's in it. Harry personally hoped that there were a few pictures of his parents contained in that trunk. Sadly, he wouldn't be able to find out until Harry Potter returned. It would be a little odd if he retrieved it as Darian Elder. They continued the game silently for a few minutes. Harry was still trying to make sense of the chaotic board, and Albus' random moves. Chess was never his strongest suit, but he had learned a few things over the years. The problem, however, was that the old man didn't seem to have any strategy, and it was frustrating him to no end. He also had the suspicion that Albus had been playing against himself, which caused Harry's end of the board to look rather muddled. Did you find what you were looking for? Albus asked after a while. Harry gratefully turned his attention away from the game, and his slowly declining situation, to look at his old friend. It took him a moment to figure out what Albus was asking. I wasn't really looking for anything specific, but I did find it, whatever it may have been. He replied. He leaned back in the chair and let his gaze wander around the ceiling. I don't really remember the attack all that well. Especially the farther along it went. I think it may have something to do with the multiple cruciatus curses that were cast on me. Harry looked back to Albus and cocked his head to the side in thought. How much do you know about it? I know Snape was there. How much did he tell you? He escaped the house after your first wave of power let loose. Was he injured? Albus smiled. Not seriously. Harry shared the smile. He clearly remembered his fist connecting to Snape's Death Eater mask. Even after he found out that it was his professor, he was particularly happy that he got a shot on the git. The man deserved a good clout to the noggin after Harry's first years at Hogwarts and his acerbic comments. How bad was the destruction? Harry asked. There was little left of the house, and much of the yard held evidence of scorching, but it did not reach the neighbors. Did any of my belongings survive? Albus shook his head in the negative. We only found the remains of your wand. I thought as much. The Dursleys locked my trunk in the closet under the stairs as soon as we got to the house, and I foolishly left my wand inside it. I was only a few meters from the stairwell when I lost control. They sat for a while. Albus was having a rather argumentative discussion with his chess pieces while Harry gazed around the room and tried not to laugh. How many of the Death Eaters got out? He asked. Albus stopped his conversation with the White King to answer. Only Severus and Lucius Malfoy. Harry stared at him in shock. Only 2. There were over a dozen there, and only 2 got out alive. He said incredulously. Apparently your magic was quite lethal. It seems so. Harry tried to wrap his mind around the idea that his loss of control killed every Death Eater in his near vicinity. Handy, that, he said in a bit of a daze, if I'm ever surrounded and outnumbered. Albus nodded. Harry thought back to his rather hazy memories of the attack and who was present behind masks. He only saw 3 faces. Snape, Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange, though he had a pretty good inkling that the senior Crabbe and Goyle were present as well. He was particularly happy that Bellatrix was dead. He hoped that his magic did a number on her. Hey, Harry said, thinking of something suddenly, I thought the elder Malfoy was supposed to be in Azkaban. He was. Albus replied. Tom made a raid on the prison island only a month after the term ended for summer holiday. Lucius Malfoy was only a resident there for 2 weeks. Huh. That figures. The Dementors went with him. The Ministry now has a new department in place to run Azkaban. That was predictable, Harry said. How did Fudge handle that one? Not well, though he tried to hide it. Tried to hide his incompetence, or the discerning of the Dementors. Both, I'd wager. Harry laughed. Too true. He glanced back at the chessboard and prodded a pawn to take the White Knight. Did anything else of import happen while I was time traveling the past month? Harry grimaced as he watched his bishop get bashed over the head by a vindictive queen. Albus didn't answer until after Harry shifted his rook out of the path of his knight. Severus said that he was contacted by Igor Karkaroff early in the summer. Do you remember him? Karkaroff. He was the headmaster at the German school, right? Durmstrang. Yes. Albus nodded and prodded a pawn forward. He disappeared for the last year after the ending of the Triwizard Tournament. Oh yeah, he had a mark, didn't he? Indeed he did. So what did he have to say? Harry asked, distracted. The chess board was looking more and more disordered as the game continued. And he still couldn't make any sense of his opponent's strategy. He was looking for a job, apparently. A job, whatever for. Durmstrang found a new headmaster after his disappearance. Igor is now looking to do something else. Albus made his bishop cross to the other side of the board, said he didn't like running a school, anyhow. So, Harry prompted. So he will be arriving here tomorrow to begin teaching on Monday. Albus said happily. Harry stared at him and blinked. Teaching what, exactly? Transfiguration and dueling. What about McGonagall? She will continue with the Newt-level classes and her duties as the deputy headmistress. Albus turned a bit more somber. Her strength isn't quite up to par after her visit to St. Mungo's last term. Harry nodded. He remembered his Transfiguration professor getting hit by 4 powerful stunners while she defended Hagrid. She was at St. Mungo's for some time before she returned to the school. You do remember what happened the last time this place had a dueling club, right? He asked after he made his move. Albus laughed heartily. Indeed, I do. Let us hope you are not pitted against young Mr. Malfoy again, shall we? Too late for that, Harry mumbled, and then more clearly, I've already tamed his latest snake attack, didn't you hear? Ah yes. A summoning charm, I believe it was. Yup. And he summoned a rather rare and dangerous snake. Harry said. She's quite vocal, too. You seem to collect interesting familiars, don't you, Darian? Albus chuckled and moved his rook. It's not my fault. Harry grumped. Of course not. Checkmate. Harry blinked at the man and then blinked at the board. He hadn't seen it coming. How do you do that? He asked incredulously as he studied the chaos that was the chess board. Albus laughed as he continued to study the board. Harry lazed around for the rest of the weekend. Or rather, that was his plan. He was sprawled across the sofa in Snape's living room staring up at the stone ceiling when the bat himself glided in. Apprentice. Snape's voice broke Harry from his intense scrutiny of the myriad cracks and crevices. What are you doing lazing about in my living room? Enjoying my weekend? He offered, hopefully. Indeed. Harry hummed his agreement. One would think someone in your position would know how to make himself useful. Harry glanced over at the man. As of nothing terribly important to do at the moment, I decided to act my young age and be completely idle until Monday morning. Snape stared at him for a moment. Harry hoped that the man would leave him be. He wasn't being entirely truthful about the idle part. He may appear to be lying around, but his brain hardly reflected the state of his body. He was trying to figure out the bloody riddle that Salazar had given to him. Not to mention he still didn't know how to get rid of that bastard of a Dark Lord. Come, apprentice. Snape snapped. If you cannot make yourself useful, then I will do so for you. It is time you acted like the potions apprentice that you are claiming to be. But I'm not. Harry stared after the man as he disappeared into his lab. Oh, bloody hell. Harry rolled himself into a sitting position. Apprentice. Snape yelled. Harry jumped off the couch and dashed to the door. You know, Harry began, I'm probably not the best bet for this. Snape looked up from a row of cauldrons he was filling with some kind of thick goo. Why did you search for an apprenticeship in potions, Mr. Elder, if you do not plan on working with them? Harry met the man's dark eyes from the doorway as he tossed his options around in his head. He really had no interest in becoming a potions master, but he wasn't sure how the surly man would take such news. On the other hand, the man was highly intelligent and had a lot of experience working with people like Dumbledore, and Voldemort's various lackeys. No doubt Snape already knew of his indifference towards the potions field. Not to mention they both knew that the whole arrangement was Albus' idea in the first place. I am one of the founders, heirs. Harry began quietly. I need to remain near Hogwarts to complete my task. And what is your task, heir? Harry blinked at the uncanny similarities between Snape and Salazar. He really needed to get past that. He sighed. I was given the task of eradicating the Dark Lord Voldemort. Is he not an heir as well, Elder? He was. Tom Riddle lost his status as an heir when he killed his father in cold blood. He lost his heritage as Salazar Slytherin's blood heir when he died 15 years ago and was cast out as nothing more than a lost spirit. His body died, thus, he no longer had any claim to his bloodline. Snape remained silent, and Harry met his gaze evenly. Why must you remain near the school? I don't need to, really. It is simply that I know Voldemort will come here. Harry leaned against the doorframe. And as I have no idea where Voldemort is hiding out, I have few options but to wait for him to come to me. How do you know what he is thinking, boy? Harry's eyes hardened. Do not call me boy, Snape. He hissed. I have not been a child in years. I was never given the chance to be young. Snape stared at him, his eyes the only thing showing his surprise. Harry, however, wasn't taken aback. It was rare that he showed such hostility or menace towards anyone other than Tom or his alter ego, Voldemort. Thinking back over the last couple days, he realized that he had only ever showed his marauders side to the current inhabitants of the castle. No wonder Snape was shocked by his reaction. He probably hadn't expected it at all. Harry took a deep breath and turned away from the man, knowing that he wouldn't likely be called boy again. At least not until the man wanted to get hexed. I know how Tom thinks, Professor. I know how he plots and I know what he wants, and he wants Hogwarts. What would he do with Hogwarts? He turned his head to eye Snape. Tom Riddle was not happy to be disinherited. He lost everything when his task was revoked. Do you know what he was asked to do, to become? Harry closed his eyes, remembering the scene where Tom was given his task. It was a proud day for any heir to finally know what the founders would ask of them. Tom was just as proud as any other. He was asked to lead the wizarding world into the new century. He was asked to become the world's figurehead. Harry laughed humorlessly. You've seen what his idea of the new century should be like. You know his twisted vision better than most. Snape's eyes hardened, then shuttered closed. Harry could no longer read him. He shook his head slightly, his lips quirking up. The man was far too paranoid. It was common knowledge that Snape had at one point worked for Voldemort. He decided to try to bypass that particular confrontation for the time being, and picked up the conversation again. Tom wants Hogwarts, Professor, Harry said, because it was the founders who denied him his place at the head of our world. He wants it destroyed, as he was. Revenge. Harry nodded. Yes, revenge. Not against Albus, not against the world, but against the founders, who took from him his last claim to purpose. I see. And Harry knew that he did. Voldemort was going to come for Hogwarts, thus, the school was the best place for Harry to be. Acting as an apprentice to one of the resident professors gave him an alibi of sorts, a legitimate reason to be within the castle should anyone of importance ask. Harry nodded and turned from the doorway. He was out the door and down the hall before he heard Snape's bellow echo through the dungeons. He yelped and took off for the upper floors without a moment to lose. It hadn't taken Snape as long as he thought it would to realize that his apprentice had managed to skive out of helping him brew potions. Harry smirked widely. He would have to remember that Snape was a bit quicker than one would give him credit for. By the time Monday morning rolled around, Snape had finally cooled down enough not to finger his wand every time he saw the young heir, which allowed Harry to breathe a little easier. An extra weight was lifted from his shoulders for the day after he dropped Sin off with Hagrid. The half-giant had asked to use the little griffin in his classes and Harry was more than happy to lend his familiar to his old and first friend. Sin wasn't quite so enthusiastic, but Harry decided to ignore that little detail. Harry was sitting slouched over his plate trying to decide if he wanted to go down to the kitchens to bug the house elves for breakfast or just eat the offered selections when he was interrupted, which didn't put him in the greatest of moods. Especially as it was Draco Malfoy doing the interrupting. He never was fond of the boy. Apprentice. And he was picking up Moody's habits. Harry ignored the bee. Owned and continued to stare at the salt shaker, although his previous dispute with himself was replaced by the desire to hex the boy. Again, a strong desire. Apprentice Elder. The boy sneered again. Harry rolled his eyes upward to glare half-heartedly. Whatever do you want, Malfoy? You have something of mine. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Do not. Do to. Do not. Malfoy pursed his lips in irritation and Harry smirked, though he was a little disappointed that he didn't lead the boy further into a pointless roundabout. Oh well. I want it back. That would only be assuming I actually had something in my possession that belonged to you, Mr. Malfoy. The serpent, Elder. He ground out. Harry gave up on his entertainment and decided to finish the confrontation. It was only irritating him anyways. He looked directly into the bee's eyes. You gave her away when you used her in a formal duel against me. You summoned a snake to fight for you, thereby placing her fate in the hands of your opponent, and I chose to tame her rather than destroy her, as most would have. If you are incapable of recognizing your own loss, then you are a bigger idiot than I first thought, Draco Malfoy. He ended in a low hiss. When the boy only blinked in return, Harry rose from his seat and crossed the hall. He passed by the student tables and plopped down at the end of the furthest one, mumbling obscenities all the way. He didn't even glance back at the young Malfoy. Bloody idiot. Not even here a week and he's already driving me mad. Harry mumbled as he stuffed a piece of toast in his mouth. Hello, Darian. A voice thankfully brought him out of his less than pleasant thoughts. Harry looked around him and suddenly realized just where he had placed himself. Smack dab in the heart of a group of upper-year Gryffindors. Or rather, right in the middle of his old friends and dorm mates. Bloody great, he thought. Malfoy does it again, I'm gonna kill him. Out loud, however, he only returned Hermione's greeting. Don't worry yourself about Malfoy, he's just a prat. Hermione advised. So I've noticed. Yay, like he's easy to ignore, my own. Ron said. Ron. Hey mate. Ron turned to Harry. You did great with him in that duel. It was brilliant. Neville said. Where did you learn how to duel like that? Ron continued. I've never seen anything like it. You walloped him. Harry smirked at his enthusiasm. I was well taught, and Malfoy is hardly subtle in his spell casting. You were taught by the founders, right? Ginny asked. Yes, they all taught me. That's amazing. To be taught by the founders themselves. Hermione said excitedly. They are said to be the best wizards and witches in centuries, nearly at the level of Merlin. It must have been a great honor to even meet them. Yay. Well, the novelty wore off after a while. Harry mumbled, quicker with Salazar than the others, I'm afraid. Yay. I'll bet. Ron said around a mouthful of food, Slytherin himself, the snake. Harry sniffed. Salazar may have been a sneaky bastard, but he had his good qualities. You just had to dig awfully deep to find them. Then you had to get lucky. But he did have a good quality, or two. Ron. The two girls said at the same time, though Harry suspected for different reasons. Likely, Hermione couldn't stand hearing slander against the founders, and Ginny, well, he wasn't sure why Ginny was so indignant. Harry watched with interest as Hermione fingered her wand and glared while Ginny held nothing back and smacked her brother upside the head. Ron's indignant hey nearly set him off laughing. It did set Neville, Seamus and Dean off, however. Their laughter rolled over their end of the table and made him smile. Gryffindors always knew how to laugh well. Slytherins only snickered and sneered, more often than not, menacingly. Hufflepuffs tended to giggle. Helga had a bubbly laugh that Harry had become addicted to hearing. Harry shook such evaluations out of his head. He had spent large amounts of time within all four of the houses and was fond of comparing them. He had spent years trying to figure out why the founders couldn't decide what house he belonged most to. He never did solve that particular puzzle. He figured he probably never would. Serpents are considered to be wise in certain cultures, Ronald. Harry looked past the two youngest Weasleys beside him to see Luna staring blankly out of the window. Yay, sure. Ron said. Cunning, scheming, sneaky. Ronald Weasley. Ginny pulled her wand and waved it ominously. You behave yourself or I'll be forced to do irreparable damage upon your person. Harry laughed outright at Ron's expression. He looked positively horrified. Harry couldn't quite figure out if it was because of the threat of bodily harm or the idea that his little sister was defending Slytherins. Possibly it was the combination of both that made his face look as if he was facing hell on earth. The red of his cheeks was beginning to compete with his hair as well. Ginny. He spluttered. No, Ron. Ginny pocketed her wand, glared at her brother and stalked off to sit halfway down the table. Ron stared after her in nothing short of astonishment. What's her problem? Dean leaned over into the group. I have no idea, Ron said, faintly. Honestly. Hermione huffed. Boys. Ron twisted around in his seat to stare at her. What? How am I supposed to know what's up with her? She's your sister. Ron. Yeah, so. Hermione threw up her hands in exasperation. You're impossible. I'm impossible. Yes. How? I don't. Arg. Ron turned away from her and stabbed his fork into his breakfast. Hermione harumphed and copied his movements. What was that about? Neville asked the table. They just have an unrequited love affair, is all. Dean said. I do not. Ron said at the same time Hermione said, we have no such thing. Everyone within hearing range laughed, which caused interesting reactions from the both of them. Harry held in his own laughter at the two. They were always good for a little entertainment. More so than he remembered, actually. What on earth? Hermione's voice broke through their amusement. She stared curiously at the entrance to the Great Hall, half raised out of her seat to get a better look over the heads in her way. Harry followed her line of sight, and had the exact same thought. What on earth was the minister doing at Hogwarts? Harry remained in his seat amongst the Gryffindors as Fudge and his contingent of cronies made their way up to the staff table. A quick look towards Dumbledore told him that this visit wasn't a surprise. Harry would be buggered, though, if he knew why the headmaster was expecting a visit from the Minister of Magic. Harry let his eyes wander down the staff table and found similar expressions of barely hidden distaste among all the professors. There was still no surprise amongst the lot of them, although Harry found himself to be surprised. He hadn't realized that Karkaroff was seated primly next to Snape. The two made an interesting contrast, what with Snape's dark disposition up next to Karkaroff's sleek silver one. They both had a dark aura about them, though. How did I miss that? Harry mumbled to himself. He was becoming lax if he didn't notice a new face amongst the head table, especially one that he knew to bear the dark mark. And Albus had just told him 2 days past that the former headmaster was arriving to Hogwarts to teach. Figures. He continued his mumbling as he watched the ministry group reach their destination. Good morning, Cornelius. Albus greeted the minister. Morning, morning, Dumbledore. Fudge said as he tugged on his jacket. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? Albus continued in his jovial voice. Harry, however, noticed the lack of twinkle in the old man's eyes. He rather suspected that Fudge noticed it as well. By the look of Snape's face he certainly did. Hard times, Dumbledore, hard times. Then again, maybe not. Must do what we can. The people call for action. Harry rolled his eyes at the man's rambling. Honestly, like anyone believed such an act. Indeed, Cornelius. Albus's lack of twinkle grew obvious. You know why we're here, Dumbledore. Fudge continued. All persons must be checked, new policy and all. Harry held in a snort, and mumbled, new policy my ass. He still didn't know what the bowler-topped man wanted. Harry's confusion must have shown in his face as Hermione took it upon herself to explain. Fudge enacted some new policy that stated that every new person to enter the school is to surrender their wand for a check and answer a standard list of questions. Bloody annoying that was. Ron stated. Came up on the train halfway to the school and checked us all. We were all 2 hours late for the feast. That's nice, Ron. Hermione retorted, always thinking with your stomach. I hadn't eaten all day. I was hungry. You ate up half the trolley of snacks on the train. I did not. Before the two could continue their impromptu argument, Harry continued a more productive line of conversation. I don't see how they could determine anything by asking a list of useless questions. Harry said, as he watched the formalities between the two men. Hermione was too busy staring down Ron to respond, so Ginny did. They made sure they got the truth. It took Harry a second to figure out what she was saying. What? Harry was incredulous. Minors aren't allowed to be dosed with truth potions. That's true with Veritaserum, Hermione said, turning away from Ron. They didn't use a potion, though. They used the Veritas spell. Veritas. Harry stared at her. They cast the Veritas charm on the students. Yay, they were, but Ron's sentence got cut off by Harry's hand. The minister and Albus had finally gotten past their pleasantries. We'll need to see the man named Igor Karkaroff, Fudge was saying. You know the drill, Dumbledore. Of course, Cornelius. Albus' unusually hard voice nearly made Harry shiver. The man may have been old, but he was no less powerful. Oh, Hermione's voice broke through. They must be here to check Karkaroff, though I would have thought they'd done so before he actually came into the school. You think Snape snuck him in? Ron asked. Right under the ministry's nose, Dean said from down the table. Brilliant. Harry rather agreed with that assessment, though he knew Karkaroff wasn't sneaked into the castle. Not in principle anyways. No doubt Albus just brought the man on campus without properly notifying the ministry. Brilliant, indeed. Weatherby, if you will. Fudge motioned one of his lackeys forward. Harry held in a laugh. It was Percy, and Fudge still hadn't gotten the poor kid's name right. Harry may have a certain level of self-control, but Ron and the other sixth-year Gryffindors did not. Neither Hermione nor Albus' quick look of warning did little to stop their chuckling, either. Harry just sat amongst them, giving Albus a look of amusement. Igor Karkaroff, Percy summoned in an imperious air. Harry's lips quirked as the group around him continued their giggles. Step down here, if you will. Karkaroff sniffed slightly, his gray mustache twitching, before rising elegantly from his chair and rounding the table. Percy motioned him over impatiently, already holding his wand ready. Apparently, Weatherby was going to be the one to cast the truth spell. Harry rather thought that it was a bit rude on the minister's part to make the man go through it all in front of the whole bloody school. The antechamber is prepared for your use, Cornelius. Albus broke in. Harry cheered mentally. It is just through here. Fudge scrunched up his face in an interesting manner, but motioned for his group to follow the headmaster anyways. Of course, go on Weatherby. Oh, minister. One of his group stopped their progress. There was one more, if you'll recall. Harry's stomach clenched. Ah yes. Fudge turned towards the headmaster. The boy who came out of the flow, Dumbledore, he will need to be checked as well. Harry grimaced slightly as heads turned to look at him. So much for blending in. He was going to get the name of that bloody Fudge tag along and send a good hex towards him. Yes, Mr. Elder, would you care to join us? Albus asked politely. Doesn't look like I have much choice, really. Harry mumbled. He decided to fully play his part as an apprentice. If my master allows, he stated neutrally for the hall to hear. Your master. Fudge growled at him, suspiciously. Harry nodded towards Snape. Fudge's head swung around so fast Harry fancied he could hear it crack from across the hall. Snape met the look with one of his own. My apprentice, he stressed, may go with you, on the condition that I accompany him. Your apprentice? Fudge stammered. You have an apprentice. He doesn't need to sound so surprised. Harry mumbled to no one in particular. Indeed. Snape sneered. For what subject, Snape? Fudge asked. Harry snorted, again mumbling sarcastically under his breath. The man was an idiot. Potions, perhaps, Snape suggested. As I am a potions master you may, or not, recall, thus I am entitled to take on an apprentice of my choosing, with or without any consent or intervention from any outside source. Except Albus Dumbledore, Harry thought. Fudge spluttered a bit, but recovered well enough. This way, then. Harry calmly rose and crossed the hall to stand by his master, all the while trying not to bore holes through Fudge by will alone. He was having some trouble. The balding man was terribly annoying, and Harry didn't have a fond memory of the man in Ixtense. Of course there was always that little scene where Harry let loose some of his more entertaining curses on the man in front of the whole hall. It was really too bad that it was only a dream. It was a good vision, though, and Harry had to struggle not to smirk at the idea of following through with it. Merlin knew the man deserved a good hex, or 3. This way then, Fudge said as he tugged on his tie. Harry followed the group into the antechamber, which sported a conference-type table and a fire crackling merrily away. Interestingly, no one volunteered to seat themselves first, despite the more comfortable atmosphere. Albus pulled the door shut behind him with a soft click, drowning out the rising noise of the great hall. Harry glanced around at the gathered ministry cronies and sat himself on the far side of the table in a comfortable slouch. Snape, of course, took up position in a shadowy corner against the wall, sneer firmly in place. Ah, before we begin, Fudge said, puffing up to his oh-so-impressive short height, I must know if the boy is of majority. Harry blinked at the question. Command, and wondered why the man would need to know his age. Fudge turned beady eyes in his direction. Cornelius, Albus began, I see no need to be so harsh on him. Now, Dumbledore, you know the policy, all adults must be seen as such. Fudge said. The policy states that those of age must face the questions as an adult. Percy all but quoted. Harry's eyes narrowed. He had a suspicious feeling that he knew where the whole roundabout was going. He hoped they would hurry up and settle themselves. He was getting sick of Fudge's simpering. Harry noticed Albus. Eyes hardened. He could easily tell that Albus most certainly did not approve of Fudge's new policy. Harry had a feeling that he wouldn't either. I'm past my majority, he said quietly, deciding to move things along a bit. The group swiveled to look at him, and Harry fought the urge to smirk at the lot from his sprawled position in his chair. You are over the age of 17, then? Percy said. Yes. How old are you? Fudge interjected. Harry felt his eyes narrow at the man. I am 21. If you please, then, Mr. Elder. Harry provided. Mr. Elder, Fudge said, trying to look down his nose at him, you will wait outside while we question Karkaroff. Harry raised his eyebrow at the man. He really needed to learn how to remember people's names. Not for the first time, Harry wondered how Fudge managed to become minister. He wasn't even good with people, let alone governing. Harry looked towards Snape's direction, meeting Albus, eyes in the process. Neither looked happy, but both nodded. Very well. Harry rose and strode out of the room in one smooth motion. Snape stepped out behind him, and the door all but slammed shut. Harry glanced around, noticing the students sending them curious looks. Veritsarum, then, Harry said quietly as he settled himself against the wall. Snape sent a glare towards the students and copied his movements. Indeed. Joy, he said with heavy sarcasm. Harry grimaced. He hated Veritsarum. It was a slimy tasting potion that had the rather nasty habit of sticking to the roof of his mouth for hours after taking it. His stomach clenched, almost painfully, at the thought of being subjected to the potion. Snape sent an inquisitive look in his direction. Harry decided to ignore it. He didn't want to try to explain yet another story to the man, not here, and certainly not in between forced meetings with Fudge. It would only make him more ill. Snape didn't ask his question, to which Harry was thankful. They both stood silently against the wall while they waited. Snape held his glare in place, apparently amusing himself with the interesting reactions of the students every time they looked in their direction. At least Harry was amused by the interplay. The hall was beginning to empty over 10 minutes later, when Percy finally poked his nose out the door. It wasn't good timing, as the redhead got a full dose of Snape's worst death glare. Harry smirked as Percy scrambled backwards into the room. Snape stalked in after the upset Weasley, his apprentice on his heels. Harry took in the faces of those present. Karkaroff was seated at the far end of the table, looking a little wobbly with his head braced in one hand, while Albus was at his shoulder, giving the man silent support. Fudge and his cronies looked strained, though Harry wasn't sure why. Snape took up his previous position in the corner, while Harry waited near the door for his instructions. Mr. Eledier, Fudge started when Harry interrupted him. Elder. Fudge stumbled over his words a bit. What? My name is Elder. Fudge gave him an irritated look and returned to his speech. Take a seat. He pointed to a chair surrounded by ministry workers, and we will get started. Harry didn't even look at the chair, but instead rounded the table and sat himself in his previous seat, taking great amusement in riling up the man. Fudge, apparently, couldn't find his tongue, so he waved wildly at Percy to get on with it. Harry kept his eyes on Percy as he made his way around the table, which visibly upset the redhead. Harry kept his face neutral, but his eyes were hard. Do you have any allergies? He asked. Fatuous. Harry said seriously. He had never been so happy for his forced lessons in language. Rowena had continuously drilled him in Latin, among others, and had even got Salazar to test him. Harry had just said, idiots, in Latin. Percy looked at him blankly. Fudge looked confused and impatient. The rest of the ministry workers ranged in between the two, although one of them looked like he was having some difficulties and was holding a hand over his mouth. Harry thought he recognized him from the order. Harry held in a smirk as he saw both Snape and Albus shoot him highly amused looks. Percy uttered an intelligent, which prompted Harry to continue the encounter. I don't think you'll find it in any potions, he said, still serious, especially Veritaserum. Very well, Fudge said, get on with it, Weatherby. Percy nodded and doled out the correct dose. Harry took it without any fuss, despite his desire to protest. Harry made a face at the texture of the thick substance, but he relaxed as the effects took place. A white haze spread throughout his body, blurring the edges of his vision, and making his fingers tingle oddly. It didn't take long for the Veritaserum to work through his body. Soon enough Harry's eyes appeared glazed, and he was seated slackly in his chair. Fudge wasted no time in asking his first question. What is your name? He shot out. Harry made no pause with his answer, Darian Elder. Fudge looked at him a moment before continuing his line of questions. They settled all the basics first, such as his age 21, where he was born, England, and where he graduated from school, Hogwarts, to which Fudge looked at him with some disbelief but didn't comment. Harry easily hid his amusement, as he let the Veritaserum completely relax his muscles. To all appearances, he was fully under its effects. Thankfully for Harry, he wasn't. Potions was a very wide and varied field, ranging from simple household brews to extremely complex concoctions. Potions masters were more rare than most other magical fields, and even then few could brew the more complicated and delicate mixtures, of which Veritaserum was one. Harry and the other heirs were lucky that they had Salazar to tutor them in the subject, as he quickly became a legend in the field, even before his death. Salazar had attempted to teach Harry the finer points of potions, but had little luck. It simply wasn't his best subject. However hopeless he may have been in potions, Harry did understand the reactions that most potions brought about, and how to deal with them. Veritaserum was one that they studied to some length, and was one of the potions that Harry was actually able to make. No doubt Snape wouldn't believe him until he actually proved it, however. The interesting thing about Veritaserum was its ingredients. It was rather a short list considering the complexity of the stages in the brewing process. Each ingredient was crucial, therefore could not be substituted. Still, few people knew what was actually in that innocent-looking clear liquid. Harry did, and it was one of those ingredients that allowed him to skirt around the potion's intent. "Why are you at Hogwarts?" Fudge asked. Harry mentally rolled his eyes. The man obviously had no skills in interrogation. His questions were far too vague. "I am under apprenticeship to Professor Snape." Which was true, but not the true answer to the question. Harry wasn't at Hogwarts for an apprenticeship. He saw Snape straighten at his response. The man knew why Harry was truly at Hogwarts, as Harry had told him the day before. Now Snape knew that his apprentice was able to bypass the effects of the truth serum. No doubt he was deeply curious as to how. "How long do you plan to remain?" "The apprenticeship will last for 2 years. Again, it was truth, but not the answer. Harry decided not to tell the man that he had no intentions of leaving the castle. He was rather partial to living at Hogwarts. Fudge paused in his questioning a moment before continuing. "Do you have any malicious intents towards the staff or students?" Harry saw Albus rise with a clear look of indignation on his face. Snape also shifted. Fudge was drawing very near to a line he really shouldn't cross. The question was bordering on accusatory, when the questioning should be completely neutral. Harry knew, however, that the potion in his system would, or should, compel him to answer promptly and truthfully. So he did. "I plan on giving Malfoy a thorough hexing at the first opportunity." Fudge looked startled, as did Snape, although Albus was clearly amused as he sat back in his seat next to Karkaroff, who still looked a little worse for wear. "So you admit to malevolent intentions?" Fudge jumped on his response. "Not as much, I only plan on roughing him up a bit. He won't be permanently damaged in any way, mostly." Harry acknowledged to himself that his statement could hardly be considered reassuring, but he couldn't help but say it anyway. It was the truth after all. "What exactly do you plan on doing to him?" Fudge asked. "He is a student at this institution. You are forbidden to do them any harm." "I was thinking of stringing him up from the Great Hall under a silencing charm and leaving him there until someone noticed his presence," Harry said in the toneless voice of one under Veritaserum, "and no, I'm not." "What?" Fudge asked. "I was thinking of stringing him up." "No, stop," Fudge blustered. "That's not what I meant. Don't repeat it." Harry stared at him with hazy eyes, while inside he was struggling not to laugh outright. "You're not what?" Fudge asked. "I'm not forbidden to do the students harm. I have no restrictions placed on me in regards to the residents of the castle." Fudge glared at him, before turning and sending a glare towards Snape. Harry was greatly amused when the minister quickly turned from the icy look the potion's master gave him. It took the balding man a moment to regain his composure. "And for what purpose are you going to attack Mr. Malfoy?" "Cornelius," Albus interrupted, "this is hardly a productive line of questioning. Darian is still young, and so is partial to some of the entertainments of youth. I'm sure that he would not do young Mr. Malfoy any harm." Well, thought Harry, he wasn't going to kill the kid. Harry, of course, was compelled to answer the question, despite the minister's somewhat reluctant nod of acquiescence. "He annoyed me at breakfast this morning," he stated simply. Fudge blinked at him before narrowing his eyes, though he didn't continue his questions about the matter. Harry distinctly heard Snape snort in amusement from his corner, however. "Cornelius, perhaps you should continue your questions," Albus prompted, with a slight twinkle in his eyes. "Of course," Fudge forced out. "Mr. Elder, do you bear the dark mark?" Harry nearly blinked in his surprise of the question. He hadn't expected the minister to be so blunt. "No." "Do you support you know who?" "No." Harry was greatly insulted by the question, but thought that he had hit it well. "Do you plan on aiding you know who or any of his Death Eaters?" "Not intentionally." Fudge narrowed his eyes at him. "Have you ever cast one of the Unforgivables?" Harry decided that he would lie about that particular question. "No." "Have you ever practiced dark magic?" Harry blinked blankly, a response often associated with confusion in those under the throes of Veritaserum. Harry couldn't honestly respond to such a question, simply because he didn't know what Fudge considered to be dark magic. The minister should have known that as well, or shouldn't be posing the questions. Have you ever used a spell with the intentions to harm? One of the ministry workers asked. Fudge sent the man a mild irritated look, but the man ignored him. Harry realized that it was the guy who he recognized may belong to the Order. It had honestly been too long since he had been in Grimmauld Place with the Order of the Phoenix to be able to remember most of them. Yes. Harry responded to the question, in self-defense. Cornelius, Albus began, these questions are becoming far too personal. Darien has given the ministry no reason to be asking such questions as if he is nothing more than a criminal. The contingent of ministry workers shifted uneasily. Harry applauded Albus' ability to make grown men look like reprimanded children, though he couldn't properly enjoy his friend's little victory over the minister. He was becoming far too annoyed to be amused. Fudge was irking him beyond what Harry thought the man capable of. Yes, Albus. Fudge said, though he didn't look at the headmaster, only a few more questions for the boy. Harry gritted his teeth in an effort to prevent sending a nasty spell towards the simpering minister. Why did you arrive by flow at the welcoming feast? Fudge asked, ignoring Albus for the moment. I was too late to take the Hogwarts Express. From where did you come? Cornelius. Albus said sternly, rising from his chair with a cold look. Fudge hesitated and avoided the old man's gaze, but was obviously listening for Harry's answer. Apparently Fudge didn't yet know that he was a Founder's heir. Hogwarts. Harry said simply. What? Hogwarts. Harry repeated obediently. How is that possible? Harry smirked inwardly, though he was still highly annoyed by the man. The Flow network uses the opening of fireplaces to connect the various locations of the wizarding world. Harry launched into a monotonous explanation of how the Flow network worked to transport people from one place to another. Fudge did ask, after all. While half his mind was occupied with that task, he took great pleasure in the confrontation between Albus and Fudge that was taking place across the table. From the looks of it, Snape and a couple of Fudge's cronies did as well, although Percy clearly didn't approve and kept sending suspicious looks towards Harry, Karkaroff and Snape. It took the headmaster less than 60 seconds to escort the bumbling minister out the door, the man's tag-alongs trailing after. Harry abruptly stopped his explanation about the finer points of setting up a stop along the Flow network as they exited the doorway. Interestingly, his sudden silence caused Karkaroff to raise his head from his hands. The man had spent the entire interview cradling his head unsteadily in his hands. Harry ignored the man's intense inspection for the moment. Harry blinked furiously, trying to get the haziness out of vision that the potion caused. He may be able to skirt around the whole truth issue, but he still felt the potion's numbing side effects. Harry heard the door open and close again. A quick glance proved that Albus had returned. Harry scowled at him. You could have warned me, old man. My apologies, Darien, it had not crossed my mind. Harry glared at him for a moment, or at least in the man's general direction, as his vision was still a bit hazy, before leaning forward and dropping his head in his hands. I hate Veritaserum, he mumbled. Albus chuckled, much to Harry's consternation. Don't worry, you old goat, Harry hissed, though lacking any real threat, I'll get you, yet. Of that, I've no doubt, Darien. Harry glared at the man while Albus only twinkled in return. How? Karkaroff's whispered question brought Harry and Albus out of their rather interesting little war. Harry turned to observe the man. He still looked terribly unsteady, but appeared better than he had been. He was now regarding Harry with a mixed look of shock and astonishment. I would like to know the answer to that myself, Snape said from his corner. Harry leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. The fuzziness was only going to give him a headache. He shook his hands out in irritation, trying to get the tingling to go away, though he knew that it wouldn't leave for some time. I would have thought that you would be able to figure that out, Professor. Harry said, addressing Snape, as you are a potions master after all. There was silence for a moment, which Harry relished, as his headache was already beginning. He knew that if Snape thought about it he would be able to figure out how Darien was immune to the potion's effects. He had all the clues he needed, after all. Harry didn't have the same confidence in Karkaroff, however, as he didn't know what Snape knew about Darien. The immunity mark, Snape said quietly. Harry nodded without looking at the man. One of the ingredients in Veritaserum is the venom of a snake from Africa. Its venom causes the victim to spill out all of his secrets, without being able to check what he says. Harry said softly, this ingredient is what causes the potion to have its compulsion to speak the truth aspects. With the other things thrown in with it, this venom effectively becomes a perfect tool for interrogation, Veritaserum. Instead of sprouting off their life stories, the person will only say what was prompted from them, or asked about. And, Karkaroff asked. Harry cracked an eye open to look at the man. And I am immune to snake venom. He said, I bear the immunity mark of a white diamond head cobra. Karkaroff's eyes widened almost comically. Clearly the man knew what such a mark entailed, which was interesting, as few had ever heard of the immunity mark. Where on earth? Harry closed his eyes again, not bothering to answer. His head was already pounding, and his fingers still tingled. Not to mention that Fudge had put him in a bad mood. It was not a good start to the day. Elder is one of the founders, heirs, Igor. Snape's voice explained. I see. Though Harry could tell that the man didn't. He got the immunity mark from one of Slytherin's pet snakes. Snape's voice seemed a bit agitated, probably from having to explain. Ah, of course, Igor said. Darien, Albus' voice sounded close to him. Do you not have something to help the effects of the Veritaserum? Harry sighed and rubbed his temples. Yes, in my trunk. I haven't unpacked my supplies yet, and I don't usually carry it on my belt. Ah, well then, off to your room. Albus said, pulling him up gently. Harry wobbled a bit while he glared at the man. He had not been ready to stand up. Of course, mother. He simpered sarcastically. Albus chuckled as he guided him out of the room. Harry spent the rest of his day after Fudge's interrogation in his room sifting through his trunk and avoiding all human contact. It was an easy matter to magic in a few more shelves to his liking to hold his growing library and potion stock. Without his familiars bugging him, he was able to get through his trunk rather quickly, though his bad mood didn't speed up the process. Snape didn't bother him either, though Harry wasn't sure if it was because he had no interest in his apprentice's doings or if he was turned off by Harry's dark mutterings throughout the day. Then again, the man did have classes to tend to. Either way, Harry didn't bother to analyze it, deciding not to look the proverbial gift horse in the mouth. Thankfully his rather dismal mood faded considerably after spending the day in relative isolation, giving him the hours he needed to work out his heated irritation at the minister and his conniving ways. He emerged from the bowels of Hogwarts shortly before the dinner hour in a much more amenable mood than when he entered them, and wandered out to Hagrid's general vicinity to collect his pets. He was just rounding the corner in the path when he was attacked by a furry, feathery creature that promptly invaded his mind with a flurry of images of the day which left him a little dizzy. About all he could get out of the mess was Hagrid's face, a flock of students and a cornered griffin cub. There were also a few images of an amused-looking snake, no doubt at Sin's own discomfort. I suppose it's too much to hope that you didn't cause too much trouble, Harry said as Sin draped himself across his shoulders. Sin retorted with an indignant click of his beak, alarmingly close to Harry's ear. Harry decided to forfeit that particular avenue in favor of keeping his ear in one piece, and preferably not with holes through it. Where's Sarah? He asked. Sin shrugged. Ah, hello Mr. Elder. Hagrid bumbled around the edge of his hut. Harry smiled at him. He was always fond of the half-giant. Just Darien, please, he said. I'm Hagrid, Care of Magical Creatures Professor and Keeper of Keys at Hogwarts. Harry shook the large hand presented to him. Nice to finally meet you, Professor. Call me Hagrid, everybody does. Harry smiled easily again. Sin didn't give you too much trouble, did he? Course not, Hagrid said jovially. The students thought he was a right treat, and the little guy loved the attention. Harry sent a smirk to his familiar. I don't doubt it. Sin snapped at his ear again, and Harry grinned. He's a little hard not to notice, really. He said. Right he is. He's beautiful, that's for sure. Too true, Hagrid, he certainly is. Sin preened under their praise, settling himself with more decorum on his selected throne. Harry felt like he should feel privileged that his shoulders happened to be that chosen throne. You continue on like that, his head will be bigger than his miniature wings will be capable of, a voice hissed from the grass. A moment later Sarah wrapped herself around Harry's leg and made her way up to settle in her spot within his robes, all the while cursing, rather creatively, the incompetence of mammals. Harry decided not to take offense. Especially since the serpent was so imaginative in her invectives. He gave her a welcoming stroke along her head and back as he wasn't able to speak directly to her due to Hagrid's presence. The touch calmed her and her stream of insults tapered off. Speaking of Hagrid, he was eyeing the serpent with a mixture of astonishment and glee. It didn't take him long to ask about the snake either. Is she? Harry smiled and pulled Sarah's head out of his robes to show the half-giant. She is a diamond head, yes. You recognize her? O' course, though I've never seen one up close before. She's docile enough, I'm sure she would let you pet her. Hagrid reached out a slightly trembling hand and stroked along the snake's back with a gentleness most wouldn't associate with the giant of a man. Harry, however, was hardly surprised by the man's capacity for tenderness. Sarah hissed her pleasure at the touch and attention, which excited Hagrid to no end. What do you know of him, Darian? Hagrid asked. Harry was more than happy to tell the man all about the diamond-head species of serpents. Hagrid was more than ecstatic to hear it as well. They easily slipped into a rather intense discussion of various, dark, magical creatures that were under laws of some sort from the Ministry, and the two made their way towards Hogwarts for dinner. Harry was more than pleased to know that Hagrid didn't just have a fascination with animals, but that he actually did know his subject, and very well. His nervousness around most of the students in a teacher's role caused him to appear less than capable of the job, when in fact Harry could hardly think of any more suited to the position. He knew that with time Hagrid would become more comfortable with the idea of teaching and he would be able to impart his vast stores of knowledge and understanding with a passion that could easily rival the most devoted in the field. Harry was proud to call the man friend, both as Harry Potter and as Darian. The two were still talking animatedly, currently tossing about their opinions on the restriction of trade in dragon's eggs, when they entered the entrance hall and were met with a rather stubborn-looking Draco Malfoy. Hagrid's strong voice faltered a bit when he noticed the Slytherin, but otherwise showed no other outward nervousness. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said neutrally. Draco shifted his eyes to the half-giant and back to Darian, rather quickly. Harry took the hint. I absolutely loved our talk, Hagrid, he said truthfully, turning to fully address his friend, and we definitely need to continue it, but it appears that I must cut it short at the moment to speak to Mr. Malfoy here. Course, Darian, Hagrid said. Come by fair tea sometime, and I'll tell you about Norbert. Hagrid gave a conspiratorial wink and a big grin. Harry smiled widely. He already knew all about Norbert of course, but found himself looking forward to talking to the kind-hearted man more. I'd love to, and I'll be down there sometime this week, you can count on it. Wonderful. Bring along the little guy there with you. Hagrid motioned to the snoozing griffin. Sure thing. I'll be seeing you then, Hagrid. Harry watched him amble into the great hall before turning back to the bee-owned Slytherin with a raised eyebrow. After a moment of silence Harry decided to get the ball rolling a bit. To what do I owe the pleasure, Malfoy? He asked, still using a neutral tone. He wasn't particularly fond of the bee-owned haired boy, but he was fully aware that pushing him too much could cause any hope for him to side with the light to dissipate rather quickly. Draco, for all his character flaws, was a powerful wizard, and if he were to blindly follow after his father and Voldemort, Harry knew that he would have to face him in battle. It wasn't a prospect that he was overly fond of, and not simply because of the boy's power capacity. Harry honestly wanted Draco to actually think before hauling off to get marked. Draco had the respect of most of his housemates, and many would follow him simply out of habit. If Draco refused Voldemort, many of the current Slytherins would at least think about taking the mark before they did so. Then again, Harry fully accepted that it would be very difficult for Draco to defy his father. Harry also just didn't really care to continue a rivalry with the boy. Tell me, Elder, Draco said coldly, though it lacked his usually sneering tones, how is it that you can tame a serpent? Harry cocked his head at the question. He hadn't quite expected it, at least not so soon. He honestly thought that Draco would drag him through a pile of roundabouts before getting to the point. He decided to return the favor of forwardness. I was taught the arts of snake charming, he said simply. Snake charming, he said. Harry could tell that he didn't quite believe him. Indeed, it's rather simple when it comes down to it. Malfoy waited for the rest, but Harry wasn't about to give it up so easily. Draco had confronted him, obviously looking for something, though Harry wasn't sure what, so the boy was going to have to work for his answers. And what does it come down to? Draco asked, irritation evident in his eyes, though he didn't let it reach his voice. Harry was impressed, really. He was showing a remarkable amount of restraint, more than he had ever seen in the Slytherin. Respect, Harry said. It all comes down to respect. If you cannot respect who, or if you prefer, what, you are working with as an equal in their own rights, then you can never fully tame it. That seems rather contradictory to me. Harry smiled a bit. Perhaps, and that's precisely why it works. I don't understand. That had cost him, Harry knew. Draco was many things, but one of them was most certainly proud. To admit to a lack of knowledge or understanding took a great effort for the boy, especially with his upbringing and Slytherin heritage. Gryffindors may tend to flaunt their pride and were often noted for it, but many Slytherins had a more subtle sense of pride and honor that was often far more fierce than any lion's. Take Sayre for example, Harry said, motioning to where the snake's head was resting against his neck. I respect her for her abilities, for her skills, and simply for her existence. Serpents are powerful creatures and can be staunchly loyal if they so choose. This is even more prominent in magical varieties. Because I respected her as an individual with intelligence, even if it is of a different variety than my own, or perhaps especially because of that difference, she, in turn, respected me as well. This mutual respect is what allowed me to tame her, so to speak. It wasn't so much that I forced her into subservience, it's that she willingly submitted her anger and instincts and allowed me to become her friend, I suppose. Harry mused absently. Master isn't quite the right term, perhaps it's more like an older brother. Harry rather thought that Sayre would be the older one in a sibling relationship, though he wasn't about to admit it, especially to her. Harry shook away his musings and looked intently at Draco, who had an unreadable expression on his face. Snake charming isn't as if I cast an imperious curse on her. Harry explained, it's a form of calming the emotions and instinctual reactions of defense and survival in order to encourage a peaceful coexistence, of a sort. Harry didn't bother to say that he had the same thoughts towards every magical creature, not just serpents. He rather thought that Draco was smart enough to deduce that on his own, and if he wasn't, then Harry had little hope that the boy would do anything but follow the dictations of his father, in which case it wouldn't matter if he understood Harry's views on equality or not. Where did you learn snake charming? He asked. Harry debated with himself whether or not to tell him. It was true that they weren't exactly hiding the fact that Darien was a founder's heir, but nor were they announcing it. He also noted that Draco may very well be going through with this conversation simply to get information to relay to his father, and thus to Voldemort. Harry found that he really didn't mind if Tom learned that Darien was at Hogwarts, though he would be surprised if the Dark Lord didn't already know. Salazar, Harry said simply. Draco looked first surprised, then indignant before settling on speculative, which Harry didn't expect. Perhaps there was hope for the boy yet. Malfoy looked about ready to speak before his eyes flitted to a spot behind Harry and snapped his mouth shut. The widening of the boy's eyes caused Harry to frown and turn to investigate. A bloodied and disheveled Moody limped through the main school doors, closely followed by a small contingent of who Harry knew to be Order members, including 3 elder Weasleys, one of which was supported by Tonks, and a man he couldn't recall a name for, though thought was an Auror. He fully dreaded what had occurred to warrant the group to retreat to Hogwarts looking like they had all come out of a rather vindictive hurricane. Harry, to his credit, didn't show his extreme surprise and anxiousness at seeing a rather ragged-looking Remus Lupin come through the doors after the others. Harry took a quick inventory of the obvious injuries and a few that weren't so obvious. There was nothing life-threatening that he could see. The group indeed looked like it had a hard time of things, though Remus and Tonks looked oddly smug. Is there any immediate injuries that need to be tended to? Harry asked the group. They all looked up at him, some with surprise, and others with guarded expressions. Moody spoke for them in his usual clipped tones he used with Darian. Nothing urgent. And who are you? The unnamed man asked. I'm Darian Elder. Elder. The man continued. I don't recognize it. You wouldn't. Harry said. Indeed. Harry nodded and looked thoughtful for a moment. All right. Go on up to Albus' office then. I'll tell him you're here and create a suitable distraction so the students don't wander around and see you looking like you've just come out of World War II. Moody scowled at him, but nodded to the others and they headed off towards the headmaster's office. With a last look of warning, Moody thumped after them. After they rounded a corner, Harry turned to the silent Draco and smirked. Harry prodded Sin awake and ignored the grumbling as the griffin fluttered to the ground and stalked off towards the dungeons. He didn't bother himself to worry about the cub's mood. Sin would get over it, and Harry got what he wanted in that the griffin was no longer on his shoulders. He turned back to Draco and threw an arm companionably across the surprised boy's shoulders and steered him towards the Great Hall. Come on, Malfoy, Harry said jovially, you get to help. Malfoy sneered but didn't say anything. Harry was rather surprised that he didn't forcibly extricate himself from Harry's grasp. They entered the hall and were met with some rather odd looks at the amity their position displayed. Now, Draco, Harry leaned in to whisper conspiratorially in the boy's ear, this isn't personal, mostly, but I must create a little mayhem, and you get to be my unwilling accomplice. Draco shot him an intense look of annoyance and wariness. The boy really had no idea what was coming to him. Harry steered them over the end of the Ravenclaw table, which was one of the central tables, and dropped his arm from Draco's shoulders. He promptly dug his hand deeply into a large serving bowl of mashed potatoes and with a blossoming smirk shucked it at the bee. Owned. It hit the Slytherin squarely in the face with a resounding splat. It was terribly satisfying. The entire hall was deadly silent. Harry watched as Malfoy managed to get over his shock and clear away enough of the potato to see again, and gave the boy a smirk. Malfoy's look of astonishment quickly turned into anger, but surprisingly he didn't reach for his wand. Instead, Harry found himself ducking a retaliation of flying food from a malicious-eyed bee. Owned. Harry ducked back behind the Hufflepuff table and reached for more ammunition, which he flung in the general direction of Malfoy but hit a group of Ravenclaws instead, though he hardly really cared. Malfoy, it seemed, wasn't aiming much either, and managed to hit a few Gryffindors behind Harry, two of which were Weasleys who didn't hesitate to retaliate, and managed to hit more Slytherins. Harry grinned. It didn't take long to drag in most of the student body into the rather odd food fight, and within moments the hall was a veritable war zone. Harry instigated many of the little battles, dancing around the room, hardly noticed and flinging food in all directions, heedless of who he was actually hitting. He noticed with great amusement that Flitwick seemed to be charming some of the food to fly around as well, and with a large grin. Satisfied that he had created enough mischief to keep the students occupied for some time, Harry sidled his way up to the headmaster, flicking off a stray piece of food. He rather thought that it was potato, but wasn't sure, from his robes with a wide smirk on his face. Do I want to know why you started this? Albus asked with as much sternness as he could muster. Harry grinned as he saw the old man flicking his own wand around, adding to the chaos. Besides getting my own at Malfoy. You're usually a bit more subtle, Darian. Yes, perhaps, but it was the best I could do on short notice. Harry's voice was more somber. Albus didn't fail to notice, and ceased casting spells on the food. You have a flock of rather disheveled-looking birds up in your office, Albus. Harry said, knowing that the old man would make the necessary connection to the Order of the Phoenix. I rather suspect that they may have been forced from their nest, as two of them don't seem all that disappointed at the relocation. And can they fly? Albus asked, responding in kind to Harry's unique form of code. I'm sure they're all far too stubborn to be caged, though you may want to brace their wounds, otherwise they are fine and will certainly fly again. Albus nodded. Good, good. He looked around at the hall, still very much in the throes of a war and not looking like it would stop any time soon. I don't suppose that you're going to aid in the cleaning. Harry gave him a sideways look. I'm not involved, he said somewhat airily. Of course. Albus said with a knowing smile. No one noticed the two of them shimmer out of view, except perhaps the potion's master, who was the only one still in his seat. He was sitting ramrod straight with a disgusted scowl in place for his colleagues who were all aiding in the mayhem of the food fight, though not all were obvious in their efforts. The obvious challenge was far too great a temptation to resist, as Snape was the only one who had yet to be hit. No one would admit to whose throw connected. Most students swore that it was McGonagall, though they were careful not to voice it in either professor's presence. It certainly was worth it, simply for the look of extreme shock on the severe man's face as a rather large blob of unidentifiable goop slid down the side of his head. Unnoticed in the melee, Harry laughed hysterically. Harry remained in the Great Hall after most of the students had wandered off to their dorms, and the showers, and helped a small horde of house elves clean up the aftermath of the food fight. He did, after all, start it, and he felt a little guilty about that. He didn't feel the least bit guilty about the food fight itself, as it was a blast and well worth it, just that the house elves were left to clean it. Not to mention that Filch was scowling at him from the doorway, and he doubted that the caretaker would let him walk out the doors in one piece, let alone two. He rather thought that he'd be lucky to get out in three. He probably had a rack set up somewhere in the bowels of the dungeons, just ready and waiting for someone to test it out. Harry decided to not test out that particular theory and stayed in the Great Hall to help clean. It was about an hour before curfew that he finally took his leave and sidled past a still scowling Filch. He wandered out of the Great Hall into the maze of Hogwarts halls, petting Sayre's head absently as she hissed her pleasure. He ran the events of the past few days past his mind. Of all that could have occurred upon his return to his own time, becoming an apprentice to Snape wasn't exactly something that he could have anticipated. No matter that the apprenticeship wasn't exactly real, he still lived in the same living space as the man. Granted, his time spent with Salazar prepared him to deal with any Slytherin, Snape included, or perhaps especially. The similarities between the two were uncanny and unnerving. Salazar wasn't quite so greasy, though, and Snape was younger, and a bit uglier. Harry sighed and pushed the comparisons out of his head. He could spend all day comparing the heads of houses to the founders and not get anything done. He was brought out of his musings by a sound that sounded suspiciously like stone crashing into a wall. Sayre startled violently from her doze, and Harry rather thought that he was lucky he didn't get bit. He turned abruptly as the sound moved and continued towards him from one of the side passages, his hand outstretched in front of him ready to cast spells. A moment later, a rat skittered around the bend and shot towards him. His shock at seeing the rodent doubled as he saw what was chasing it. Albus, Stone Guardian, rounded the turn, skidding across the stone floor and crashed sideways into the wall opposite before taking off after the rat again. The two passed him at an all-out run, and he spun to see them continue down the hall. Harry stared, stuck somewhere between shock and hilarity at the sight of the small stone griffin chasing after a rat. It took him a second to process that the rat wasn't an ordinary house pest. It had a silver paw. It wasn't a rat at all, it was an animagus. Wormtail. He growled darkly, and sprinted after the two. Don't let him get away, he yelled as the strange procession turned another corner. The Stone Guardian crashed headlong into a wall, unable to maintain any sort of purchase on the stone flooring. Harry whipped around the corner, skidding a bit as well. He put a hand out to steady himself before charging off again. He shot a stunning spell after the rat, but Wormtail must have anticipated a spelled attack and managed to dodge, barely, and turned down a side passage. Harry wasted no time in following, though he was forced to slow his pace in the narrow tunnel-like area as he shuffled sideways. Luckily, the passage was short enough that the rat didn't get too much of a head start on him. He pushed the painting guarding the end open all the way and jumped out without pause. He was lucky that the staircase below him hadn't decided to move sooner, otherwise he would have dropped a good 2 stories to the next one. As it was, he landed shakily on the stairs just as it shifted and begun its wide swing to the other side of the tower. Blast! He swore, looking around frantically, searching for a sign of where the bloody rat took off to. Harry leaned over the railing, and saw the small movement of the rat on a stairwell a couple stories below. Wormtail was scurrying along the wall, weaving amongst the feet of the few students that he came across. Harry growled, pulled one of his knives and jumped over the ledge. He heard a startled scream from a few students, but didn't take his eyes off the rat, pulling his arm back to throw. Wormtail apparently noticed his action and dodged between a small group of students. Harry scrambled to readjust the aim of his throw to miss the kids, which was difficult enough as it was, but he was in the middle of a freefall. Luckily, he didn't hit anyone. He fell past the level that he threw his knife, and Harry turned his attention to his own predicament, namely the ground floor that was rushing up to meet him quite eagerly. Harry called on his animagus abilities and sprouted his wings to stop his freefall down the shaft of air, just in time, too, as he barely missed crashing into a moving staircase. He flew up to the level he had thrown his knife, hoping that he had managed to catch himself a rat. He crouched on the railing, using one hand to balance himself on the narrow ledge, and took in the identities of the students on the stairwell. His eyes widened slightly as he took in the looks of shock, anger and relief, all three of which warred for dominance on Ron's face. "Darian?" Hermione asked shakily. She was leaning against the wall, looking a bit rattled. She had been the closest to his knife's trajectory, and he winced a bit when he realized how close he had been to hitting her. Her eyes were wide with shock and a little relief, and she had a hand over her chest as if trying to hold her heart, which no doubt was beating a furious pace. Actually, the others didn't look too well either, although Ron was turning interesting shades of red. "How dare you?" Ron yelled, pulling his wand and aiming it at him. "Slytherin scum. I knew you weren't to be trusted, apprenticed to Snape." He spat. Harry reeled back, more from the hatred in the redhead's eyes than from the accusations or the threat of the wand. He felt a brief moment of betrayal, before banishing it. He reminded himself that his friends didn't know him as Darian, and that for all they knew, he was Voldemort's bastard son out of a resurrected Morgan Le Fay. Before Ron could get any further in his rant, Harry snatched the boy's wand right out of his hand in a quick motion. Ron spluttered for a bit, much to Harry's silent bemusement. "Now, before you get yourself too worked up, Ron Weasley, let me tell you that I am not a Slytherin, technically," Harry said, thinking of how the founders never could agree on a house for him. He took in the angry and mistrustful expression on his friends' faces with sorrow. "Secondly, I did not aim at any of you, and I apologize, Hermione, for scaring you. I don't believe you, Ronald," Harry said in a commanding tone. Ron stopped mid-rant and glared at him. Harry was hardly affected. Salazar and Snape were much better at death glares. Harry handed the boy's wand to Hermione, who took it without a word. He then jumped off the railing and walked over to where his knife was embedded in a crack between two stone blocks in the wall near the floor, unsettlingly close to Hermione's own feet. He had missed his mark. Blast! He swore and pulled his knife free. He inspected the area around him, looking for any sign that he had possibly nicked his target at least. Darian," Hermione said. "What are you looking for?" "Blood," he said, distracted. What?" Neville asked. "Blood," Luna said in a misty voice from a few steps up the stairs near them. "Yeah," Neville said, still a little shaky, "but why?" "What from?" "From a rat," Luna said. Harry looked up from his inspection of the floor to stare at her. He wasn't the only one. The other students were looking at her like she had lost her mind, which was an already debatable topic. Harry, however, knew that there was a rat, and was shocked to find that Luna had apparently seen it. The question was, did she know that it was an animagus? "A rat," Ron said incredulously. "What are you going on about?" Harry glanced at the redhead before dismissing the conversation and returning to his inspection. He always knew that Luna was a bit odd, and while she seemed far away most of the time, she was strangely observant, often seeing things that no one else did or would. "Aha," Harry said, finding what he wanted. There was blood on the floor, a few drops. He then brought up his knife for a closer inspection. There was a very small trace of red along its edge. "Little bugger didn't get away scot-free," he said triumphantly. "Who?" Harry turned back to the group. "A rat," he said simply and turned down the hall. "A rat," Luna said simply. Harry glanced back at her a moment before turning and heading off towards the headmaster's office. "Wait a minute, Darian," Hermione said, running to catch up to him. "Whatever are you talking about and what were you looking for?" There was a rat in the castle, and I managed to hit him with my knife. He said as he let his partial animagus transformation go. His wings shimmered and disappeared, distracting the girl trailing him a bit. A rat in the castle. Hermione said, but there are lots of rats in a castle like Hogwarts, why were you chasing after one? And what's with the knife? Harry glanced over at her, knowing that her curiosity would not abate, especially if he dismissed her without giving her something to chew on. If she got it into her head to do some research, he no doubt would be on her list of topics to figure out. He decided to throw her a bone in the hopes that she would be sufficiently distracted. He wasn't an ordinary rat, Hermione, he said, stopping to look at her fully. He was an animagus. He watched as her initial confusion melted into a wide-eyed realization. Her mouth worked open and closed for a minute, obviously warring on whether or not to tell him the rat's name and give something away. He quirked a small smile at her and turned back down the hall. She didn't follow him. He was halfway to the headmaster's office when the miniaturized stone griffin stumbled out of a side passage and into his path. Did you have fun, Stony? He asked in amusement. The stone creature turned and bared his teeth at him. Harry laughed. Come on, let's go talk to Albus. They made it to their destination quickly, as Harry knew just about every shortcut in Hogwarts, and apparently, so did the stone griffin, a fact which boggled Harry to no end. The statue was a stationary fixture to the entrance of the headmaster's office. How, in the name of Merlin, it knew how to get around the castle, he would probably never know. He took the stairs 2 or 3 at a time, hearing the stone griffin clamber up after him. Albus! Harry yelled as he barged through the door to the office. He barely paused to take in the other occupants of the room, the tattered group of order members that had entered the school earlier, before focusing his full attention on the headmaster. We've got a problem, he said, seriously. Yay, you, Moody said, not quite under his breath. Harry tried to ignore him. The man was far too suspicious for his own good and it was getting on his nerves. What are you after, apprentice? Moody growled. Harry turned narrowed eyes on the man and bared his teeth. So much for ignoring him. There's a rat in the castle, he informed the group. There are plenty of rats in the castle, Moody said, particularly in the dungeons, near the Slytherin dormitories. Now is not the time for your paranoid insecurities and prejudices, Mad Eye. Harry hissed angrily. I am not your enemy, be glad of that. I have no proof of your allegiances, boy. Harry's eyes darkened dangerously and he growled at the old Auror. Alistair, Darian, please. Albus said into the tenseness. I don't trust him, Albus. Moody said. Harry's eyes darkened and narrowed more than they already had been. It was one thing to be wary, but it was a completely different matter to suspect someone simply because they associated with Slytherins. The man had no idea who Darian was, and that wasn't even taking into consideration that he was Harry as well. Moody had been suspicious of Darian since he found out that he was Snape's apprentice. The man didn't even take the time to bother to get to know him or anything about him. Harry knew that the old Auror was mistrustful, but he had never been on the receiving end of it before. The whole thing was frustrating. Alistair, Albus started. And I don't trust Snape. Alistair. All eyes swiveled to the headmaster, who was now standing behind his desk, eyes noticeably absent of any trace of their customary twinkle. Harry was again reminded of the sheer power that his old friend held at his disposal, and why he was known for it. Harry was never much for political intrigue, having been effectively turned off anything to do with politics from Fudge during his first years at Hogwarts, but Albus was able to inject his magical power into his very words. It was impressive, no matter how many times you had witnessed it before. I will not tolerate such mistrust amongst us, Albus said, the power behind his words tangible. Harry fancied that he was nearly able to taste it. I would trust my life with Darian, as I would trust it with you, Alistair. I will have no more of this. If you cannot trust each other, at least trust me. Harry shifted his position off to the side. He could tell that Albus' words had an effect on those there. It was a shameless quilt trip. Albus was using their trust in him to make them feel guilty of mistrusting Darian. The only thing that saved Harry from the same guilt is that he already trusted everyone present within that room. He trusted Moody, but they didn't know that. Moody, however, didn't trust Darian, and it nearly made him sick. Not for the first time he fought down the urge to tell someone that he was actually Harry Potter. They trusted Harry, nearly out of default simply because he was the boy who lived, but they still trusted him. It hurt, more than he was prepared for, to see the wariness in the eyes of those who had only ever shown him trust and fondness. The group mumbled their assent to Albus and settled back into their chairs. Harry sighed. It was not yet time for the world to know that Harry Potter was alive and well. Tom wouldn't target Darian as he would Harry, but if Voldemort knew that the two were one and the same, then nothing would stop the Dark Lord from coming after him. Tom and Darian were rivals during their time with the Founders, but Voldemort and Harry Potter were enemies, deadly enemies, and anyone close to him were added to Voldemort's hit list. It was safer to remain as Darian, and only Darian, which meant that the fewer who knew the truth, the better. It didn't mean that he had to like it, though. His internal debate was cut off by the arrival of the small stone griffin barging through the doorway into the office. The group ceased all talking and stared at the little statue, who was giving Darian a hard look. Harry glared back at it, not trying to hide his smirk. Is that, someone started. Darian. Albus said. Harry turned his attention to the headmaster with an innocent, questioning look. Yes. Is that who I think it is? Harry smirked slightly. I don't know. Who do you think it is? Darian. Albus said in exasperation. Harry decided to go easy on him. The man did just defend him after all. Yes, it's Stony. Harry said. Stony. Who's that? Arthur asked. Stony is the normal guardian to my office. Albus said. Ah. I wondered why nothing was there. Arthur took in the miniature stone guardian with interest. Most peculiar. Why isn't it in its place? Bill asked. That is a good question. Albus said. One that I've had for a while now. Darian. Harry turned an innocent expression towards them. Don't bother with the innocent act, Darian. Albus said sternly, though his eyes were beginning to twinkle again. Fine. Harry said, turning his nose up into the air imperiously. He wouldn't let me in, and I warned him, so I shrunk him. You shrunk him, Charlie said faintly, staring at the little stone figure. Harry hummed his agreement. Brilliant, Tonks said, her hair turning a few shades brighter green in her excitement. I never thought of that. Brilliant, indeed, Charlie agreed. The twins didn't even think up something like this. Arthur mumbled. Harry smiled. Coming from the twins' father, himself, that was a right compliment. And why were you trying to enter here in the first place? Bill asked. It is not the first time that Stony refused Darian entrance, despite having the password. Albus said. Perhaps the statue knows something we do not. Moody said with a hint of suspicion. Harry gave the man a blank look. Alistair. Albus' voice had a hard warning, and Moody turned away from them all. So the bloody statue doesn't like me, Harry said, deciding to ignore the suspicious old aura for the time being. It's not like the only thing it does is refuse me entrance. What else could it do? Tonks asked. It shot fireballs at my head once. Harry said nonchalantly. Tonks stared, wide-eyed, at him as her hair changed to a bright pink hue. Charlie spit a mouthful of tea all over Remus. Arthur choked on his tea, and Harry watched with interest as Bill slapped his father on the back. He was wondering what kind of reactions he would get with that statement. Even Moody turned sideways enough to look at him through his normal eye. I had always wondered, Darian, Albus said with a hint of a smile at the group's reactions as he waved a cleaning spell towards Remus, whatever did you do to warrant that? Who said I did anything? Harry said indignantly. Albus just looked at him. Harry returned the look before huffing and averting his eyes. It might have been because of that time I threw a bludgeoning hex at it so it would get out of my way. A bludgeoning hex, Albus said absently. Yay, well, I was in a hurry. Indeed. Harry shrugged. It wasn't anything personal against the statue, I just needed to see Godric, and I didn't have the time to argue with a stubborn, overgrown stone block. So you shot a bludgeoning hex at it? Bill said. Yup. Godric was able to put him back together, but the bloody statue didn't like me much after that. It took a few well-placed hexes to get him to stop shooting fire at me every time I passed the hallway. And what, pray tell, caused you to be in such a hurry? The unnamed man said. Harry looked at him. He had forgotten he was there. One of the heirs had managed to get themselves in a bit of a pinch with a herd of hippogriffs. Albus chuckled, clearly remembering the incident, and Harry quickly joined in with the laughter. A student being mauled by a herd of hippogriffs is funny. Remus asked. Harry sent the man a smirk. It is when it's Tom Riddle. Oh, Remus said, a smile beginning to play at his lips. Now, Albus said after he stopped chuckling, getting everyone's attention, I trust that you will return Stony to his original state. Darien, I do need a guardian at my door, despite popular belief of my omnipotence. Harry nodded, still smiling, and cast a charm at the statue to prevent it from running off again. And if you would continue with what you were saying earlier. Again, Harry nodded, though his smile had disappeared at remembering why he had barged into their meeting. He glanced over at Moody, who had remained stoically silent since Albus' rebuke. Harry tried to ignore the lingering doubts and suspicion in the man's eye. He turned his gaze away from the grizzled old Auror and turned to look at Remus, noting with some sadness that the man looked a little weary and worn. He knew that his information would not lift a burden from the werewolf's shoulders. In fact, it would probably only increase the weight Remus felt he had to bear. Wormtail is in Hogwarts, Harry said softly. Harry watched as the emotions flickered through the Order members before him, ranging from unbelief, offended to outright rage. Moody, of course, looked completely disbelieving and was taking turns scowling at him and then at his companions. Albus just sat behind his desk watching as they argued amongst themselves. Harry conjured a chair and sat down. He had a feeling that he would be there for a while. It was Moody, of course, who addressed him first. What are you talking about, apprentice? There is a rat, Harry spoke slowly, enunciating each word carefully as if talking to a child, in the castle, an animagus rat. Its name is Wormtail. How do you know the name of a rat? Tonks asked. How can you tell that it's an animagus is what I want to know. Moody growled. Harry sighed and threw a leg over an arm of his chair. He was going to be there for a very long time. Especially if they didn't know that Wormtail was Peter Pettigrew, as Tonks' absent statement seemed to prove. Then again, Tonks was a little different. Animagus have different auras than regular rats. Harry said. You can see auras? Bill asked curiously. Harry looked at the red head, thankful that he wasn't accusing him like Moody, but simply asking. No, but I can sense them. What's the difference between sensing and seeing auras? Bill continued. Harry smiled a little at the man's curiosity. Animagus have unique patterns in their auras that make them stand out from other wizards. While those who can see auras see colors and visible patterns, I feel the vibrations and textures that magical creatures give off. Well, it was true, Harry thought, mostly anyways. He could feel the vibrations from magic, just not enough to discern specific people, skills or spells. He was able to feel the power behind a spell or charm, however, which came in handy in certain situations, like duels. We aren't here for a lesson. Moody growled. But you did want to know how I knew he was an animagus. Harry pointed out with a fake smile. Moody did a passing fine imitation of a Snape sneer, except it wasn't so much intimidating as just scary, what with the man's scarred face. As if Harry really had room to talk on that particular subject. Certain expressions of his own had the tendency to look a little freaky with the scars that marked his face. What happened to him? Albus asked before Moody could retaliate. He got away. Harry scowled, glancing over at a sleeping fox. Figures. Moody mumbled. Although, Harry continued brightly, I did mark him. Really? Albus said. Yup. Harry waved his knife in front of his face, showing off the slight trace of blood along its edge. What was it coated with? Albus asked. Harry frowned and cocked his head slightly to the side. You know, I'm not sure. He ignored the snort from Moody's direction and Albus' chuckle as he ran a finger along the flat surface of his knife. He had many blades on his person at any time, and while he usually knew which was which, there was the random occasion where he couldn't quite remember what was coated on which blade. You can't remember, Bill said absently as he watched. It really doesn't matter much generally. Harry said. Why not? Because they're all coated with poisons, and it doesn't matter which is used, unless it's some sort of unusual circumstance. Harry ran his tongue along his thumb, trying to pinpoint the flavor of the substance. All poisons. All of what? My blades. Harry looked up, still gumming the flavor of the poison. The group was all watching him with curious fascination, except Albus, who, of course, was twinkling a bit merrily and watching the others. Somniferum. Harry identified absently as he pulled a vial off of his belt and popped its cork. He tipped his head back and let 3 drops of the thick blue liquid fall to his tongue. He wiped his thumb off thoroughly on his pant leg and returned the vial to his belt. Somniferum? Charlie asked. Yes. Harry waved his hand over his blade, muttering a cleaning charm, and sheathed it in its place. It's normally a powerful sleeping potion, but up the potency and it turns into a deadly poison. However, it isn't painful, and actually has a numbing effect. You'll fall asleep from it before you die, and simply not wake up. So Wormtail is dead in some hidden hole, now? Remus asked. Not likely. Harry said. I don't think he got enough of it in his system. If he transforms, his body mass will increase and he'll simply sleep it off. It is possible that he could survive it in his animagus form, but I'm not sure if his magic would be strong enough to make up for the small body mass or not. You don't think, and you're not sure. Moody pitched in. What do you know? Harry turned a cold gaze towards the man, feeling his ire start to get the better of him. You were an Auror, Mad Eye. If you don't know the intricacies of a poison's effects on the body, then it's a good thing that you no longer work in the department. Moody curled his lip disdainfully, and prepared to speak, but Harry cut him off, not yet finished with the man. As it is, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with the idea of having to work with you if you can't recall such basic tutoring. Pair that with your inability to think before you let your paranoia take control of what's left of your mind behind that thick skull, and it's a bloody miracle that someone hasn't shot a hex at you simply to shut up your accusations and suspicions. Now see here, you whelp, Moody started, rising from his seat. Harry didn't rise to meet him. Instead, he continued to bowl over the man's meager defenses from the sprawled position in his chair. A healthy level of paranoia is all well and good, especially from an Auror, and especially for anyone planning on facing any of Voldemort's top lackeys, but it is not a good idea to suspect your comrades to the level that you practice. All you will do is distance those that you should keep close, and when you need it the most, no one will be there to save your suspicious, sorry ass. Moody's face turned 3 shades of red, and Harry would swear that he could see steam coming from the man's ears, yet the old Auror couldn't quite manage a verbal response. Suspicions I can handle, Harry continued, but when you can't even respect someone you trust to know who is an enemy or not, then you've gone too far. I've given you a lot of leeway, Mad Eye Moody, as I know that you have no idea who I am, but I do not take kindly to unfounded accusations and malicious comments simply because you can't handle not knowing everything about a person that is none of your Merlin-cursed business. Harry didn't move from his position in his chair, and kept his green gaze locked onto Moody. I will not take it any more. Suspect me all you bloody well want, but do not accuse me of anything that you do not have reason to. Do not take your frustrations and paranoia out on me because you don't like Snape. And for the love of all things magic, trust the few people that you deem worthy of your trust, or you will lose theirs. Harry held the man's gaze, and noted the well-hidden surprise in the man's one good eye. He hadn't planned on saying such thing to him, but it desperately needed to be said. The man's paranoia would only cause dissent among his own comrades, and it wasn't a good thing. Not to mention that he was not looking forward to the man's suspicions until Harry Potter could be revealed. If Moody could manage to set aside some of that paranoia towards Darien, life at Hogwarts would be much more pleasant for all involved. And really did think that the man was just a titch too paranoid for his own good, and Harry was not the least bit fond of having it directed at him so heavily. Enough, Albus said. Sit down, Alistair. We've already gone over this once, and I do not want to do so again. Darien, quit riling him up. Harry sneered at Moody before turning his gaze towards the window and mumbling incoherently under his breath. Surprisingly, Moody sat down, though his face was still red and his magical eye didn't leave Harry. Leave the boy be, Moody, Arthur said, pouring tea into his cup. Albus trusts him, that should be enough. Perhaps for you, Arthur, Moody said gruffly, but it's not enough for me. I thank you, Mr. Weasley, Harry said neutrally, not looking away from the window, but you should know that I am not a boy, and I don't appreciate being called such. Ah, sure thing, Arthur said a bit uncomfortably. Harry looked over at him and gave him a small smile. He didn't want to alienate the man, he was rather fond of him, but he didn't like being referred to as a child, especially since he never really was one. Let's leave the particular levels of trust and caution alone for now. Albus said. Darian, do you know if he is still in the castle or would he have the time to escape it? Harry sighed and put Moody's misplaced. Understood, but still misplaced, suspicion out of his mind. It's hard to tell how much of the serum entered his system. Also, his animagus skill throws another wrench, so to speak, into the works. It is possible that he was able to hold out long enough to get outside the castle walls, however I tend to doubt it. His magical signature isn't that strong, and I wouldn't have even noticed him if it weren't for Stony here crashing down the halls after him and making a general ruckus. You believe that he is still here then? Bill asked. Harry nodded as he cast a Tempest spell to check the time. Yes, probably holed up in some small crack by now. Even with a small amount of the somniferum he will still fall asleep. If we're lucky we may be able to sniff him out before he wakes. How do you propose we look for him, Albus? The still nameless man asked. Harry decided that he would have to put a name to the man soon. Remus, will you be able to help? Albus turned to the werewolf. Remus. Eyes flickered over to Harry before returning to Albus. Don't worry, Mr. Lupin, Harry said, your status as a werewolf does not bother me. Oh, Remus stuttered a moment, how did you? Harry smiled slightly and shrugged one shoulder. There was any number of ways that he would know of the werewolf's existence, anything from a simple identification as a defense student to someone, like Albus, telling him. There was also the little exaggeration about him being able to discern specifics from the vibrations of magical signatures that he fed to the group earlier. They could all guess at which one it was on their own. Where was he when you hit him, Darian? Albus asked. In the main shaft of stairwells, 4th floor on the east side. Harry said, from the direction he was heading before I hit him he was headed towards the 3rd floor corridor. There's any number of places he could hide in there, especially if he's still in rodent form. Remus said. Does anybody have anything that could help? Albus asked. To find a rat, Tonks said. Molly may have some kind of home pest control charm, but I'm not sure if something like that would work on an animagus. Arthur said. It's doubtful. Harry shook his head. We may have to do it the old-fashioned way. Harry rose and banished his chair. Which way is that? Tonks asked. By scent, Harry said with a smirk and walked out the door. He hurried down the stairs as he pulled Sayre's head out of his shirt and hissed quietly to her. Sayre, will you help me? I need you to follow the trail of a rodent. Of course, Shay, Sis. Great. I won't be able to speak with you around the others as you know, but I'll point in the direction I believe he went. I would be delighted, she hissed gleefully. Harry eyed the serpent warily. She sounded far too excited about the prospect of a hunt. You must not eat, he warned her. I need him alive. Very well, Shay. Sayre curled her head around his neck like some sort of odd scarf. Harry glanced behind him as he turned a corner to make sure that the order members were still out of hearing distance. He paused and waited for them to catch up before continuing. Mr. Lupin, Harry said, still walking through the empty halls, how good is your sense of smell right now? Ah, the full moon is in 3 days, it can't get much better now unless I was in wolf form. Harry nodded. He knew that the others didn't have animagus forms, except Albus, but his 2 forms weren't the best for sniffing something out. They arrived to the stairwell in question without further incident, where Harry pointed out the location that he nicked Wormtail with his knife. Luckily, it was past curfew and all the students should be in their dormitories. Sayre should be able to follow his trail, Harry said as he unwound the serpent's body from his own, but if you would follow it as well, Mr. Lupin, we'll have a secondary opinion. All right. We came from that direction. Harry pointed up the stairs, so I would assume that he would continue to head downwards, probably trying to get out. Harry set Sayre on the flagstones and placed his finger at the spot where his knife had stuck. Sayre shifted and flicked her tongue around his finger and the floor under it, tasting the air. Harry knew that he was testing fate a bit with using Sayre to follow Wormtail's scent, as it was a little odd to have a snake as a bloodhound. However suspicious it may be, he would rather have the rat in possession than not use her and let the sneak get away. He would just have to deal with any additional suspicions when they arose. Will it be able to trace his smell? Bill asked. Harry didn't bother to look at the red head. Yes. Snakes have an excellent sense of taste. How do you control him? Charlie asked curiously. And what kind is he? She is a diamond-head cobra, he replied, and I don't so much control her as I tame her. Harry lifted his hand but didn't rise from his crouched position as Sayre began a slow slither down the stairway. Her tongue flicked out at every step, tasting it, following the seemingly erratic path that Wormtail had taken. Tame her? What do you mean? Charlie asked. Harry turned his head around to look at him. I'm a snake charmer, he said, sticking with the story he used before. Salazar taught me the art. Well, it was true. He just didn't really need to use any snake charming skills as he was a Parselmouth, but he did know them. Slytherin? Bill asked. Harry nodded, turning back to watch his serpent. Salazar taught him many things. Albus said. No doubt much more than I'm aware of. Harry chuckled. Probably. I'm sure the rest of them taught you more than you let on as well. Albus said. I'm sure. Harry got to his feet to trail after Sayre as she reached the third floor. Mostly from Helga and Rowena, I would think. Helga taught you more than herbalism. Harry shot a look at his old friend. Albus, surely you have some inkling of how much time I spent in her medical ward. Do you honestly think that she wouldn't take advantage of that time and teach me how to cast the bloody healing spells myself? She got sick of casting them on me all the time, and insisted that since I always needed them that I should know how to use them. Albus laughed. I should have known. Yay, you should have. Harry agreed. As for Rowena, she taught me many things, and not always from a textbook. What did you learn from Gryffindor? Arthur joined the conversation. Not as much as you would think, Harry said as he walked into the third-floor corridor. Torches flared along the walls at their presence. Harry was strongly reminded of his first year at Hogwarts when they ran from Filch and stumbled upon Trouble with Three Heads. Sayre continued her somewhat slow progress along the wall. Gryffindor was very good with transfiguration and swords. Harry picked up the conversation again, but I already knew transfiguration and I was never any good with swords unless I got lucky. Harry cocked his head to the side in thought. He did teach me how not to cast a fire spell, though. I never forgot that particular lesson. I think I remember that. Albus said with a chuckle. I would be surprised if you didn't. Harry said, grinning at the memory. He nearly blew up the South Tower. Of course I'm very glad that he didn't, as I was in the tower at the time. That was one of those occasions that Helga had no desire to heal me for. She said something about being too dumb for asking Godric to show me a fire spell, and thus I didn't deserve to be healed by her. She told me the name of 2 spells and I had to look them up in the library myself. She wouldn't heal Godric either, if I remember correctly. Nope, Harry said, still smiling, she wouldn't. Once I figured the spells out and healed my own burns, I figured I'd be nice and help the guy out. Needless to say, I never asked him to cast a fire spell again. Goodness. Tonks said, that'd sure get me to learn my healing spells. Harry sent her a smile. I think that was the whole point, really. Shay, I have found the rat, Sayre hissed to him. Harry knelt down next to her, where there was a long crack up the wall from the floor. Her head was currently inside it, and as far as he could tell, half her body as well. He ran a finger down the length of her scales, letting her know that he had heard her. I think she found him. He told the group. His scent does lead here. Remus affirmed, though I can't pinpoint the exact location. Harry nodded and watched as the serpent writhed backwards out of the crack. A moment later and she emerged fully, a limp rat in her jaws. The rat bore the silver paw that marked him as Wormtail. Bingo, Harry said with a smirk. He held his hand out and Sayre dropped the rat into his palm. He tastes worse than that flapping feline of yours, Sayre complained. Harry held in his chuckle. He spun a bit on his heel and let himself fall to the floor cross-legged. He waved his hand, casting a monitor spell that healers used to see if the blasted rat was still alive. He's one lucky rodent. Harry mumbled darkly. His magic seems to have been strong enough to counter the somniferum enough so that it wouldn't kill him, although some of Sarah's venom got in him when she pulled him out, but it shouldn't be enough to do him in. She's poisonous, but not deadly yet. Ah, well done, Albus said. Harry pulled 2 vials from his belt, pried the small mouth open and forced 3 drops of each inside the traitorous rat. It wouldn't do for him to die yet, after all, no matter how much it irked Harry to have to heal him. He'll live, Harry said stiffly and rose to his feet. He handed the rat over to Albus, not quite trusting anyone else with him. Half of the group was likely to kill him if they could. I'm sure you'll have fun with him, he said with a smirk. Indeed, Albus said and put the rat in his pocket. Harry shook his head slightly and put a hand down for Sarah to reclaim her place around his chest. Ah, Mr. Elder, Remus said. Just Darien, please, Harry said, meeting the man's eyes. Darien, ah, if you would, I was wondering, how did you know that the rat's name was Wormtail? Harry stared at the man for a minute, suddenly realizing his earlier mistake, and racking his brain for a suitable excuse. How could he have been so lax? I believe one of the students mentioned it, he said, looking thoughtful. There was a small group of older Gryffindors here when I threw the knife. Rather lucky I didn't hit one of them, really, the rat was using them as shields. You threw a knife into the middle of a crowd of students? Remus asked, his question about how Darien knew about Wormtail temporarily forgotten. Harry smirked inwardly. He had hoped that his little diversion tactic would work. Remus was a good teacher, and cared about the safety of the students over his own curiosities. He only hoped that he wouldn't be around once Remus figured out that Darien had sidetracked him. Not originally. Harry defended himself. I was aiming at the rat when he dodged into a group of students. By that time I was already in the middle of the throw and could barely redirect the path. I barely missed Hermione. Must have been Harry's friends, then, Arthur said. They know about it all. Harry glanced at the elder Weasley. The man looked slightly uncomfortable, a feeling that Harry felt as well, though for a different reason. No one knew what happened to Harry Potter, and many believed him to be dead. No doubt as was difficult for them to speak about it. They're usually better at holding their tongues, Moody said from the edge of the crowd. Ah, but they have had long practice at telling friend from foe. Albus intervened. No doubt they have developed strong instincts in that area. The redhead wasn't too fond of me, Harry grumped. But Hermione is pleasant company. Albus twinkled at him while Harry avoided looking in the direction of the other Weasleys. It was no secret that Ron was a bit hot-tempered and prejudiced against Slytherins, and Darien was apprenticed to the head of the Snake House. Ron? Bill asked. Tall gangly kid, looks a lot like us. Harry blinked over at the 2 Weasley boys, who were smirking at each other in amusement. Sounds about right, he said. He's a little short-tempered, our brother. Bill said. Don't mind him so much, he'll get over it. Hermione will knock him over the head and he'll behave, Charlie added. Harry smiled a bit at the image. It is not the first time I've had to deal with suspicion, he said. I'm sure I'll survive. As always, Darien, Albus said. As always. Harry agreed somewhat morosely. It was what he was good at, survival. Even in the most impossible of circumstances he always managed to survive. Well, gentlemen, Albus said, turning to the group, and lady, I've got a minor matter to see to. He patted his robe pocket, so I will bid you good night. You all have accommodations, correct? Yes, Albus, Remus said. The others nodded. Good, good. Give my regards to Molly, Arthur. Of course, Albus. And to your master, Darien. Albus turned to Harry, twinkling. Sure, Albus, Harry said, rolling his eyes slightly. Snape will be ecstatic to hear that you were thinking of him. I'm sure he will. Harry raised an eyebrow at his old friend. If he curses me for interrupting his brewing to tell him that you said good night, then I will come after you with the same curse I got saddled with. Of course, Darien, Albus said. I'd expect no less from you. Harry huffed and crossed his arms over his chest. Meddlesome old goat, he mumbled. Albus chuckled as he turned back down the hallway towards his office. Good night, he called back to them. Harry shook his head bemusedly. Albus would never change, no matter how old he got. Well, he said, taking in the mixed expressions of fondness from the group. Only Albus could inspire such a feeling in so many different people. That was fun. Good night. Then, he turned on his heel and headed towards the dungeons. Apprentice. Harry waved his hand in farewell, not bothering to turn around at Moody's call. He was no longer in the mood to deal with the man. He still had some questions about why the group of Order members were at the castle, but he could always pester Albus for answers another day. At the moment he only wanted to return to the relative peace of his rooms. It had not been the most pleasant of days. Should have just stayed in bed. He mumbled to himself. Harry gave the portrait the password without bothering to talk to the founder. Salazar only ever answered questions with riddles anyways, and he was hardly in the mood for more mysteries. Seeing that the common area was empty of all life forms, Harry plopped down on the couch in front of the fire and threw his legs over the side. What a day, he said to the ceiling. Sarah shifted from her position and made her way out of his shirt. You are tense, Shay, she hissed to him. Yes, Harry said quietly and ran a hand along her scales as she settled herself around his head and shoulders. You feel like you are ready to strike. Harry chuckled a little. Perhaps I am. I have had a rough day. Do not let the day ruin your rest. Harry ran his fingers over the serpent's head, not bothering to answer verbally. Sarah laid her head across his neck and dozed off to sleep. Harry soon followed. Harry woke with a start, though he barely moved a muscle. Something had woken him. He took a quick stock of himself. He was still fully clothed, so he had all his weapons on him still, and by the feel of it, Sarah had moved off of his shoulders. He could feel her scales against one ear, but she was no longer wrapped around his neck. The room was dark, the fire had long burned down to coals, and the chamber was cast in eerie shadows. He couldn't see anything clearly, though he could vaguely make out the edges of the fireplace where the coals still glowed. A shuffling sound came from behind the couch and Harry tensed. A moment later a second sound, this time easily identified as a pair of feet, came to him from near his head. The figure moved around in front of the couch, between Harry and the fireplace. Harry was able to tell that the person was a man, though he didn't recognize the silhouette. Harry didn't bother to cast a Lumos spell. He could fight well without the aid of his eyes, especially when his opponent wasn't expecting it. The man moved closer to Harry, his hand outstretched towards the youth on the couch. Harry let him get close enough before he bolted upright and caught the man around his throat, with his second hand placed firmly over his assailant's chest ready to cast a spell. The man grunted in surprise, and fumbled with one hand inside his robes, no doubt for his wand. Harry opened his mouth to cast a binding spell, but before he could get a word out, someone grabbed his arm and pulled it up behind his back. His spine arched against the pressure, but he didn't lose his grip on the man's throat. The rough point of a wand pressed against his temple and Harry stilled a moment to assess the position of his attackers. The pause apparently reassured the man behind him, as his hands loosened, and lowered Harry's arm slightly. The pressure on his arm lightened and Harry forced his body weight backwards, connecting harshly with the man behind him and pulling the other forward by his throat. Harry grimaced as his arm was pinned behind his back. Before they could recover, he whispered a binding spell, and the man before him toppled to the ground bound by thick ropes. The man behind him tightened his grip on the arm still pinned behind his back. Harry again pushed backwards, and when the man pulled up on his arm again, Harry tipped his upper body to the side and rammed his free elbow into the man's nose. He grunted and let go. Harry spun around, pulling one of his blades as he did so, and swept his leg under the man's feet. He stumbled and landed backwards on the couch. Harry heard Sayers shift along the couch, hissing menacingly, no doubt preparing to strike. Stop! Harry hissed to her as he rushed forward and pinned the man with his legs. He laid his knife across the man's throat and placed his other hand over the heart. If you so much as twitch, you're a dead man. Harry said darkly, his voice barely above a whisper. This knife is coated with poison, and I don't need a wand to cast the killing curse directly into your heart. The man didn't move. Drop the wand, he ordered. The man hesitated, and Harry increased the pressure on his blade, though didn't break the skin. I won't say it again. The man dropped his wand. Harry heard it clatter to the floor. Harry nodded. Good. Now who are you, and what do you want with me? I am Severus Snape, apprentice, and don't presume I'll accede to such an attack upon my person. Harry could hear the sneer in the man's voice when he spoke. Harry blinked. Snape. Unhand me, apprentice. Harry hesitated a moment, though there was no mistaking the man's voice. He rose and stepped away from the couch. He waved his hand, casting a light spell, and blinked when the light pierced his eyes. Snape glared at him from the couch as he retrieved his wand. Harry turned to the second man and saw Karkaroff bound on the floor in front of the fire. He banished the ropes and helped the silver-haired man to his feet. You know, he said, as he began lighting the candles on the mantelpiece, it's not the best of ideas to sneak up on me in the dark. Karkaroff snorted and lowered himself into one of the armchairs, mumbling. Do you attack everyone who startles you, apprentice? Snape asked. You didn't really startle me so much as I simply mistook your sneaking around as an attack. Indeed. Snape sneered, and do you intend to continue your retaliation? What? Snape's eyes narrowed. Call off your serpent, apprentice, before I hex it. Harry blinked, and looked to the other end of the couch. Sarah was coiled in a defensive position, her hood spread wide and her fangs bared. She was no longer hissing, and didn't seem to be about to attack, but her position plainly declared her agitation. No wonder the man wanted her away from him. Snape was seated not a meter from her and was no doubt hesitant to move. Harry approached her cautiously, as he wasn't able to speak with her with the two men in the same room. He resorted to his snake charming skills, and let out a low, soothing hiss. She didn't seem to hear him at first, but she slowly swung her head around to look at him. Harry held out a hand to her, and she relaxed enough to flick her tongue over his fingers. She swayed her head back and forth a moment and then crawled up his arm. You are safe, Shay. Harry ran a hand along her scales as she disappeared up his sleeve. If you scare me so again, Shay, I will not hesitate to bite you, she said as she wrapped her length around his chest. Harry started at her words, surprised at the conviction they held. He contemplated her actions during the skirmish, and realized that he hadn't anticipated her aid. For that matter, he never had. Serpents weren't like dogs, or other guardian creatures. They didn't protect their masters during a fight. They would protect themselves, and on occasion their offspring, but they didn't go looking for a fight they could avoid. Sarah hadn't launched herself into the fray, but she hadn't gone into hiding like her instincts would tell her to. She had remained in her position, against her natural instincts, and would have fought back if he hadn't told her to stop. Harry smiled slightly at the comforting thought and tried to ignore the mumbled insults and threats from the inside of his shirt. You have an interesting apprentice, Severus. Karkaroff said from his seat. I believe that most agree with you. Harry turned and sat in the second armchair, and took in the two men. Likely they had spent most of the night within Snape's lab, brewing Merlin knew what. So what else can you do, apprentice? Karkaroff asked. Harry met the man's eyes, noting the intense gaze, and decided that he would have to be careful with him. Karkaroff may have renounced Voldemort, but he was a dangerous man on his own. I can do many things. He answered vaguely. Karkaroff eyed him for a moment before turning to Snape. Harry followed his gaze. According to all technicalities, if Snape, as his master, ordered him to tell Karkaroff of his skills, Harry would be obligated to obey. He would have to reveal his skills to the man, at least to the level that Snape was aware of them. After all, there were things that he could do that he hadn't informed Snape about. There were a few things that even Albus didn't know about either, for that matter. Then again, the apprenticeship wasn't a true one. Harry wasn't strictly obligated to obey, however Karkaroff didn't know that. They would have to act the parts that they claimed in public. I think you got a good sampling of what he's capable of, Igor. Snape said. For now, I will keep his skills to myself. Karkaroff didn't seem too pleased with that, Harry thought, noticing the man's look. That is, of course, your prerogative, Severus. He said. Then I will not pry, though I am still curious. Many are, I believe. Snape said, turning his gaze to the youth. Harry met it and tilted his head slightly to the side. He knew, too, that many were curious about him. According to records, if anyone bothered to look, Darien Elder did not exist on the Hogwarts rolls, yet he was a Founder's heir. Harry decided to change the subject. I trust your interview with the Ministry this morning went well. Harry asked Karkaroff. The man raised an eyebrow at him before responding. They have deemed me worthy enough to remain within the school as a professor. Ah, speaking of which, Harry said, turning to Snape, did they go through all the current teachers in the same way? Yes, Snape said, obviously not wanting to talk about it. Harry didn't blame him. As a known wizard who bore the dark mark, Snape probably would have had a rough time of it, possibly worse than Karkaroff, as Snape and Fudge were notorious for not getting along. Harry was about to ask another question when he was interrupted by the sound of claws clicking on stone. He looked over towards his bedroom to see Sin standing in the doorway. The cub yawned widely, and snapped his beak shut with a snap, getting the attention of the two older men. Ah, a griffin! Karkaroff exclaimed. Harry glanced at him a moment before returning his attention to the approaching monster. Sin crossed the room with his eyes closed, obviously half asleep, and jumped up onto his lap where he promptly curled up and closed his eyes to go back to sleep. Harry watched the cub with bemusement as he ran a hand over the creature's back and wings. Sin purred his contentment, and sent him a string of hazy images Harry couldn't quite make out. He raised his head to see the awe barely hidden in the two men's eyes. Even Snape, who had seen the griffin cub previously, couldn't help but to feel some amazement at the creature's presence. Harry knew such a reaction. Griffins were rare and proud creatures, and ash griffins even more so. That Cinerus was willing to be close to Harry was unusual, but that the cub was willing to stay within a castle for him was a miracle. Of course, Harry sometimes wondered if it was more a curse than a blessing, but he could hardly fault Sin for his own nature. Where? Karkaroff whispered. All of the Founders' heirs have a familiar. Harry said, Sin is mine. We are gifted with them. Like Albus has Fawkes, he met the men's gaze, and like Riddle has Nagini. Snape didn't react, not that he had expected him to, but Karkaroff beeped in a breath between his teeth. He recognized the snake's name. Harry nodded. Yes, Voldemort was a Founder's heir. Harry confirmed. Was. Harry nodded. He's been renounced. He no longer can claim the title of an heir. I thought that he is the blood heir of Slytherin, Harry said, knowing what the man was asking. He is Salazar's descendant, but he is not a Founder's heir. There is a difference. Ah, I see. Harry studied the sleek, silver-haired man. He wasn't sure if he did understand, not completely, but it was good enough. Karkaroff couldn't understand the situation fully without knowing more, and Harry wasn't willing to tell him. If Snape decided to tell the man what Darien's task was, then he could, but Harry didn't want to speak of it, and didn't personally trust the man to do so. However, he would trust Snape's judgment on the matter. Despite the pleasantness of the company, the hour is hardly so. Harry said as he cradled Sin's form to his chest and stood, therefore I must beg your leave so that I may retire to my bed and the rest of my sleep. It took Harry 3 days to hunt Albus down in order to talk to him about the order. In the meantime, Harry spent his time avoiding the Gryffindors and Moody, which resulted in him spending those 3 days with Snape in the dungeons. Despite the company of the Slytherin head, the days went by quickly enough, or perhaps it was because of Snape. Harry finally caught up to the old man shortly after lunch, having spotted the unusual combination of orange carnations and some sort of blue birds flitting around Albus' yellow robes. After blinking rapidly to clear away the glaring colors and attempting a color change spell, which didn't work, Harry all but dragged the man to his office, with Albus chuckling all the way. Ah, Darien, how have you been settling in? You know darn well, Albus, that I'm just fine. Harry said, steering the man down the corridor and trying to avoid looking at his robes. So long as I stay in the dungeons, anyways. Albus chuckled. Why ever so? Albus, Harry said, exasperatedly, I have no interest in confrontations with overly suspicious personages who habitually grace the upper floors. Albus laughed heartily as they turned a corner. I can tell that you have spent these last few days with Severus, you're picking up a Slytherin style of speech. Harry harumphed. Snape wasn't the one I got it from first, you know. Of course, Salazar was certainly a master of the spoken word. A master of cynicism and insults, perhaps. Harry said. Snape is far too much like him for my personal comfort. I hadn't noticed it before, but Snape is all but Salazar's copy. They could be brothers, twins even, they're so similar. Unsettling, I suspect. It's eerie, Harry said. As they entered the headmaster's corridor, I've caught myself about to call him Sal on more than one occasion. That would go over well, I'm sure. Yay, about as well as a hippogriff trying to swim while tied to an acromantula. Harry grumbled. Albus chuckled and they began climbing the stairs to his office. Harry paused a couple steps up, trying to figure out what was tickling at the edges of his brain. It took him a moment to figure out what was off. Hey Bill, he said, where's Stony? I have no idea, Albus said from above him. He was no longer in my office when I returned. He got out of my binding spell. Apparently. Harry stared at his old friend, trying to picture the stone statue shaking off his spell. How in Merlin's name did he manage that? He's just a bloody statue. Where does he get the power to cut through my spells? I haven't the foggiest. Huh. Harry continued to stare a moment before shaking his head and starting back up the stairs again. Bloody annoying hunk of useless stone. He mumbled. You mean to tell me that he's off gallivanting about the castle? I would assume so, Albus said, unless someone decided to adopt him, but I haven't seen him since Monday when he followed you up. That figures. Harry followed Albus into his office. Albus busied himself with a flowery tea set by the window, so Harry took advantage of his distraction to plop into the headmaster's chair. Tea, Darien. Of course, Harry said, tilting the chair back on two legs and propping his feet up on the desk. With sugar, please. Albus turned and didn't even blink at Harry's position, much to the youth's disappointment, and handed him a cup of tea. Harry watched, amused, as the old man transfigured one of the straight-back chairs facing the desk into a puffy ottoman before settling himself comfortably into its confines. Harry smirked into his tea at his friend's antics. Where is your companion? Albus asked. Sin. Harry waved a hand nonchalantly, off causing trouble no doubt. He disappeared shortly after breakfast. I'm not sure where he went. Exploring the grounds perhaps. Maybe. Harry sipped his tea, careful not to burn his tongue. He can take care of himself, and he'll be back in time to eat. Albus chuckled. Always one to come around for food as he. Of course, Harry said. Sin wouldn't miss a meal for the world. Harry set his cup down on the desk and turned serious eyes to his friend. What happened to the order? Albus sighed and ran a hand through his beard before answering. Grimmauld Place was attacked. Anyone hurt badly? No. You saw the worst of them when they came to Hogwarts. There weren't many there at the time, thankfully. I would think that the more the merrier. Harry said. Yes, usually, the more wands the better our chances, but the close quarters of the halls in the house made it difficult. How many attacked? About a dozen. Gave them quite a fight, looked like. Harry said, amused, remembering Moody's tattered state. Indeed they did. How did they get in? Harry paused thoughtfully. Actually, how did they even know about it? I thought it was under Fidelius. Ah, yes, Albus said, it was. With Sirius' death the Fidelius charm on Grimmauld Place was dispelled. Because of the transference of power. Yes, Sirius, despite his family's dislike for him, was still the heir to the Black family. Because he was seen as a criminal, his will was nullified. Thus, his death caused that inheritance to be passed on to the next in line. So because Sirius is no longer holding the title, it passes on. Exactly. Which would cause the secrecy charms to fail, at least to those of the blood, or rather the current heir. Albus nodded. Let me guess, Harry said somewhat sarcastically, someone put two and two together and decided to tell Voldemort. Albus nodded again and sipped his tea. Any idea who? Harry asked. Nothing certain. Who do you suspect? Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy would be the next in line as far as I know. Bellatrix. Harry exclaimed. She's still alive. His chair wobbled dangerously and he let his feet fall to the floor with a thunk to regain his balance. I thought she died in the attack. There have been rumors, Albus started slowly, and Remus suspects that she may have been one of the Death Eaters to attack Grimmauld Place, but without Severus' position as a spy, we have no way to confirm anything. Harry narrowed his eyes, remembering back to his hazy memories of the attack on the Dursleys. He didn't remember much after the second Cruciatus curse, but he couldn't recall seeing Bellatrix in the living room when the Dursleys were killed. It was possible that she easily escaped the backlash of his power. She should have died at the Dursleys. Harry said coldly. She doesn't deserve to receive an inheritance when she killed her own cousin. There were no bodies. Albus said, we do not truly know now many may have escaped the backlash. We are sure of only Lucius and Severus. Harry let out a frustrated breath and leaned back in his chair again. He let his head rest on the back of the chair as his eyes roamed aimlessly over the vaulted ceiling. He wasn't quite sure how he felt about the idea of Bellatrix being alive. The possibility that the woman would inherit the Black Fortune from Sirius racked his nerves, especially when he knew that Sirius would never have granted it to her if he could have helped it. So it's possible that she is alive. Harry sighed again. There was no use in dwelling on it. If she was still alive, he would no doubt meet her again. If she was still alive, him and she had unfinished business to attend to. Albus didn't respond, not that he needed to. Harry shook his head slowly. How are you, my boy? Harry stilled a bit at the question, slightly startled at the address, and tilted his head enough to peer at Albus through a loose lank of hair. I haven't heard you call me that since before I went to the Founders. Harry commented. Ah, you may be Darian, but you were Harry to me first. The two aren't so different from each other, you know. Harry said, letting his head drop back to the chair. Perhaps, though not many would agree. You're right. They wouldn't. Harry said harshly. They would expect Harry Potter to be their golden Gryffindor hero. Darian does not fit that mold. Albus chuckled slightly. No, Harry Potter would never agree to an apprenticeship under Severus Snape. Harry's mouth quirked slightly. Just wait till they hear that my primary tutor with the Founders was Salazar Slytherin. I thought it was Godric. Harry laughed. Hardly. Godric wanted to teach me things I already knew, or had no skill for. Harry peered at his friend, like fencing. Ah, Albus looked at him oddly. Salazar was your primary tutor. Harry nodded. Not officially, of course. Officially, I was equally taught by each, since I didn't belong to one house, but I got the most from Salazar. Harry paused thoughtfully. Although Rowena was smart enough to give me some practical lessons on top of all the crap Salazar threw at me. Harry smirked slightly. What all did you learn? Albus asked curiously. Harry waved a finger at him. A magician never tells his secrets. Albus twinkled at him. We shall see, we shall see. Harry smiled at him. Oh, I know that many of my secrets will not remain so, but you will not learn all of them if I can help it, and I'm certainly not going to list all my skills out for you right now. I need to have some fun, after all. I doubt that you would have any trouble with finding amusement for yourself. Harry cocked his head to the side, appearing to think, probably not. He said with a smirk. Albus smiled at him through his beard. I see your parents in you, Harry. He said softly, proudly. Now more than ever. They would be so proud of you. Harry stared into his friend's eyes, seeing the sincerity in them, and deeper he saw the friendship they had built during their time with the Founders. He was suddenly struck by the realization that he had a great gift in Albus Dumbledore. Few have the capability of serving the position of both youthful friend and mentor. Harry mirrored the smile. Thank you, Albus. You are most welcome. A companionable silence descended on them, and neither seemed terribly anxious to break it. They were comfortable with each other, as old friends, and as a mentor and student. The only sounds were the rustling from the paintings, and Fawkes' soft snores. Harry let his eyes wander aimlessly over the ceiling, while his mind drifted without any great purpose. It was rare that he was able to sit back and relax without worry or tension. The quiet didn't last very long, regrettably. The fireplace roared to life, and with barely a moment, changed to the green hue of a flow connection. Harry watched the flames somewhat warily, knowing that Albus' office was likely warded, but his cautions weren't easily dismissed. Albus rose from his chair and turned to face the incoming visitor, appearing calm and expectant. Harry shook his head in bemusement. Albus rarely looked surprised. The man must have perfected the art of appearing like some omniscient, benevolent grandfather. It was terribly amusing. A moment passed and a head finally appeared in the fire. Harry didn't recognize the round, slightly chubby face of the man, though Albus apparently did. Good afternoon, Nicholas, I trust you bring good news. Albus said. The man in the fire nodded, which looked strange as he had no shoulders. Yes, Headmaster, we managed to get a dissent statement from Mr. Pettigrew somewhere throughout all the stuttering and babbling. Amelia handled it all quite well. She has already sent a statement to the Daily Prophet, and it's been announced to the Law Enforcement Department at the Ministry already. Even if the Prophet isn't quite up to par, there are enough people who know the story. It'll get around. Wonderful, Albus exclaimed, looking delighted. What will happen to him, now? He'll be sent to Azkaban, of course. Nicholas said. 3 life sentences. He'll be given a private cell, in high security. He won't be going anywhere. And Sirius? Albus prompted. His name will be cleared. Has been already, in fact, according to records. A compensation and letter of apology will be sent to him and his closest relatives within the next few days. Thank you, Nicholas, Albus said. I appreciate it. No problem, Headmaster, none at all. Nicholas paused and faded slightly from the fire, apparently talking with someone on the other side. He returned quickly enough. One more thing, Headmaster, I've been informed that Mr. Black's will had been made null due to his criminal status. That will now be reinstated. We'll send out the information on that as well. Good, good. Thank you again, Nicholas. Sure thing, Headmaster. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Harry watched absently as the man's head disappeared. A moment later and the flames died out, leaving a thin layer of smoke in the fireplace. Harry looked over to Albus, whose eyes were twinkling quite merrily. Good news, then, Harry said with a small smile. Good news, indeed, Albus agreed. Harry smiled at the information the man had brought. Wormtail had been questioned and revealed Sirius' innocence. Sirius' name would be cleared, posthumously, but cleared nonetheless, though Harry was a bit irked that his godfather didn't get to enjoy that freedom. A second thought made Harry smirk. Perhaps Bellatrix wouldn't be receiving that inheritance after all. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.